Author's note. This is a light-hearted romance with a bit of a social deduction/werewolf game vibe, all heading toward a big, happy ending. It's also an attempt to explore the mindset of someone with amnesia. If you're looking for a story about a professional simp with no interest in love, this might not be for you. On a scale of 1 to WTF, how would you rate your sudden urge to get on with one of the following? A. A bearded, round-faced man in white socks. B. A Komodo dragon. C. The exhaust pipe of a blacked-out 2016 Honda Civic. D. The faded mural of a cartoon superhero on the low wall behind the kids' park. What the hell? Leo stared blankly at the question on the whiteboard, then glanced around the sterile office. Was this a real hospital? Doc, I'm sorry, I can't pick one. Congratulations. Your amnesia hasn't affected your sexual orientation. Does my answer really have anything to do with my sexual orientation? What kind of orientation involved a Honda Civic's exhaust pipe? Leo shot a look of pure confusion at the doctor. A round-faced man with a thick beard, whose sock color was, thankfully, hidden from view. The doctor sighed, looking just as exasperated. He put the whiteboard down. Who knows? Anyway, that was the last little test. You can call your family. You're being discharged. Discharged? Leo sat there, stunned into silence. It was his 10th day in the hospital. 10 days ago, on a moonless night, he'd been sent flying off his e-scooter at an intersection. Up to that point, it was a textbook traffic accident. An unconscious victim, a good Samaritan who called 911, and a drunk driver who fled the scene. The real problem was in the diagnosis. Besides the external injuries and a concussion, Leo had one other issue. Amnesia. No one even noticed at first. It wasn't until a cop came to take his statement that Leo realized something was missing. It's hard for someone with amnesia to immediately pinpoint what they've forgotten. With the help of his doctor, who provided reference points like family, childhood, friends, relationships, and a general timeline, Leo slowly began to piece his mind back together. His name was Leo Miller. He was 20, and his mom was a supermarket cashier. He was a sophomore at Northwood University, but he had a part-time job off campus. When he got to that part, he glanced at his mom's teary eyes and decided to swallow the rest of the answer. But when it came to his love life, Leo's responses grew hesitant. He told the doctor he had no memory of any romance. The doctor said it was normal for some guys his age not to have dated. But surely there were girls he'd had crushes on, right? The girl next door, the prom queen, the cool English teacher, the young widow down the street. Leo just shook his head. He knew that, logically, there must have been girls he'd felt something for, but he had no memory of it. If his brain was an ocean, his memories were the fish within it. He was the fisherman, casting a net whenever he wanted to recall something. Banter with his friends was a school of bluefin tuna. Family squabbles were a swarm of marlin. Annual birthday parties were a hammerhead shark, but his memories of love, they were the colossal squid. A creature that, by all rights, should exist in the mind of any straight, adult male. But Leo's ocean didn't have one. All he could find were faint shadows, phantom limbs of a romantic past hinted at in other memories. It was like knowing colossal squids existed in the Antarctic depths, but the only proof you could find was a mangled tentacle in the stomach of a sperm whale. Honestly, the feeling of not being able to remember was agonizing. The doctor sighed, too. He'd tailored a memory recovery plan for Leo, trying a few unorthodox methods to jog his memory. The bizarre whiteboard test was his last resort. The fact that he'd stooped to including a Komodo dragon meant he was officially out of ideas. Seeing the dejection on the young man's face, Dr. Morris walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't lose hope. If you can't remember on your own, you can learn about yourself from others. Try visiting familiar places or talk to some old friends. Maybe I just have zero game with women, Leo said, trying to sound optimistic. He'd survived a car crash without losing any limbs. That was a win in his book. The memories might come back someday. From my observations during your stay here, that does seem to be the case. Other than your mother and one guy, no one has come to visit you. Dr. Morris paused, then held up the whiteboard again. Which, by the way, is where option A came from. No way. I'm positive I'm not into men. Who can say for sure? Dr. Morris stroked his beard, a truly magnificent grin spreading across his face. Back in his room, Leo sat on the edge of the bed, feeling lost. The doctor's question had thrown him for a loop. The more you try to force a memory, the deeper you fall down the rabbit hole. Could he live a normal life with a piece of his memory missing? Of course. But the feeling of having lost something important was a bitter pill to swallow. When people get sentimental, their minds tend to wander. And when their minds wander, they get desperate for answers. For Leo, the most authoritative answer came from Dr. Morris. In DR, Morris had suggested, "Oh God, what if I really am?" A cold sweat broke out on Leo's skin, and he forgot all about packing. He plunged back into the ocean of his memory, casting his net again and again, frantically searching for any scrap of evidence to prove his own identity. But with each empty haul, the gravity of the situation sank in. He couldn't find a single trace of evidence to prove he was gay, but he couldn't find any to prove he wasn't either. I can't tell. Can't tell what? Lost in his frantic thoughts, standing on the shore of his mental ocean and casting net after useless net, Leo didn't even register who was speaking. He answered instinctively, "I can't tell what my sexual orientation is." That's easy. Just pull up a porn site. See if you have a physical reaction. Holy shit, you're a genius. Leo's head snapped up, his eyes searching excitedly for the medical wizard. But there was no doctor in a white coat. There was only a girl in a white dress, tilting her head as she met his gaze. She stood a few feet away, a mischievous glint in her wide eyes that she couldn't hide. A high ponytail showed off the perfect curve of her jawline. She wore a white sundress, her hands clasped behind her back, her long, pale legs pressed together as she leaned forward slightly. Her face was the very definition of youthful radiance. Her eyes were smiling. Did that accident really knock your preferences out of whack, Leo? No, I was just kidding. Nobody lies to me, you know. But I'll forgive you, since you're a patient. I'm sorry, but who are you? Leo looked at the bright, beautiful girl, but his mind drew a complete blank. From the way she spoke, though, you'd think they were old friends. First, guess what I brought you? You didn't have to get me anything. I'm about to be discharged. Just guess. A fruit basket? Milk? Vitamins? Wow, you're dense. Do I look like the kind of person who gives boring gifts? The girl pulled a Tupperware container from behind her back. Inside was what looked like a homemade pastry. Here, people who've been stuck in a hospital bed are always drained. I made you my special Get Your Mojo Back brownie. It's full of potent stuff. Make sure you eat it all and build up your energy. And no sneaking onto any naughty websites. What's she even talking about? Leo couldn't reconcile the girl's bright, innocent face with the words coming out of her mouth. She was an absolute wild card. Thank you, but I really don't know who you are. Can you please? You shameless demon, get out of Leo's body this instant. The real Leo would never forget his partner in crime, Skyler Reed. I'm sorry, I really have amnesia. You can check my chart. Hee, just kidding. I know you have amnesia. Skyler peered at Leo's head, examining it from every angle before her gaze dropped to meet his. She leaned in until their faces were barely inches apart. Leo could see the tiny pores on her fair skin, the way her eyes were starting to well up, becoming glassy with tears. She stared at him, her watery eyes full of emotion. Leo held his breath, his heart pounding. Was she going to give him a dramatic, memory-restoring kiss? Do you remember me now? No. Well, so much for what they show in romance movies. The guy gets amnesia, the girl stares at him with tears in her eyes, a jolt of electricity flashes through his brain, and boom, memory restored. Are you always this? Weird. The moment he said it, Skylar's expression changed. She straightened up and took a few steps back, her face suddenly serious as she stared at him. Say that again. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Say it again. Her face crumpled. Leo, you heartless jerk. You really forgot me. Two-time winner of the Campus Crush online poll. Most posts on the Northwood Confessions page by a landslide. The unattainable ice queen of Northwood University. Leo handed the phone back to Skyler, struggling to connect the bizarre girl in front of him with the titles on the screen. These weren't things Skyler had written herself. He'd found them on Northwood University's official social media accounts. To be fair, her looks definitely fit the description. What's with that face? You look like a knight who just climbed a mountain to save the damsel in distress, only to find her in the dragon's lair, ripping the beast apart with her bare hands. It's nothing. I really have lost my memory. Can you tell me about us? Us? Oh, there's so much to tell. Like the time I did a donut on an e-scooter and sent you flying into a bush. Or the time I ran away from home and you let me crash with you. So we stayed up all night at a LAN party playing Fireboy and Water Girl. Or how you insisted we only get Mexican food on Taco Tuesdays. Stop. So we're classmates, gaming buddies, and good friends, right? A little more than good friends, I'd say. At that, Leo's eyes lit up. As his good friend, she must know about his romantic history, right? Skyler, right? So what was I like with girls? Wait, so you only forgot things related to women? Yeah, they were Taco Tuesday buddies, after all. Leo didn't hold back, launching into the details. I remember most of my life, but there are no girls in my memories. The doctor suggested it might be because I just wasn't popular with them. Skyler's expression turned serious. She calmly reached over to Leo's bedside table, grabbed an orange, and then shooed the still-talking Leo off the bed. She lay down on her side, propping her head up with her hand. The patient and the visitor had completely switched roles. Are you sure you remember most of your life? Yes. Yes, my ass. Without me, your life is just a tiny little fraction of what it was. I'm serious. Dr. Morris was starting to question my sexuality. Just then, the door to the room swung open. Dr. Morris walked in, holding a lab report. He looked up at the bed, his eyes filled with confusion. Isn't the patient in this room a guy? I'm over here, Dr. Morris. Oh, right. And the person on the bed is... During Leo's 10-day stay, Dr. Morris had kept a close eye on him. He knew the kid was usually alone, except for one visit from an unknown man and his mother's daily, rain or shine meal deliveries. Hello, Dr. Morris. I'm Leo's girlfriend, Skyler chirped, even sitting up politely to give him a little bow. What the actual, Dr. Morris stood frozen, scratching his head. He was stunned. You were holding out on me? You have a girlfriend? And she's this pretty. The lab results are here. Don't forget to pick them up later. Will do, Dr. Morris. The scene was strangely harmonious. Sunlight streamed through the window of the summer hospital room. A classic Chris Farley sketch from SNL played on the TV. The boy sat on the side of the bed, waiting for the doctor to leave, while the girl lay on the bed, a bright smile on her face as she meticulously peeled the white pith from an orange slice. Then she took a segment and popped it into Leo's mouth. Skyler had a classic girl-next-door look, her fair skin practically glowing. Combined with her unfiltered, off-the-wall personality, she had a natural charisma. Curled up on the bed, she said, I know you want to ask, but don't. It's true, I'm your girlfriend. She paused, then added, I'm your first love. Forgetting me means forgetting everything about girls, naturally. After finishing the orange, and before Leo could ask another question, she pulled out her phone. Don't ask. Just look. It was a photo taken at an aquarium. Leo and Skyler stood side by side in an underwater tunnel, wearing matching black and white hoodies. Skyler's left arm was pressed against the glass, as if she were punching a nurse shark, while her right arm was linked with Leo's. A stingray with a dopey grin swam overhead. From a purely objective standpoint. Couple? Check. Cuddly pose? Check. Romantic location? Check. Verdict, a couple. Leo suddenly felt the atmosphere thicken with awkwardness, followed by a wave of inexplicable pain. If you don't know what you've forgotten, it's as if you never lost it. If you forget something painful, you'd be grateful. But if you forget something happy, all that's left is helplessness. Leo's expression was a perfect match for the dopey-looking stingray. He had no idea what he and Skyler were supposed to be now. What's with that face? Don't tell me you're going to follow the cheesy romance movie script. Feel guilty about the amnesia, get all noble and emotional, and then break up with me before running out into a rainstorm to get hit by a truck. Of course not, haha. For a split second, that was exactly what Leo had been thinking. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This girl was a mind reader. You probably never dared to lie to her before either. Don't be so dramatic, Leo. You forgot. You didn't die. Just focus on getting better, and then we can get back to our sweet, happy life together. Well, maybe you can tell me more about our past. It might help me remember, Leo managed, forcing a smile. If the girl was being this cool about it, a guy couldn't just wallow in self-pity. Don't think about the past. She grinned. I'll just take you to do everything we ever did all over again. He had to admit, hearing that warmed him up a little. It was like his cold, dead heart was finally starting to thaw. Okay, do you want to leave with me later? I have to get back to campus for class. All right, you should go then. Skyler hopped off the bed, snagged another orange from the nightstand, broke off a piece, and stuck it in Leo's mouth. With a playful smile, she walked backward out of the room. Leo's worries had mostly vanished. He settled in to wait for his mom. His phone had been smashed to pieces in the accident, so he was using his mom's old one. The thing could barely make calls or open WhatsApp. His mom, from a generation that saved everything, never threw old phones away. If you wanted to experience a phone so hot it could cook an egg, you could try playing a game on it. After a long loading time, Leo found Skyler in his contacts. He clicked on her profile. Her picture was a corgi with a watermelon rind on its head. The image practically screamed weirdo. Her feed was a dense collage of photos of him and her. Besides the aquarium, there were pictures at a basketball court, in the woods, at a park, and even, unbelievably, at a recycling center. Leo squinted, a small smile playing on his lips. For him, this feeling of exploring his own past was far more interesting than finding some new thrill. His scalp tingled. It felt like a dead memory was trying to attack him. He looked at the photos again and again. For a moment, it felt like he was a teenager with his first crush, overcome with an urgent desire to talk to the girl. Leo, your profile pic has always been this weird. Skyler, what? Is there a problem with a profile pic? I haven't changed in years. Leo, no, of course not. Leo shifted his focus to the campus confessions page. If she was a regular feature, it shouldn't take long to find a post about her. Sure enough, he found one. Headline, I used to I'm a delivery guy and need your precise location excuse to get Skyler Reed's number. Guess what happened? She deleted me after I sent one message. Leo almost snorted with laughter just reading the headline. The chat screenshots below were even better. Dude, hey beautiful, can I be your simp? Dude, beautiful? Red exclamation mark. Then, Leo casually glanced at Skyler's profile picture in the screenshot. It wasn't the corgi with the watermelon rind. It looked like an actual photo of her. He didn't think much of it, figuring she'd just changed it on a whim. Lying on his hospital bed, Leo decided to mess around with his own profile. But then, the unexpected but inevitable happened. The screen of the ancient Samsung went black. No amount of prodding or poking would bring it back to life. This piece of junk. Don't bother with that. I bought you a new one. Leo looked up at the woman who had just approached him. How did everyone in this hospital walk without making a sound? And you are? Leo's question went unanswered. Instead, a brand new phone and a set of car keys were placed on the bedside table in front of him. The woman who put them there was tall, at least 5'9", with striking blue eyes that suggested she was of mixed heritage. When you're discharged, drive home, she said. Are there any outstanding hospital bills? The woman didn't sit down. Perhaps annoyed by the TV, she fiddled with the remote for a moment, muting the sound. Ma'am, I have amnesia. Could you maybe introduce yourself first? Is there anything else you need? I can buy it for you on my way out. This woman was operating on a completely different wavelength. Leo was utterly bewildered. Could you just tell me your name? Has anyone else been to visit you? Just tell me your name. Leo finally snapped, his frustration boiling over. His outburst seemed to startle the woman into silence. She looked at him with a complex expression. Amnesia has made you bold, daring to yell at me. She paused. Isabella Vance. Her voice was cool and sharp. You'd better hope I don't find out you're faking this amnesia. Otherwise, you'll pay for that little outburst. Dr. Morris was heading back to room 207. As a responsible physician, he'd just remembered that he forgot to tell the patient's family to take him to familiar places more often. Amnesia was rare, and Leo's brain damage wasn't severe, which meant psychological factors were likely at play. Since he had a loving girlfriend, proper support and companionship would surely aid his recovery. As he approached, he saw two men in black suits standing guard outside the room. And you are? The family's drivers. Dr. Morse was a bit confused. He'd seen patients' families and patients' drivers before. But a patient's family's drivers? That was a new one. Did this mean the kid's girlfriend was some kind of heiress? He knocked and pushed the door open, giving the two people inside a quick glance. Then, he flipped open his notepad and began his spiel. The patient's family should remember to talk to him often and take him to familiar places, restaurants you frequented, for example. Familiar smells can be excellent memory triggers. In short, companionship is crucial. Doctor, if I don't have time for companionship, are there other treatments? Like a miracle drug or a specialized clinic you could recommend? Anywhere in the world is fine. The question threw Dr. Morris for a loop. He looked up. Huh. The person had changed. Wasn't it a college student? This woman was clearly older. But Dr. Morris was a quick thinker. He figured it out in a flash. This must be the patient's sister or something. This advice is mainly for his girlfriend. College students spend more time with their partners than with family. As for other treatments, I don't think they're necessary. His amnesia seems to be more psychological. Doctor, the woman said, her voice like ice. I am his girlfriend. Huh. Dr. Morris stared at the new, unfamiliar face, then shifted his gaze back to Leo. The gears in his clever mind spun furiously. In an instant, it all made sense. Case closed. The reason no one had visited was because they were keeping his secret. You sly dog, he thought, looking at Leo. I told you to get a girl, not two of them. Ahem. In any case, more companionship certainly won't hurt. Dr. Morris turned and walked out. He swore this would be his last visit. After Dr. Morris left, the room was once again strangely beautiful, as if the doctor himself was the sole disruptive element. Only this time, the beauty was different. Isabella, with her light makeup, arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow. She propped one of her supermodel-long legs on the edge of the bed. Her pale blue eyes seemed to shimmer under the sunlight, and a delicate black swan necklace rested against the flawless skin of her collarbone. With her arms crossed, she radiated an aura of pure, predatory power. Top-tier legs, Leo couldn't help but admit. That doctor just mentioned another girlfriend, didn't he? She asked. Hold on. It was my turn to ask a question. Who the hell are you? Let me guess. The room smells like gardenias. One of your little college girlfriends? What was her name? Skyler something? You all have a noses of wild dogs, don't you? The second you sniff out amnesia, you all come running. Leo gave up on polite questioning. This woman wasn't going to answer him directly. He decided to be more blunt. How are you my girlfriend? Because I say I am. Does that really require proof? Joking with an amnesiac isn't funny. Leo assumed this was just another old friend pulling his leg. But it wasn't funny at all. Isabella studied Leo's face intently, then leaned in. I don't have time for this. I gave you the car keys so you could drive your mom home, and then you're driving straight to my place. And don't even think about running off again. I've enabled location tracking on a new phone, and the car has a tracker too. If you hadn't snuck out of my house on a shared e-scooter, you wouldn't have crashed and lost your memory in the first place. That was a lot to take in. It took Leo a moment to process the key points. First, trackers on his phone and car. Was he a prisoner? Second, his accident happened because he was running away from her place. What was her house a prison? I was living with you. Not with me. It's our house. Isabella put down her phone and sat on the edge of the bed next to him, her pale blue eyes drawing closer. Still hung up on whether I'm your girlfriend? I'm not hung up on it. And please, take your phone and car back. They're too expensive. I can't. MMPH. Isabella cut him off by pressing a light, fleeting kiss to his cheek. I can't be bothered to prove it to you. The past is forgotten. It doesn't matter. As of now, I'm your girlfriend. It's a shame for that Skyler girl, but she'll have to get used to the prefix X. You could take the phone and car or not. It doesn't matter. I can tolerate you being sick and throwing a little tantrum for now. I just came to check in, make sure no wild dogs try to steal my food. Don't make me wait too long. With that, Isabella stood up and walked out, her movements sharp and decisive. The moment she stepped through the door, her expression turned icy. She strode toward the doctor's office. Is the Dr. Morris, who was just in Leo's room here? Dr. Morris was in his office, secretly gossiping about the salacious story of his patient with 2 girlfriends. He'd only been in the room for a combined 5 minutes, but he'd been spinning the tale for a full 15. Dr. Morris didn't know the details, but as the office gossip, he was great at improvising. You guys have no idea. Those 2 women were in there going at it, yelling at each other about being the other woman. Their bodyguards were wrestling on the floor. One of them, I swear, was a legit Wing Chun master. The way he was hitting the other guy, it sounded like he was practicing on a wooden dummy. Thwack, thwack, thwack. And then, you won't believe it, the other guy's bodyguard was even crazier. After the Wing Chun guy knocked him down, he started shouting stuff like, "Don't underestimate the power of our bond," and something about friendship and loyalty. Then he springs up into the air with a flying kick. But I wasn't scared at all. I just pulled out my ballpoint pen. He was right in the middle of his story when a woman pushed the door open. When Dr. Morris saw her face, his legs started trembling like a leaf, probably out of guilt. I'm here. Come outside for a moment. Given Isabella's height, the sub-5'7" Dr. Morris felt like a guilty schoolboy as he followed her out into the hallway and looked up at her. Were you serious when you said there were no other treatment options? Well, not exactly. If you have the means, you could go abroad. That's not the answer I want. Dr. Morris looked up, confused. After a moment, he ventured a guess. The other treatments aren't necessary for his condition. Are they not necessary? Or do they not exist? They don't exist. They don't exist. Isabella's face was a blank mask. She spoke rapidly. I came to you to settle the hospital bill, correct? Yes, but it's already been paid. In fact, there should be a credit on the account. No, I still owe you. With that cryptic remark, Isabella turned and walked toward the elevators. The driver who had been following her stepped forward and adjusted Dr. Morris's white coat. Dr. Morris had seen this move before. He thought they were trying to slip him cash and quickly waved his hands in refusal. In broad daylight, with cameras everywhere, did they have no respect for the law? But the man just straightened his collar and said coolly, Dr. Morris, you have excellent medical skills, and your insight is just as sharp. The name's Grant. Wing Chun. Watching them walk away, Dr. Morris was baffled. Then, he felt a strange itch at his waist. He hurried to the restroom, found a stall, and pulled out the object. A Shop N Save gift card. They think they can buy me with a gift card? Dr. Morris didn't know how someone could slip a card into his waistband while adjusting his collar. But he was not a man without professional ethics. He took out his phone to take a picture of the illicit bribe as evidence, ready to march back and tell Leo the truth. A man must stand for justice, he thought, already composing a heroic tale of how he refused a bribe to save his patient. Bing. A notification. Bank of America transfer received. $10, 000. After confirming there were 4 zeros after the 1, not 3, Dr. Morris wiped the sweat from his brow. You know, sometimes a man doesn't need to make his life so difficult. Leo emerged from the restroom stall, hitched up his pants, and walked right past Dr. Morris back to his room. He'd actually followed them out to return the phone and car keys. When he saw Isabella talking to the doctor, he hung back, but he'd overheard snippets of their conversation. The gist of it seemed to be, Isabella didn't want him to get his memory back. Was it because something bad had happened between them? Leo didn't know. He really wanted to take out his phone and ask Skyler about it. But then he remembered his conversation with her. Skyler, who seemed more like a chaotic best friend than a girlfriend, hadn't been particularly pushy about helping him regain his memory, either. Her answers were always along the lines of, if you forgot, and don't overthink it. Leo wasn't a paranoid person, but having 2 women simultaneously claim to be his girlfriend was enough to make anyone suspicious. Where did you go, Leo? Leo looked up and saw an unfamiliar woman leaning against the doorframe. A jolt of alarm went through him. Not another one. Are you my girlfriend too? What are you talking about in public? I'm your psychology professor. Oh, I'm so sorry, professor. My brain's a little scrambled right now. I got confused. Leo flashed an awkward smile and scratched his head, playing the fool. I've been too busy with work to visit. Your mother told me you had amnesia. Yeah, that's right. I seem to have forgotten about you too. My name is Evelyn Shaw. If you need me to, I can tell you about our past. Dr. Shaw spoke slowly, with a gentle, patient tone. That's okay. Dr. Shaw walked ahead of him, holding a book. Leo assumed a psychology professor would give him something like 100 ways to solve your psychological problems or a collection of relaxing essays. Instead, she handed him a thick, epic fantasy novel. This was unexpected. Try not to think too much after your amnesia. A fun novel like this, something boys enjoy, is a good way to pass the time without taxing your brain. Dr. Shaw smiled warmly. Overthinking breeds illness. When you forget something, you can't help but dwell on it, so I came specifically to help you sort things out. I think I'm okay, really. Maybe forgetting is a good thing. Leo felt like he was starting to wear out that line. The way your eyes dart to the right betrays your true feelings. This amnesia is bothering you a great deal, isn't it? Dr. Shaw's voice was so gentle, it reminded Leo of the sound of sunlight on fresh snow. He took a moment to really look at her. Her appearance was visually calming. She wore a modern, minimalist black dress with an elegant, almost Asian-inspired collar. Her fair skin, like that of a woman from a water town in southern China, seemed to reflect the sunlight. At around 5'5", her proportions were flattering without being intimidating. She had a look that was 1 part classical scholar, 1 part tragic heroine from a black-and-white film, a kind of devastating, dark-haired beauty. Dr. Shaw calmly accepted his scrutiny, waiting patiently for his gaze to refocus before speaking again. Don't be so tense. Our bond was forged by sleeping in the same bed. What's there to be nervous about? Huh. Leo flinched as if he'd been zapped, the hair on his arms standing on end. And you say you're not my girlfriend? Dr. Shaw's gaze flickered over him, her micro-expressions telling a story of their own. She turned her head as if she understood everything, but said nothing. Instead, she started unpacking his luggage, pulling out his hospital-issued pajamas and water cup and tossing them in the trash. Before Leo could stop her, she explained, "Where I'm from, it's custom to throw away everything you use in the hospital. In internet terms, you're cutting ties with your sick self. It's a small ritual for good luck. I kind of like that water cup, I think. So, at least 2 people who visited have claimed to be your girlfriend, right?" Yes, but Leo was completely blindsided. Before he could even process it, he'd blurted out the truth. How did she jump topics so fast? Weren't they talking about throwing away his stuff? Seeing Leo's dumbfounded expression, Dr. Shaw broke into a smile. There, see? You were so tense you couldn't even tell the truth. I just needed to find a way to trick it out of you. I apologize. You can ask me any question, and I'll answer truthfully. It's fine. But how did you know 2 people said that? It had to be at least 2. Otherwise, why would you automatically assume that every woman who shows up is your girlfriend? Leo couldn't argue with that logic, but his focus was elsewhere. He needed to know what sleeping in the same bed meant. Was he not a virgin after all? You said I could ask a truthful question, right? I wanted to ask. Yes, we slept in the same bed. But that thing you're thinking about in your head, it didn't happen. What? What are you talking about? My head is completely empty. Dr. Shaw seemed to enjoy Leo's flustered state. She held his gaze and said slowly, "But you instinctively stare at the back of my knees. And knowing you, When I confirmed we slept in the same bed, there's a 90% chance your mind immediately pictured my legs hooked over your shoulders instead of propped on the side of a hospital bed. Stop talking. Leo felt like someone had installed a security camera in his brain, with a professional color commentator sitting on the other side. It was like he'd just imagined a slam dunk, and the announcer across from him immediately yelled. And he posters her. What a move. Your gaze just moved up to my torso. Let me guess, are you about to say, nice shot? I'm not that kind of person, Leo exclaimed, his eyes following her words upwards despite himself. It was not intentional. It was just an automatic reaction. Damn, nice shot. The awkward tension in the room vanished, replaced by a flustered young man and a woman with a knowing smile. All right, no more jokes. I really am here to give you some counseling. Leo nodded, his face still flushed. He couldn't imagine getting any serious counseling from a woman who casually talked about hooking legs over shoulders and nice shots. But in the next moment, his embarrassment faded, replaced by the feeling of being seen. This amnesia doesn't feel good, does it? It's like a man who worked hard his whole life suddenly can't open his safe. No matter how many tools he uses, he can't get to his money. Leo nodded silently. The doctor said not to dwell on it, but the feeling is unbearable. Leo was deeply troubled. He'd only forgotten one part of his life, but that one part had now shown up in duplicate. Dr. Shaw listened quietly, never interrupting, a hallmark of a good therapist. For a moment, Leo thought she was a much better doctor than a ridiculous Dr. Morris. She listened patiently, and only after he finished did she offer a tranquil smile. That's why it's in a safe. You keep loose change in your pocket, spending money on your debit card, and savings in the bank. Only your most precious jewels and treasures go in the safe. It hurts because it was precious. Precious? Yes, precious. Although the feelings Skyler and Isabella evoked were completely different, Leo sensed that his time with both of them must have been extraordinary. And isn't extraordinary just another word for precious? Selective amnesia is your body's defense mechanism kicking in. If it's protecting you, it means that memory reached a breaking point of pain. So maybe forgetting is a good thing. Sometimes a sky full of love becomes an ocean of hate. Deep love often leads to deep suspicion. A suspicion brings resentment. And while precious is a word we use for things that stand out from the ordinary, does precious always mean beautiful? Leo roughly understood. Dr. Morris had explained the theory of selective amnesia, too, but facing that bearded man, he hadn't really been able to absorb it. If only Dr. Shaw had been his teacher from start. Her voice was so much better to listen to. Honestly, hearing her words brought him a great deal of comfort. But then a new question arose. By your logic, does that mean there was an ocean of hate between us, too? That, Dr. Shaw was clearly caught off guard. Her serene expression flickered for a fraction of a second. She instinctively started to touch her nose, then forced her hand to stop. Everyone's understanding of sadness and hate is different. Professor, I don't seem like a terrible person, do I? The past isn't important. The point is, you need to relax and not get too hung up on it. There was again. That phrase was like a keyword that snapped Leo back to reality. He noticed her expression seemed a little unnatural. Are you sure there wasn't an ocean of hate between us? Our story is simple. A very stressed-out young man started coming to my counseling office regularly. We got to know each other, and one thing led to another. On a drunken night, we ended up in the same bed. But we were so drunk that when it came time to indulge, nothing happened. Dr. Shaw and Leo walked side by side through the hospital courtyard. The ginkgo trees filtered the drowsy afternoon sun, but the swaying shadows somehow made the air feel even sleepier. Hearing her explanation, Leo felt he had nothing more to say. Dr. Shaw was so direct and open. She didn't seem to be lying. Elegant, composed, a master of life, and a total smoke show. That was Leo's main impression of her. Amidst the quiet clicking of chess pieces from two elderly patients nearby, Leo felt his own tightly wound nerves begin to relax. Dr. Shaw just exuded a sense of security. She knew him well enough, and she was honest enough. My car's over there. You can put your luggage in the trunk. Leo had just used Dr. Shaw's phone to call his mom, who couldn't get off work, meaning he had to get home on his own. It was no big deal. He wasn't missing any limbs. It was his mom's apologetic tone that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Dr. Shaw, having driven to the hospital, had volunteered to take him home. Her car was a BMW 3 Series, which fit her image perfectly. As soon as he got in, before he could even give her his address, he heard the navigation system announce the destination. We're old friends. Of course I remember where you live. Leo didn't question it. He leaned back against the passenger seat, his mind wandering, then sat up again, restless. Was I a huge player before? Honestly, it's hard to say. You remember your job, right? Leo thought about it. The nature of his job did make that question complicated. You've told me about your emotional troubles. For instance, you often had strange fantasies about men and women. I asked if you had niche interests like masochism or a strong desire for control. So, what were my fantasies? You fantasized that someone loved you. Oh God, did I really say something that cringy? Dr. Shaw, steering with one hand, rolled her eyes. There's even cringier stuff. I asked you why it was a fantasy, and you said you always felt like people loved you the wrong way. Stop. I can't listen anymore. Leo covered his ears, chanting a silent mantra of denial, but Dr. Shaw's next words hit him like a ton of bricks. Leo, do you know when you said that? Probably when I was drunk, or having a late-night emo session on Spotify. No, it was on September 10th, the day before your accident. And what happened that day? That day, you confessed your feelings to a girl, and you were successful. Leo's eyes widened. His mind was just a string of obscenities. I confessed to someone the day before my accident, and as soon as I succeeded, I get amnesia. Does the universe have it out for me? Who did I confess to? This is important. Leo turned to look at Dr. Shaw. He felt like he was getting close to the answer. Dr. Shaw just flicked her hair back, started the car, and answered calmly. Do you have a general idea? It has to be one of those two, Leo said instinctively. Why couldn't it be me? After all, you said it while we were drunk in the same bed. Huh. Leo stared at Dr. Shaw. He stared hard, but she wasn't looking at him. He couldn't read the expression on her profile, with its delicate mole, only the faint reflection of the parking garage's payment QR code in her eyes. It wasn't until they stopped at a red light that Dr. Shaw turned to him with a smile. Just kidding. How could it possibly be me? The rest of the drive was filled with meaningless chatter. By the time they reached his apartment building, Leo still didn't know who he had confessed to. He got out, grabbed his luggage, and waved at Dr. Shaw. Drive safe on your way back. I will. Dr. Shaw didn't start the car right away. She watched Leo's slow figure disappear into the building, her amber eyes filled with an unreadable emotion. She whispered to his retreating back, Leo, you really were successful that night. You have a lot of credit stored up in my office. Remember to call me if you have any problems. You have to go find your girlfriend, Leo. You love her very much. After saying it all, she took a deep breath, slowly rolled up the window, and switched off the jazz music they'd been listening to. She put on Love Me Like You Do, the theme from 50 Shades of Grey. In the small, enclosed space, she closed her eyes and began to recall that day, her hand slowly moving toward her arm. The slightest touch on her tender skin sent a jolt of pain through her. There was a large bruise there. After about 15 minutes, Dr. Shaw's eyes grew moist. Tap, tap, tap. A knock on the car window. Dr. Shaw's eyes snapped open. She thought she was blocking the entrance to the complex and quickly composed herself before rolling down the window. But standing outside was Leo. The familiar face made a flicker of panic cross her eyes, a rare sight on Dr. Shaw. Are you sure you're not my girlfriend? What are you talking about? But if you were to make a grand, romantic gesture right here and now, I might consider it. I don't do romance, Leo said. His eyes narrowed as he peered into the car. He'd heard this song before. It sounded nice, but he knew the movie it was from wasn't exactly family-friendly. It was probably the gateway drug for a lot of people with niche interests. Professor, you don't have some kind of special hobby I don't know about, do you? I do. Why don't you come to my office tonight and find out? Dr. Shaw had to come back for everything. Leo was at a complete loss. He decided to get straight to the point. My phone's dead. Can I borrow yours to call my mom? I don't have my keys. As he spoke, Leo casually grabbed the phone Dr. Shaw had left on the dashboard. He continued as if making small talk. You know everything about me, don't you? Most of it. A patient has no reason to hide the truth from their therapist. So, you know who I confessed? Well, it wasn't me. As she said this, Dr. Shaw even gave a little sniff, her facial expression perfectly matching her words, as if she were mourning the lost honor of being confessed to. Does that mean you can help me recover all my lost memories? In psychology, there are no absolutes. But for the most part, yes. We talked frequently. So frequently, you almost won me over. You want to be my girlfriend too? Every woman who showed up in your hospital room today wants to be. That last line nearly fried Leo's brain. Dr. Shaw was a classic Riddler. These effortlessly cool, intelligent women were the hardest to deal with. Normally, Leo wouldn't even want to talk to her. But her genius was that she knew when to be cryptic and when to be direct. Don't flatter yourself into thinking you're some kind of irresistible prize. Not everyone is dying for a piece of you. At least, I have no intention of joining your girlfriend waiting list. Dr. Shaw slowly rolled up the window, leaving him with one last sentence. Remember to call me if you need anything. My memory isn't good enough to recall your entire life story, but based on your experiences, I can help you figure out who's lying. Leo watched the BMW drive away, then pulled the keys out of his pocket. He hadn't forgotten them. He just had a feeling something was off and went back to check. He shook his head, clearing away the unrealistic fantasies. He tried to pry some information out of Dr. Shaw. He pried, but the lock hadn't fully broken. So, the question remained, who was his girlfriend? For a normal amnesiac, this would be simple. Just call out, "Hey, babe," and see who responds. But Leo's problem was that two different people had already laid claim to the title. Skyler and Isabella. He had to figure this out. Otherwise, he was a total scumbag. Imagine it from their perspective. You confess your feelings to someone, you're on cloud nine, and then a car accident wipes it all away. After the crash, your girlfriend sticks by you, telling you it's okay, and she'll help you remember. And you can't even figure out who she is. As for why two girls would simultaneously pop up, Leo had no idea. He figured he probably wasn't a saint in his past love life. The amnesiac him felt a strange disconnect from his past self, allowing him to judge that person objectively. You're not a full-on player, but you're not a total innocent either. You're just a damn mess. But now he had a clue. He had confessed his love. You don't confess to two people at the same time, right? If he had, then this wasn't a case to be solved. He was just a two-timing bastard who deserved to be torn to shreds. The path forward was clear. Direct confrontation. Yes or no? He went to a nearby ATM, withdrew some cash, and bought a new phone. After inserting his SIM card and logging into his accounts, he sent two separate messages. To Skyler, "Hey, after we talked today, I started remembering a lot of things. Let me buy you dinner tomorrow at 5 p.m. We can talk." To Isabella, "I'll be by around 9 p.m. tomorrow to drop off the keys and phone. A lot came back to me. Figure we should talk." Even though this game of real-life werewolf had very few players, one of them had to be lying. One wolf, one villager. To prevent them from weaving a web of lies around his amnesia, Leo gave himself a buff. They didn't know if he'd actually remembered anything. So, the liar would spend the time between now and then concocting a supposedly flawless story. And lies require more lies to support them. Eventually, a crack would show. To ensure the lies weren't too perfect, Leo also bought himself an insurance policy. "You free tomorrow night?" This message was for Dr. Evelyn Shaw. He still trusted the well-read, classical beauty. She was right. He wasn't some irresistible chick magnet. And while he felt she was definitely holding something back, she could at least help him spot the lies. The game of werewolf was now complete. Dr. Shaw was his prophet. All three replied. Skyler, "Okay. Meet me at the most obvious spot in front of my dorm. If you're on time at 5, there's a big surprise for you." Isabella, "Fine. I'll pick you up when I'm done with work." Evelyn, "This counts as a counseling session. I'll be billing you for my time, you know." Leo shook his head, ready to head home. "Leo, you have to go see. Your dad is at your mom's work again, making a scene." Leo's family was broken. His parents had divorced when he was 7 or 8, a memory so distant that even without amnesia, he could only recall fragments. But broken wasn't the same as unloved. He felt that despite the hardships, his life was peaceful. Except when the man who was technically his father showed up. "Rick, are you trying to get me fired from this job, too?" Leo's mom, Diane Miller, stood at the entrance of a shop, in save, shouting with tears in her eyes. It was a shout, but her voice wasn't loud. Diane used to be a kindergarten teacher, so her default volume was always soft and gentle. "I'm just here to convince you to move out. Stop living in the house. If I don't live in the house, where do I live? The one thing you left us, and you want to gamble it away too. I'll buy the house from you, how about that? I'll pay you in installments later." Rick Miller was a tall, thin man. Time had carved deep lines into his face, but beneath the wrinkles and the permanent tan lines from years of wearing flip-flops, you could still see that he'd been a handsome man in his youth. Leo had inherited his good looks from him. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, and they were starting to piece together the story. The shop North Save was close to their neighborhood, Riverbend Estates, and many of the onlookers were old neighbors. That Rick Miller is a real piece of work, still sucking his wife and kid dry after all these years of gambling. Poor Diane. This is nothing. When Rick used to run out of money, he'd go home and cause a scene. It's not like Diane had any money to give him. People like that still exist. Rick had long since become immune to the pointing and muttering. But Diane hadn't. She had her pride, and this was her workplace. A family squabble like this wasn't just embarrassing. It affected the store's business. "I'm begging you, Rick. Please just stop. You agree to my terms, and I'll leave." How could Diane agree? She and her son lived in that house. Where would they go? and his promise to buy it? The biggest lesson Diane had learned in her life was that you can't even trust a gambler's fart. She was at her wit's end. Many in the crowd offered words of support, but they were powerless against a shameless scoundrel like him. Yelling at him was like trying to tickle him. Everyone was furious. If only someone would come and beat him up. One man, unable to stand it, started to step forward, but someone who knew the situation pulled him back. Don't you dare touch him. He's a professional lowlife. You lay a finger on him, and he'll sue you for everything you've got. He'll show up at your house every day, throwing a fit. The words had barely left his mouth when a shoe flew out of the crowd, heading straight for Rick's head. Which one of you bastards threw that? Don't you hide. Rick spun around, his face instantly turning vicious as he scanned the crowd. But the thrower had no intention of hiding. The long-range shoe attack was just an appetizer. Leo burst out of the crowd and planted a solid kick right in his gambling addict father's gut. A kick from a young man like him was no joke. How's that for a loving kick, old man? You hit me? Let me tell you, I have 6 chronic illnesses, nerve damage, high blood pressure. Sue me then. Let the Miller family line end with me. At first, Rick hadn't realized it was his son who kicked him. Hearing his voice, he looked up, a flicker of joy in his eyes. Son, is that you? What a welcome home gift for your old dad. Want a few more? Leo said, but he didn't move. He had no qualms about hitting his deadbeat father, but he stopped when he saw his mother's tear-filled eyes. If this continued, Leo would get his satisfaction, Rick would get his injuries, and the onlookers would get their soap opera. The only true victim would be his mom. All she would get was more pain. Leo gave his mom a reassuring wave, then grabbed Rick by the collar and dragged him away. He was going to solve this problem today. Son, not so tight. This is one of the few decent shirts I own. Don't play poor with me. The father and son walked, one in front of the other, to a small alley. It was a locked fire escape, usually a place where neighborhood kids played in the sand. Watching his father slump to the ground without a care in the world, rubbing his hands together, Leo narrowed his eyes. Spit it out. What is it this time? You need money. Son, you want to smoke? Leo pushed the offered pack away, his eyes telling Rick to get on with it. Rick sat there, smoothed out the wrinkles on his old white shirt, and took a long drag from his cigarette, as if the pain from the kick had completely vanished. Dad might not be a good person, but I'm not the monster you think I am. Let me ask you, in all these years, how many times have I come home asking for money? Rick's expression was world-weary. The smoke curled up in the air, and through the haze, you could see his face leaning against the fire lane sign, heavy with the weight of years. Just looking at him and hearing his words, even Leo was almost fooled. He sounded like he'd never asked for a dime in his life, like some misunderstood, free-spirited sage. The last time you borrowed money was July 17th. You borrowed $50, said you had no money for food. The time before that was early May. You borrowed $100, said you were stuck at a massage parlor and couldn't get out, that they were going to break your... No, that's not what I mean. I mean, when have I ever asked for money to gamble? You're a grown man. If you weren't gambling, you'd have money for food. If Mom wasn't afraid of us fighting and making a scene, she would have let you starve on the street instead of secretly giving you money to make you leave. The father and son stared each other down, sparks flying between their similar-looking eyes. As usual, the standoff ended with Rick's defeat. Fine, let's not talk about that. But I'm really not here for money. You and your mom can't live here anymore. Your empty words are useless. I'd love for Mom to live in a mansion, maybe with a few maids to wait on her hand and foot. A pool would be nice, too. Leo was in full-on sarcastic mode. Leo, Dad's not kidding this time. Someone's watching you. Want my some big shot? If they have enough money to pay someone to watch me, I'll turn myself in. They can give the money they'd saved directly to my mom. Leo didn't believe it. Even if he was being watched, so what? Were they watching his poverty and sadness? Was some unknown organization after the piggy bank he'd been saving since middle school? Or was some demon from a fantasy novel trying to possess his handsome body? Or maybe the ashtray he'd won in a pharmacy raffle was actually an emperor's chamber pot. Give me a break. Besides a handsome face and a well-endowed body, Leo had nothing. There are some things Dad hasn't figured out yet. Just try to convince your mom to move. And be careful from now on. So you're going to be a Riddler. Rick clearly didn't get the internet slang that being a Riddler was a cardinal sin. But it seemed like there was a lot he didn't know, either. Leo, however, latched onto a key point. So my car accident wasn't an accident? For what I understand, no, it wasn't. Is it because you owe someone money and they're coming after your son? If that's the case, you're a real piece of work, Rick. No. For years, my reputation has been that of a money-grubbing scumbag. Would you threaten a scumbag son to get a scumbag to pay his debts? The conversation was going nowhere, but Leo sensed another crucial detail. Rick seemed to be keeping very close tabs on him. A father watching over his son wasn't strange, but how was Rick getting his information? They barely saw each other once every few months. Where was he getting his intel? Rick, when you were digging up info on me, did you happen to find out who my girlfriend is? Rick, are you going to tell me or not? Son, I was going to, but you kicked me. So, Dad has decided to teach you a lesson. Rick took off running. Leo chased after him. The two of them sprinted out of the alley, past a group of kids digging in the sand. So the girlfriend thing is real? Leo shouted after him. You bet it is, son. Rick yelled back, jumping into a beat-to-hell Jetta. He honked the horn at his son and sped off, not forgetting to shout one last thing before disappearing into traffic. Tell your little girlfriend some good stories about me. When you get married, I'll sell everything I own to make sure her family is satisfied. I believe that about as much as I believe you'll quit gambling. The soon-to-be rush hour streets were like a playground to Rick. Within 2 minutes, he had vanished around a corner. Outside the shop, and safe. Basically, Dad's saying we should move out, Leo said, taking his mom's backpack. Usually, it contained a thermos and a large roll of toilet paper from home. But today, it was different. Unprepared, Leo nearly got pulled to the ground by its weight. Why was it so heavy? His mom was still thinking about moving. Did he say why? No, but I'm guessing he just wants some money. Leo didn't tell her the truth. Not only were his dad's words a mess of riddles, but even if some mysterious person was after him, he had to keep it to himself. Families were all different. Some were a fortress, a source of strength when you were out in the world. Others were so fragile that a single gust of wind could knock them over. Diane didn't dwell on it, perhaps long accustomed to her ex-husband's behavior. She stopped in the middle of the crowded sidewalk and took the bag back from her son, looking him up and down. I'm sorry, son. I was supposed to pick you up from the hospital, but I really couldn't get my shift changed. Your Aunt Linda had to take her kid to get some paperwork done. I'm a grown man, and I'm perfectly fine. I should have been able to leave on my own. I'll make you a nice dinner tonight to make up for it. I asked the butcher to save the best rack of ribs this morning, and I'll cook you a fish. I also got some blueberries. That stuff is expensive. Why did you buy it? You used to love them. The doctor said we should try to jog your memory with familiar things. I'll buy you something you loved as a kid every day from now on. Mother and son walked side by side on the sidewalk, surrounded by dog walkers, laughing couples, and the buzz of streetlights. Their conversation wasn't filled with dramatic declarations of love or tear-jerking sacrifices. It was just the simple, everyday talk of a mother and her son. True love isn't a day-to-day. Leo took the heavy bag back. Sometimes, things that were purely physical took on a deeper meaning. The bag felt like it was filled with rocks, but suddenly, it didn't feel so heavy to Leo. The two of them ambled home, their shadows stretching long under the streetlights. Mom, don't worry too much. It's good that we have a home. I'm just worried your father got into trouble, and it's going to affect you. Even if that's true, we can't run from it forever. As Leo walked behind his mom, he instinctively glanced back. On the increasingly congested road, a silver Ferrari was weaving through traffic, driving even more recklessly than his father. It zipped past a Route 272 bus and pulled up alongside him, honking its horn. Leo grinned. He didn't recognize the car or the driver, but he gave it the middle finger anyway. Inside the Ferrari, the man in the passenger seat yelled at the driver. The boss said to watch him secretly. Why did you honk? Don't be so jumpy. A little honk won't give us away. Can you at least slow down? You're not driving in your living room. You'd be surprised. I've done 120 down this road. It's not that different from my living room. The next afternoon, Leo leisurely pedaled a shared bike, a post-dinner ice cream cone in hand. It was already 5:10 p.m. Even if he rushed, he was still a few minutes late. And since he was already late, what was another 5 minutes? Leo scanned the scenery on both sides of the road. As he entered the campus, a strange feeling washed over him, a mix of tranquility and noise. At this time of evening, the campus was alive with the sound of guitars, the clatter of skateboards from club practice, and the whispered secrets of couples by the man-made lake. Wait, were those two making out? Leo stood there like a nosy old lady, grinning as he watched the scene. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the fresh air. It was nice, noisy and quiet at the same time. 10 days in the hospital and a bout of amnesia had changed Leo's perspective. As the saying goes, the closer you get to death, the more you understand the meaning of life. Right now, that felt profoundly true. Everything seemed new and fresh to him. The kissing couple seemed to notice they were being watched. The boy strode over, his face a mask of anger. But when he got to Leo, his expression suddenly changed. Leo, you're back. Of course I'm back. I'm all better. What was wrong with you, man? I sent you so many texts, and you never replied. Just a car accident, some minor injuries. The guy's name was Luke, Leo's roommate. But Leo's off-campus job kept him busy, so while they were friendly, they weren't exactly best buds. Leo didn't mention the amnesia. His focus had always been outside of school, and he was rarely on campus except for classes. Then what are you doing here instead of resting at home? Oh, I know. Luke's expression, initially puzzled, suddenly cleared with realization. You came back for the confession, didn't you? Who's confessing to me? Do I have another girlfriend? Leo's eyes widened. He couldn't help it. He was on high alert whenever he heard words like that now. Who's confessing to you? It's Skyler, of course. Everyone knows you and Skyler are close. Skyler, this is the first time I've ever worked up the courage to confess to you. I believe this will touch your heart. Mark Fields, his hair slicked back with gel, stood in the center of a heart-shaped arrangement of candles, the flames dancing in his eyes, baking his sincerity to a perfect golden brown. Of course, he hadn't just brought a box of heart-shaped candles you could buy for $20. Behind him was a car, a BMW Z4. Not a top-tier luxury car, but more than enough to impress a bunch of college kids. He opened the passenger door and pulled out a huge bouquet of roses, but that was just for show. Hidden beneath the roses was a small box. Yes, a cliché diamond ring. Unoriginal, but expensive. Mark took a deep breath and walked toward the stunned Skyler. He'd had many girlfriends, but he'd never felt like this before. His brain seemed to have short-circuited. Skyler, I know you're not like those other girls. You don't care about material things. I just want to give you everything I have. Mark looked up at Skyler's face, and in that moment, he felt that every embarrassing word he'd said was worth it. She was stunning. Skyler's features were striking. She was wearing light makeup for her outing, and her platinum blonde hair fell across her face. She had on a tailored blazer over a short black skirt, with over-the-knee socks and black and gold loafers. At 5'6", her proportions were explosive. Her fair skin was a stark contrast to her all-black outfit, and standing under the dorm's entryway light, the effect was dazzling. The white and gold of her hair and shoes shimmered, and when she tilted her head, a lock of platinum hair fell across her cheek as she glanced into the distance. She looked ethereal. If only she hadn't opened her mouth. Who told you I'm not materialistic? Mark stared at Skyler under the lights, completely mesmerized. But her question threw him for a loop. What girl asked that? Isn't the rumor going around school that you like to hang out with that guy from the business school? Leo something? Someone even took a picture of him buying you a kid's meal at McDonald's. A kid's meal isn't free, is it? Mark stood there, speechless. Skyler pursed her lips, deciding not to waste her breath. This was boring. Stop chasing me. I don't like you. And remember to clean this up. The cleaning staff works hard enough as it is. Can't you just give me a chance? I'm a very materialistic woman. We're not a good match. The blunt rejection didn't surprise Mark, but seeing the expressions of the people around him, he felt he couldn't just end it like this. He had to get something out of this. Can I at least get your number? Even if we can't date right now, we can be friends and get to know each other. Do I have to spell it out for you, buddy? Skyler knew she wouldn't get rid of him that easily. She took a deep breath. You're messing up my date plans. I went to all the trouble of putting on makeup today just so I could take some nice pictures with my boyfriend. So before my very jealous boyfriend gets here, could you please disappear? The word boyfriend hit Mark like a punch to the gut. Boyfriend? Since when did she have a boyfriend? Normally, at this point, the rejected suitor would plaster on a clown face and slink away. But Mark was different. Thank you. But can I ask who your boyfriend is? His tone was sincere, but Skyler's expression was one of pure, predictable annoyance. She shouldn't have said anything. She knew that once she did, it would just lead to more questions. It's Leo. You already know that. Leo? You're saying your boyfriend is Leo? Just go. If you don't, I'm going to have the RA put your face on the bulletin board. Skyler cut him off before he could finish, already anticipating his next question. Just one last question, and then I'll leave. What can Leo give you? Mark's eyes were red. No one knew how much courage it had taken for him to do this. He'd seen countless others fail before him, becoming the butt of jokes for weeks. He buys me the kids' meal at McDonald's. Not just Mark, but everyone in the crowd was confused. Was there something magical about the kids' meal? I don't understand. You're not just a creep, you're also dumb. I already told you I'm a materialistic woman. Figure out the rest during your emo Spotify session tonight. Skyler said this with a triumphant glint in her eye, because in the distance, someone was slowly approaching. The speed of the shared bike was excruciatingly slow, but that was okay. Skyler was fast. Skyler had always believed in the principle of you're slow, so I'll be fast. The distance between two people is finite. If one person is slow, the other just has to be a little faster. Eventually, they'll meet in the middle. Skyler was about to break into a run, but the heart of candles blocked her path. The crowd had her surrounded. The only way out was through the damn candles. Mark Fields. I'm going to have the RA write you up for this, she said through gritted teeth. Just then, the share bike pulled up in front of her. Leo had already heard what was happening from his roommate. Honestly, he was just here for the show, but seeing all eyes on him, he realized his arrival meant the show was about to end. Might as well get on with it. He didn't even glance at Mark. Hop on, beautiful. Do you have any idea how late you are? Skylar's expression was a mix of emotions, her hands on her hips like a swan preparing for battle. I know I'm late. Just tell me how I can make it up to you, Leo replied calmly. But the onlookers, including Mark, were not calm. The share bike parked in front of the BMW Z4 was a major downgrade in status, but no one was underestimating Leo. This rumored boyfriend of Skylar's was an unknown quantity, not particularly famous on campus. Who knew if he was a secret trust fund baby? The rich kids these days all played the low-key card. After all, Skyler herself had admitted she was a materialistic woman. A murmur went through the crowd. I get it. This is how they talk. Make it up to you means he's about to drop some cash. Makeup, bags, a direct deposit, maybe even a car. Dude, I think you're right. It was a girls' dorm, a high-traffic area. The whispers were impossible to contain. Amidst it all, the little couple continued their compensation game, as if they were in their own world. Skyler pressed 2 fingers to her forehead, brainstorming. After a moment, her eyes snapped open. Hee, you thought I was actually thinking, didn't you? I'm kidding. I already know what I want. Then say it. You're 20 minutes late, which equals 2 hours. You have to spend an extra 2 hours with me, and tonight you're treating me to. Denied. I'm busy tonight. I'll treat you to an ice cream for now, and you can tell me on the way. Leo pulled an ice cream bar out of an insulated bag, unwrapped it, and stuck it in Skylar's mouth, cutting off any further discussion about the extra 2 hours. Leo, you're up to no good. You're giving me ice cream to test if I can eat cold things, so you can eat me up tonight. If you don't want it, give it back. No way. But if it's to celebrate, I guess I can accept. Celebrate what? You know, like in the old dramas. When a rich merchant's son is sick, they find him a new bride to bring good luck. Is your brain filled with nothing but dirty thoughts? Leo looked at Skylar's dead serious expression and was at a loss for words. Some people's weirdness was a natural talent. Normal people could never hope to achieve it. You haven't even complimented my hair color. I stuck out last night to get it dyed. Leo had noticed. The platinum blonde hair might not seem special on anyone else, just a lot of bleach. But for Leo, it was special, because blonde hair, not yellow but gold, was one of his things. So, he had told Skylar about this before. How shameless. I told you this before. Skylar had been waiting for him to ask. She quickly shook her head, then straightened her back and puffed out her chest. The only times a woman struck that pose were when she was being measured for height or showing off certain assets. Leo's eyes flickered down, and he instantly noticed something was different about Skylar today. The size was different. No wonder she was wearing a blazer. Skylar, you little fraud, you're wearing pads, aren't you? I'm not. You can touch them if you don't believe me. Skylar protested loudly. Why was he accusing her of wearing pads? Her talent was all natural. Did she need pads? There are people everywhere. What are you talking about? Leo quickly covered her mouth, glancing around at the still gawking crowd. Go deal with your suitor, and then we can go eat. Leo looked over and met Mark's gaze. There were no sparks. Leo didn't care. Whether Skylar was really his girlfriend or not, he wasn't insecure enough to get into a pissing match with a guy who was confessing his feelings. But I've already said everything I can, and he still won't leave, Skylar whined. She followed Leo as he got off the bike and started to slowly pedal away, his back to the audience. Leo, do you know how I rejected him? You told him I was your boyfriend. Well, duh. But I had other reasons, too. Skylar sniffed dramatically, her face full of pride. I told him I was a materialistic woman, and a materialistic woman doesn't get into a BMW because Leo is the most expensive thing in the world. Shut up. Where did you learn these cheesy lines? Skylar pouted and fell silent for a moment, but she was constitutionally incapable of being quiet for long. When she saw a couple strolling by, she made a little noise to get them to notice her walking with her boyfriend. When she saw a stray cat jump over a wall, she made a PSPSPS sound and told Leo she wanted to get a cat too. Leo just let her chatter on. Back at the girls' dorm, there was a stunned silence. Mark didn't know what expression to make. At this point, he almost wished Skylar was a materialistic woman. But Mark wasn't a bad guy. He was just dejected. He had already prepared for the high probability of rejection. He shook his head and took out the broom he had brought to clean up the mess. Mark might have been speechless, but that didn't mean everyone else was. So, Skylar and Leo are dating. But didn't Skylar's family come and warn Leo off before? They made such a big scene, and she can just let it go. That kind of thing still happens in college. Who knows? I heard they called Leo cheap trash. I couldn't have stood for that. The rumor was of uncertain origin, but only a few people seemed to know about it. But with so many bored college students gathered around, it spread like wildfire. One person told another, and soon the story had mutated. Skyler's family warned Leo to stay away from her. Skyler got pregnant with Leo's kid, but they didn't have money for an abortion, so her family found out and warned him off. Did you hear? Leo's family is poor. He's a male model who sells himself. Time between a young boy and girl always seems to move slowly, like a cloud drifting across the sky. The campus had its own strange temporal field, where the wind and time itself seemed to slow down. Under the setting sun, Skyler leaned in close to Leo's face. Leo, don't be sad. Want me to perform my biting a lighter trick to cheer you up? Don't try to change the subject. I'm asking you what we did the night before the accident. I don't remember. Why don't you give me a hint? It was only 10 days ago, and you don't remember? Oh no, I think there's a big worm in my brain that ate my memory, and after it ate it, it pooped all over the place. Skyler clutched her head, feigning pain, but kept one eye open to peek at Leo. After an awkward moment of eye contact, she giggled without a trace of embarrassment and expertly linked her arm with his. Just tell me what you remember. I can fill in the gaps for you. Just tell me, did we see each other that day? Of course we did. We see each other every day. Perhaps feeling that a simple statement wasn't convincing enough, Skyler gave him an example. Look at our chat history. One night, you said you missed me, so I snuck out of my dorm to see you. Skyler said this as she pulled out her phone and shoved it in Leo's face. But the chat history clearly read, 11:05 p.m. Skyler. Do you miss me? 11:10 p.m. Skyler? What are you doing, not replying to my texts? Are you secretly on some website? 11:15 p.m. Skyler. Say you miss me right now. Leo, just got out of the shower. I miss you. Skyler, I knew you missed me. I'm already out of the dorm. Send me your location. Quick, Skyler. The Nexus Land Center, Hope Street location. Leo was speechless. He wanted Skyler to scroll down to the chat history from the day of the confession. If he could just see the messages from that day, the truth would be obvious. But Skyler instinctively locked her phone and put it back in her pocket. Then she looked up at him. I want to see the chat history from the day before the accident. I'll show you later. Their current position was quite intimate. The phone screen was small, and the text was even smaller. To read it, they had to put their heads together. The height difference between them, 5'6" and 6'1", was significant, which meant that when Skyler looked up, she was looking right into Leo's eyes. A strand of her platinum hair brushed against his neck. Let's go eat, Leo. I want a kid's meal. You're hiding something from me? Aren't you? You already figured out my pad fraud. What else could I be hiding? Then, show me. Let's not look right now. Be good. Leo looked directly into her golden-flecked eyes. Skyler was beautiful, and her personality was charming. At least, Leo enjoyed being with her. It was like they could create their own private bubble, shutting everyone else out. If she had been the only one to show up after his accident, he would have accepted her as his girlfriend 100%. But she was hiding something. Seeing that she couldn't fool him, Skyler's face flushed, and she tugged on the corner of his shirt. Don't be mad. It's just that you confessed to me that day, and I was a little shy. What the hell? What's there to be shy about a confession? Leo kept pressing, but deep down, he was already 80% convinced. If she weren't his girlfriend, she wouldn't just casually say something like that, right? If you don't believe me, then see for yourself. Skyler handed her phone to Leo, unlocked it in front of him, and scrolled to the chat history from that day. September 9th. Leo, you free? Let's talk. Skyler. Please, Leo, don't. Leo, I'm downstairs from your dorm. Skyler. Leo, I'm scared. Let's just calm down and decide later, please. Leo, I am calm. Then, there were several missed calls from Skyler. Leo hadn't answered any of them. The chat history ended there. Leo was completely confused. This didn't look like a confession. It looked like a breakup. Who was she kidding? Did a worm eat your brain too? If I was downstairs, it was obviously to ask you to come down, so I could confess in person. Skyler said, her voice full of girlish shyness. According to her, Leo had wanted to confess to her, so he asked her to meet him in person. But she was a little shy. The logic was a bit flimsy. Leo didn't believe it, of course. Only a fool would. But he didn't push it. He'd wait and see. Leo handed her phone back, took a deep breath, and took her hand. Seeing his expression, the joy in Skyler's eyes was about to overflow. You believe me now, right? Let's go get that kid's meal. I also want to see a movie and ride the kiddie cars today. Let's get a nice dinner tonight. But the other stuff will have to wait until tomorrow, okay? Leo's tone was steady. What could be more important than spending time with me? It's important business. I owe someone for my hospital stay. I promised to pay them back. Fine. In the end, they didn't eat anything fancy. Skyler had the appetite of a bird. She just wandered through the night market, buying a little bit of everything, takoyaki, mini dumplings. The total bill was barely 20 bucks. Leo ended up eating most of it. No wasting food. You have to eat it all. Skyler commanded like a little foreman. You only eat this much. Leo's mouth was full of sauce. He was getting stuffed. Leo, you dummy. I always eat the kid's portion of everything. During this time, Leo kept studying his girlfriend. He realized she was always smiling. Her eyes were smiling. Her mouth was smiling. She just radiated happiness. When she smiled, he smiled with her. She didn't know why she was smiling, and he knew even less. The takoyaki vendor, seeing the giggling girl, couldn't help but ask, "Did you find some money on the street today, young lady?" "Sir, the only thing better than finding money on the street is finding the money you lost." "Well, here's an extra takoyaki for you. Don't be so careless with your money next time." "Thank you, sir. You're a great person." Skyler had a kind of magic. When you were with her, you automatically tuned out the world and all its troubles. It was like creating a small, private space in the middle of everything. The night market near the university was filled with the smell of food and the energy of college students. Compared to his time in the hospital, tonight was genuinely happy. That's why Leo wanted to know what had happened in the past. He wanted to know the story of him and the girl in front of him, how they met, how they got to know each other, and how they ended up standing side by side. "Skyler, did something unpleasant happen between us before? Is that why you don't want to talk about it? What are you thinking? If you beg me, I'll tell you." "I'm not begging." "Then don't blame me if I skimp on the details of the story." Skyler wiped the ketchup from her mouth and began to speak. Leo tilted his head, listening as he ate. The story the girl told was full of her unique brand of absurdity. She said they met at a LAN party. It was her first time staying up all night gaming. She played every game she could find, and even when she was exhausted, she wanted to keep going. Her strict upbringing meant that this one night of freedom was hard-won. But she was too scared to sleep in a strange place, so she found the night manager, Leo, and offered to pay him $100 to find her a safe place to sleep nearby. Safe and close enough. Leo said $10 was fine. Then he took her to the police station next door. He said it was close, so she could go back to gaming as soon as she woke up. And what could be safer than a police station? That night, Skyler thought it was all so exciting. Sleeping at a police station. Leo had told the cops she was a broke girl who was worried about her safety and asked if she could crash on a bench for the night. The cops agreed. It wasn't Leo's fault for lying. Skyler had played the part perfectly. From then on, Skyler would find excuses to hang out with Leo, but he always insisted on being paid. But she had no money, so she had to haggle every time from $50 down to $5. And with that handful of cash, Leo would show her a good time. They'd use coupons for $5 foot massages, ride shared bikes to a ditch in the suburbs to catch crawfish. Until the day before the accident, when Leo suddenly wanted to confess his feelings to her. She was a little shy, so she hesitated to go downstairs, but in the end, she went down and said yes. Skyler was animated as she told the story, giggling whenever she got to a happy part. Leo found himself smiling too. It was a good story, and from her expression, it was clear that it was all true. But not entirely true. "You always said you were from a poor family?" "Duh. My family is super poor. If I were rich, would I be haggling with you?" I just waved my hand in. "Have you ever had to split a dollar menu cheeseburger with 2 other people?" "What? What restaurant is that? You never took me there." Leo didn't explain. A normal family couldn't raise a girl with that much confidence and generosity. And have you ever seen a poor person haggle just so they could pay someone to hang out with them? Skyler was just living out her fantasy of being a poor girl. Fake poor. Getting a $5 foot massage with a coupon is so thrilling. I'm such a savvy saver. Real poor. If I get a $5 foot massage with a coupon, will the masseuse look down on me? As for what happened on the day of the confession, Leo was also skeptical. It didn't sound like something he would do. "If nothing unpleasant happened, why did you wait until the day I was discharged to visit me?" When he asked this, Leo stared intently at Skyler's face. He didn't blame her for not visiting. He just wanted to know why. This was a question she couldn't dodge. "I was scared. The truth. I was scared you wouldn't want to see me." Skyler's big eyes blinked, and it looked like she was about to cry. "Because something happened on the day of the confession, right? Because my family doesn't really support me dating. But I'll work on them. Do they not support you dating? Or do they not support you dating me?" The answer didn't surprise Leo. He'd been out in the real world long enough to understand the concept of being in the same league. He just never thought such a cliché would happen to him. "Leo, you have to believe me." Hearing his words, Skyler flinched and instinctively grabbed his hand. Leo didn't press further. Instead, he patted her on the head. It's okay. Don't stress about it. I'll still take you out to have fun. Then he pulled his hand away. Skyler noticed the gesture. She wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed. Between us, we've always been good friends, haven't we? Landed. Eliminated. Leo speared a takoyaki with his fork and popped it in her mouth, as if he were taking care of his daughter. Leo watched Skyler's bouncing figure disappear into the dorm building, a faint smile on his lips. It was fun being with her. But what had happened in the past? Did her mom throw $5 million at him and tell him to get away from her daughter? Honestly, if that had happened, Leo thought it would have been great. He could have taken the $5 million and had a secret affair with her daughter. That would have been pretty sweet. In his mind, Leo had already formed an image of Skyler's family. A typical middle-aged, domineering CEO and a snobbish matriarch who were strict about choosing a son-in-law as if it were a competition. Leo checked the time and continued to ponder the question. Whatever. It wasn't a big deal. He'd figure it out. Leo stood at the entrance of Northwood University, looking out at the students coming and going. Other people's love lives were dramatic romances. His was a game of werewolf, and he had to go through the trouble of finding the wolf. Fortunately, the situation was becoming clearer. Now he just had to confront the wolf face to face, eliminate her, and the game would be over. It was Friday, so it was hard to get a cab at the campus entrance. Club-goers, party-goers, and couples were all waiting. But Leo had no intention of getting cab, because he saw a familiar face. Man, college girls are so hot. Look at the legs on that one. Can you please focus on the person you're supposed to be watching? I'm Rocco, a red-blooded 20-something. You want me to stare at you instead of college girls. You're driving a Ferrari. You shouldn't have any trouble getting college girls to like you. I want love, you idiot. You wouldn't understand. Rocco, with a shaved head, roared at the man in the passenger seat. In reality, he was roaring at the whole world. Did anyone in this world understand the plight of a true romantic? Me. Rocco. Rocco, check it out. E-girl, pleated skirt, white stockings. Where? But I think she has a boyfriend. You don't have a chance. So what? That's my favorite flavor. Rocco peered out the window, searching for the girl. He finally spotted her, but then a familiar man walked toward their car. Leo. He's blocking my view. He can't have spotted us, right? I told you not to drive such a conspicuous car. No way. This is hiding in plain sight. You think a college kid would ever suspect someone is following him in a Ferrari? Rocco, if he finds out, we're screwed. Don't you have a brain? We'll just pretend we're a couple of rich guys here to pick up girls. Rocco's gaze swept across the crowd, still trying to find the girl in the pleated skirt. He finally locked on her. He grunted, opened the car door, and got out, just in time to come face-to-face with Leo. Rocco pretended not to know him, his mind solely focused on his target. But a hand stopped him. Need a ride? Leo stepped in front of the Ferrari, blocking its path. He stated his request as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Rocco, behind the wheel, was stunned. The sheer audacity. I'm here to tell you, not play Uber. Who the hell uses a Ferrari for a taxi service? Get lost. Look, you're just going to follow me wherever I go anyway, Leo said, leaning casually against the driver's side door. Might as well give me a lift. Tailing someone through city traffic has got to be a pain, right? Rocco bristled. Does this kid know what I'm driving? A Ferrari Portofino. 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds. You think I can't keep up with your rented e-scooter? But he couldn't exactly admit that, could he? A playful smile touched Leo's lips. He draped an arm over Rocco's shoulder, but didn't make another move. What could he do? He called their bluff. They couldn't do anything to him, so why not hitch a ride? They were all headed to the same place, after all. Rocco's face went stiff. He had no idea how to handle this. Shoving Leo's hand away, he tried to pivot back to his cover story, the suave playboy. His eyes landed on the e-girl in the pleated skirt, and he started to walk toward her. Leo didn't stop him. Instead, he coolly opened the driver's side door of the Ferrari and slid in. The low-slung body was a bit of a squeeze for his tall frame. Next time, follow me in something cheaper, Leo called out. I'm not used to these fancy rides. WH, what are you doing in my car? The man in the passenger seat, Connor, looked panicked, but quickly tried to compose himself. Leo's next few words froze him in place. You know, getting caught on a tailing job. Your boss isn't going to be happy about that, is he? You guys look like you're working for a living, and I'm just a bro college kid. No need for us working-class heroes to make life harder for each other. He paused, letting it sink in. Look, you're just supposed to be watching me. If I'm sitting right here in front of you, doesn't that make your job a whole lot easier? Think of the efficiency. Connor just stared dumbfounded. Is this even surveillance anymore? As Connor's brain tried to reboot, Leo clapped him on the shoulder. No rush. You can think it over on the way. Leo started the engine and smoothly pulled away from the curb, gliding past Rocco, who who was still trying to work up the nerve to ask the e-girl for her number. At that moment, Rocco had completely forgotten about his mission. Did he even like the girl? She was maybe a 7, an 8 on a good day. Pretty, but not breathtaking. But Rocco was genuinely smitten. He believed true love wasn't about love at first sight. It was about overcoming countless obstacles to be together. That's why he was exclusively into girls who already had boyfriends. What was more of an obstacle than winning a girl away from another man? If Leo had heard that, he would have diagnosed him on the spot. This guy is a terminal case of a cuckold fetish. But Rocco was still in the early stages of his particular brand of romantic questing. He was actually quite shy around women. This, combined with his peculiar preference, meant he'd never actually been in a successful relationship. It wasn't for lack of resources. The Ferrari was proof of that. But if he just used the car to get the girl, wouldn't that make his quest for pure love too easy? So, with a heart full of nervous excitement, he approached the girl who had captured his imagination. He'd rehearsed a dozen opening lines. "Hey, can I get your number?" "No, I have a boyfriend," the girl said, shutting him down instantly. Rocco wasn't discouraged. This was exactly how it was supposed to be. The woman he desired was loyal and unattainable. The difficulty only highlighted the preciousness of the love he was fighting for. "I really like you," he declared, pumping himself up. "I'm not giving up." He figured since Leo was a student here, he'd be back on campus often. There would be other chances. "I won't even ask for her major or year. If it's fate, we'll meet again. One day, she'll be moved by my persistence. She's the most special girl I've ever seen." Through Rocco's warped filter, the girl before him was devastatingly beautiful. "No, she's not my girlfriend yet. I can't stare." He virtuously turned his head away, his fetish at war with his chivalrous intentions. It was impossible to tell where the simp ended and the romantic began. With that thought, he turned to leave, only to see the Ferrari's window roll down. Leo was in the driver's seat. "What are you doing here?" Rocco gaped. "Headed to the Afterglow Lounge. You should probably grab a cab." "Me? Grab a cab?" Rocco's face twisted into a mask of fury, ready to drag this carjacker from his vehicle. But a sharp whisper came from the passenger seat. "Rocco, just get a taxi," Connor hissed. Rocco wanted to scream. "Why? I turned my back for 30 seconds, and my car has a new owner? Is there no justice in the world?" Connor's expression was hard to read. He clearly wasn't a fool like Rocco, but he had seemingly accepted Leo's terms. Perhaps their raised voices drew attention. The e-girl glanced over at the Ferrari, her eyes widening slightly. She walked over. "You guys going to the Afterglow?" she asked. "Want to come?" Leo countered, though he had zero interest. But Rocco did. Oh, Rocco definitely did. The girl glanced back at her boyfriend, who was waiting a short distance away. She winked, quickly typed something on her phone, and showed the screen to Leo before turning and jogging away, her hair flying behind her. The blush on her cheeks was more captivating than any scenery, and Rocco was completely mesmerized. "What did she show you?" he asked breathlessly. "She said she likes me." "Bullshit. No way. She's the most special girl in the world. She wouldn't just fall for anyone." "I'm kidding," Leo said, rolling his eyes. "She wants your number." Rocco fumbled for his phone, eagerly asking Leo for contact info before practically skipping off to hail a cab. The girl's phone had indeed shown a number, but underneath it, there was another line of text. "Are you open at 3? Me, my boyfriend, and you." Leo turned to Connor. "You sure the Ferrari owner is into this kind of thing?" Connor looked embarrassed. "He just liked girls with boyfriends," he mumbled. In that instant, Leo understood everything. He was so stunned he didn't even know how to react. A match made in heaven, I guess. Lock it down. With a wicked grin, he drove the Ferrari over where the girl was standing and leaned out the window. "My friend should be adding you." He figured Rocco was probably too timid to handle the full proposal. Didn't want to scare him off. The girl looked a little disappointed, but she still gave him an okay hand gesture. The silver Ferrari was parked outside the Afterglow Lounge. Inside, Rocco and Connor sat in stunned silence, a palpable cloud of blame hanging between them. "Connor, you let Leo drive the car?" "Shut up. I'm thinking. That kid definitely knows we were following him. A moron would know that." Connor snapped, wanting nothing more than to ignore the idiot next to him. He was trying to figure out how to report this disaster to their boss. Should I even report it? Leo's offer was tempting. Meanwhile, Rocco was deep in a heated text exchange with his dream girl. "Rocco, hey, if you and your boyfriend ever break up, maybe you could think of me." His approach was cautious. "Mel, my boyfriend and I had a fight. Can you hang out with me tonight?" "Rocco." "Yes." Rocco's eyes, usually narrowed in thought, went wide. "Is this really happening?" "Rocco, do you need me to book a hotel?" For a man of his means, a hotel room was pocket change. "Mel, no. I can't let you spend money on me when we just met." I'm not that kind of girl. Reading that, Rocco's breathing quickened. This is her. My perfect woman. She has a boyfriend. She doesn't care about money. She's as pure as a blank sheet of paper. He was so excited he didn't know how to reply. After a long pause, he typed, Rocco, okay? I promise I won't let your boyfriend bully you anymore. Mel, you're so sweet. And just like that, Rocco, the warrior of pure love, was completely ensnared by a girl and her boyfriend who were playing him like a fiddle. Growing up, he'd always been the leader of the pack, the school tough guy. He and his friends knew that if he took a shortcut, there was no thrill in the prize. It was like using cheat codes in a video game. The first time you dominate, it's a rush, but do it every day and it gets boring. Nothing beat the satisfaction of grinding, honing your skills, and winning the right way. Rocco's thumbs flew across his screen. He was on cloud nine. The only one doing any real work was Connor, who was also typing furiously. He had to report everything to the boss. Leo walked into the lounge, not caring in the slightest what was happening in the silver Ferrari. His proposal was a long shot anyway. The chances of both guys being idiots were slim. Connor was bound to report it. In fact, Leo was counting on it. This was his way of sending a message to their boss. The subtext was clear. Let's keep this a normal, slice-of-life campus story and drop the lame spy thriller routine. Whatever you want, just ask. I'll give it to you. Deep down, Leo suspected these guys were debt collectors sent by his deadbeat dad. It was the most logical explanation. Rick Miller had more creditors than he had good excuses. Leo, I'm here. Where are you? He sent a text to Isabella Vance. He looked around the afterglow. It was 9:30 p.m., and the place was just getting started. It was a lounge bar with occasional live music and a playlist that sometimes veered into heavy metal and rock. He remembered the bar, but couldn't place its connection to Isabella. Yes, he was here to see Isabella. She had told him she'd come find him when she was done with her business. But it was already 9:30. Leo wasn't about to wait around for her. He demanded her location and come straight here. It was a simple errand. Return her car keys and phone, a 5-minute job. Even with his memory gaps, Leo's core personality hadn't changed. He wasn't a fan of domineering women like Isabella. Or rather, he knew he couldn't coexist peacefully with someone like her long-term. He hadn't even wanted to come, but he had to. She'd paid for his hospital stay, and the least he could do was return her things and make a clean break. They could be friends, maybe, but the kind who rarely spoke. Isabella looked towards the center. That was all she wrote. Leo can't find it. He wasn't trying to be difficult. The bar wasn't a simple square. Who knew where the center was? It was a bar after all. Even a lounge bar wasn't quiet. People were constantly moving around. Even if Isabella stood out, he couldn't spot her in the crowd. Isabella, wait for me by the entrance. I'm almost done. Leo, I just need a minute of your time. No reply. He tried calling, but she didn't pick up. She must have been genuinely busy. But where was he supposed to go? He certainly wasn't going back to the Ferrari to discuss the nuances of pure love with Rocco. Hey, we meet again. A playful voice sounded by his ear. Leo turned. Well, Mel, the e-girl. She had said she was coming here, so it wasn't a surprise to see her. Want to come sit at our table? Mel casually draped a hand on his shoulder. A pair of sterling silver earrings dangled from her lobes, catching the dim light. In today's aesthetic, plain silver or gold jewelry could look a bit tacky, but the double drop style just added to her charm in the club's moody lighting. Seeing Leo hesitate, she gave his shirt a gentle tug. It was a subtle, persuasive gesture, a clear invitation. Then she leaned in close to his ear. Come on, it's more fun with a bigger group. Leo noted her practiced moves. In a place like this, it was all perfectly normal, even with her boyfriend standing right nearby. He really didn't have anywhere else to go, and Mel's boyfriend was now waving him over enthusiastically. He figured he might as well sit for a bit. He wasn't going to drink, just crash their booth while he waited. Sure, he said. On the other side of the performance stage, a group of 5 or 6 women occupied a large booth. A table of all women in a bar usually meant a wild night, and this one was no exception. 4 of them were shouting, playing dice, and downing shots. Only one woman sat slightly apart, her legs crossed, glancing at her phone from time to time. Finally, she looked up at the table with unconcealed impatience. When are you guys going to be done? Izzy, don't be in such a rush, one of them slurred. We can never get you to come out. It's my birthday today. Then you guys drink. I'll tell the manager to take care of you. A manager's not as good as having the owner here with us. Another girl giggled. Isabella's pale blue eyes flashed with annoyance. These women were friends from her childhood, the kind you occasionally went shopping with. For birthdays, she usually just sent a gift. She never attended parties. But this time they'd cornered her by booking a table at her own bar, leaving her no choice but to stay. Isabella, Why didn't you bring your little boy toy? The birthday girl, clearly drunk, leaned in and whispered in her ear. But a drunk person's whisper is 3 times louder than a normal voice. The entire table went silent, all eyes turning to Isabella. They loved gossiping about her. Jealousy was only human. After all, a woman like Isabella Vance, good family, good looks, successful career, was dazzlingly bright. And to top it all off, her personality was cold and condescending. She was a frequent topic of their behind-the-back conversations. This boy toy boyfriend was the only chink in her otherwise flawless armor. Isabella shot the birthday girl a look, making it clear she didn't want to discuss it. She didn't say a word. I'm just saying, you can play around with him, but don't get serious, the girl, Anna, said, patting her chest as if sharing a profound secret with her best friend. But speaking so loudly, it was hard to say if her intentions were truly good. It's supposed to be men spending money on women, not the other way around. You're one to talk, Isabella retorted flatly. She had made her position clear. Anna pretended not to hear. She was used to it. Normally, she wouldn't dare argue with Isabella, but fueled by alcohol, she felt reckless. Give me the kid's number. I'll test him for you. When Isabella ignored her, Anna started asking the other women at the table if any of them had the boy toy's contact info. No one did. Disappointed, Anna suddenly stood up and scanned the bar, determined to prove to Isabella that you didn't have to pay for a man's attention. And then, through the hazy lights, she saw a familiar face. Hey, isn't that your little boy toy right over there? Leo sat on the edge of the booth. He told Mel he was only staying for a little while, and she'd said that was fine. To be honest, Mel and her boyfriend both saw Leo as the perfect male lead for their next project. They were, for lack of a better term, niche internet personalities. Their content wouldn't be understood by most people, but Mel and her boyfriend had a unique and profitable perspective on relationships. They made good money, and that was all that mattered. Their kind of video needed another male participant. Hiring an actor was expensive, and charging a fee to join in felt risky. What if they got reported? After much thought, they decided college guys were the perfect solution. They were often broke, impressionable, and Mel was attractive. If she let Guy be the star of her next video for free, he was basically getting a great deal. Leo was tall, well-built, with roguishly handsome features. He not only fit Mel's aesthetic, but he also made for great clickbait. Hot college athlete. It didn't matter if he was actually an athlete. He was tall and fit, so they could just say he was. So what year are you? Mel asked. Sophomore. That makes you my junior then. No problem with a senior buying you a drink, right? Mel was a pro at this. She raised her glass with one hand and reached for Leo's with the other. He smoothly dodged her touch. It felt wrong to sit at their table without drinking or talking. So Leo picked up a glass, clinked it against hers, and took a long sip, a silent signal that he wasn't a big drinker. But his reserved demeanor only intrigued Mel more. Handsome and a little shy? Why do I find that so attractive? If he wasn't into the more open-minded stuff, what if it was just the two of them? Simply put, Mel was getting ideas. You don't have a girlfriend, do you, Junior? A guy that hot definitely has a girlfriend. One of the other girls at the table chimed in, eyeing the two of them. Birds of a feather flocked together. While their specific tastes might differ, their level of openness was clearly similar. Hey, handsome, if you drink with Mel, you have to drink with me too. Another girl purred. I'm good, Leo replied with a polite but firm refusal. One drink is fine, but if I start doing round with you guys, you'll expect me to chip in for the bill. Nice try. As if reading his mind, the girls all scooted closer, licking their lips. Come on, handsome, we'll buy you drinks. You can buy us late-night snacks. Late-night snacks was code for round two. That was basically agreeing to spend the night together. I'm not hungry. Come on, it'll be fun. Leo glanced at the group out of the corner of his eye. The fun you're thinking of has nothing to do with food, and we both know it. He pulled out his phone and sent another text to Isabella. Hurry up. If you don't reply in 1 minute, I'm leaving. He wasn't going to be strung along. The more you let a woman get away with, the more she'll walk all over you. She could get her keys from his place later. He'd done her the courtesy of delivering them personally. He wasn't going to wait all night. Mel had been sneakily trying to read his screen. Seeing him texting another girl, she feigned jealousy and grabbed his arm. Junior, looks like your girlfriend isn't too happy with you, huh? Just a friend. So you don't have a girlfriend in that case. What do you think of your senior? Before she could finish, a sudden force struck her arm, making her yelp in pain and snatch her hand back. Angrily, she looked up at her attacker. The lighting in the afterglow was surreal, casting a blue-purple glow on everyone's faces, creating a thick cyberpunk vibe. The walls were covered in LED screens where holographic fish swam through a digital mist, circling the sea of drunken flirtations and intoxicating liquor. A woman with wavy hair and a nose bridge so high it looked almost foreign stood over their table, slowly lowering the hand she had just used. Her pale blue eyes seemed to merge with the bar's lights, and the dramatic contours of her face kept her features sharp and exquisite even in the dimness. But Mel's first impression wasn't of any of that. It was, she's so tall. Her legs are so long. The woman didn't apologize or offer any explanation. She just looked down at Leo. Who are they? I guess you could call them classmates. Or friends. It took Mel a few seconds to overcome the woman's sheer presence. And remember, she was supposed to be angry. But just as she stood up to demand an explanation, Isabella turned away, flagged down a server to order a round of drinks, and then turned back to Leo. So why are your classmates holding your hand? Lady, what business is it of yours who holds my hand? It hurts me to see it. What? Zero frame startup? If this were a cartoon, a giant question mark would have popped over Leo's head. Leo really disliked Isabella's personality, so he'd had no intention of rekindling anything. So what if they had a little something in the past? He'd forgotten about it, and he wished she would too. Based on his assessment of her character, he figured he'd be lucky if she didn't just slap him. He had even subconsciously tensed up, ready to block an attack. But he never ever expected that this incredibly domineering woman would point to her own chest and tell him, "Seeing someone else touch you, it hurts me inside. Okay, teach, I can block a physical attack. How the hell do I defend against a psychic one?" Leo was the kind of person who yielded to softness but fought against force. For a moment, he was speechless. All he could do was apologize to Mel. It wasn't her fault. She'd been hospitable, bought him a drink. It was only right to apologize. "Sorry about that, Mel. Is she your girlfriend?" Mel asked, still reeling. Yes, she is," Leo said quickly. His apologetic smile might not have been enough to placate Mel, but the brand-new $500 bottle of tequila Isabella had just sent to their table probably did the trick. Mel even started apologizing to Isabella, completely intimidated by her overwhelming presence. "Oh, wow, I didn't know he had a girlfriend." "Now you do," Isabella stated flatly. Mel had no idea how to respond to that. Luckily, Leo pulled Isabella away from the table. Watching Leo's retreating back, Mel's mind raced. The owner of the bar? For a college student, that was like dropping a bomb. Having the beautiful owner as your girlfriend? His appeal just skyrocketed. Her ambition rekindled. Mel glanced at the text from Rocco. "Mel, are you done drinking?" She quickly replied, "Not yet. Hey, do you have Leo's number?" In the driver's seat of the Ferrari, Rocco squinted at his phone, a new message finally appearing. After reading it, his expression became thoughtful. "Connor, what does it mean if she's asking for Leo's number?" Connor, sitting in the passenger seat, was happily munching on a bucket of fried chicken. As the brains of the operation, he had already reported everything to the boss, and his conscience was clear. Rocco drove the car. Rocco made first contact with Leo. If anything went wrong, it wasn't his problem. With his mind at ease, he heard Rocco's question and, for once, didn't reply with an insult. "Look, I'll explain it to you. Women hate awkwardness. She probably wants to bring up someone you both know to have more to talk about." What Connor said actually made sense. It's like when you're talking to a girl. If you only focus on her, progress is slow. But if you bring up a mutual friend, you suddenly have endless conversation topics. So, strategist, what should I say? Just give her Leo's number. But strategist, what if she actually likes Leo? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Look, just forward me your contact info. I'll feel her out for you. Connor had no real interest in Mel. He was just bored and felt like helping. A good wingman always makes things easier. So, under the guise of Leo, Connor added Mel. He even changed his profile picture to match Leo's, and, since he never posted anything on his feed, the impersonation was quite convincing. He started with a simple. There was a science to the question mark. Depending on the context, it could mean, "What's up? I'm offended, I'm angry," or even "I'm intrigued." Connor felt it was the perfect opening, an unassailable position. He hadn't expected her reply. "Mel, hey Junior, meet me by the bathrooms at 9:30. I have to tell you something." "Connor, as Leo, aren't you talking to my friend?" He was referring to Rocco. "Mel, but your friend is kind of an idiot." Connor thought for a moment and felt a strange sense of agreement. Rocco wasn't just kind of an idiot. He was an idiot of epic proportions. Still, Connor continued to play the part of the wingman. "Connor, as Leo, he's not so bad. I think he's a good guy." "Mel, but you're better, Junior." "Connor, as Leo, we're all the same." "Mel, no, you're different. You have stars in your eyes." Connor's own eyes widened. His breath hitched. It was so validating. Finally, someone saw that he was different from Rocco. Beside him, Rocco leaned over. "Strategist, She said she got busy and stopped replying to me. How's it going on your end? Strategist. She said she got busy and stopped replying to me. How's it going on your end? She said she got busy with me, too. Connor said, quickly turning his phone screen dark. A few flattering words weren't enough to break the strategist's resolve, but it was clear his heart was no longer calm. Women were strange creatures. One second she could tell you, it hurts me to see someone else touch you, and the next, she'd be dragging you away without a word. Where are you taking me? Here are your keys and your phone. I didn't touch anything. Are you going to talk to me? Honestly, the impression Isabella had left on him in the hospital was a powerful one. Dominating the conversation, bodyguards in tow, phone tracking enabled, demanding he be home by a certain time. She was the walking embodiment of a female CEO in a cheesy drama. So, whenever Leo spoke to her, he subconsciously adopted a defensive stance. You never knew when a domineering CEO might decide to have you thrown into a river. He had to protect himself. But Isabella ignored him completely, leading him directly to a booth full of women and gesturing for him to sit. Only then did Leo realize what her business was. She was busy drinking, and here he was, thinking she was swamped with work, trying not to bother her. Look, if you wanted a drink, you could have just said so. This would have only taken a few minutes. I didn't want you to come, Isabella said cryptically, but the possessive puppy guarding its food look in her eyes gave her away. She hadn't wanted to bring him around other women. TSK, Leo clicked his tongue. He didn't want to be gross, but her possessiveness was a little greasy. What kind of old-fashioned, territorial nonsense was this? Still, Leo decided to play along. Judging by the gossipy looks from the women at the table, he knew they were all aware of his and Isabella's ambiguous relationship. If he started making a scene, handing back her things and making declarations, it would be a huge slap in her face. She had, after all, claimed to be his girlfriend and brought him things at the hospital. Happy birthday, Leo said to Anna, the one with the birthday tiara, forcing a polite smile. He immediately felt a sharp pressure on his side. Hey, why are you pinching me? He turned to glare at his attacker, his eyes full of questions. In a corner where no one was looking, the assailant mouthed 2 words. It hurts me. You know, if Skyler said something like that, it would be cute and playful. But coming from a domineering ice queen like Isabella, it hit different. Fine. You figure out how to get me with that line, haven't you? I'll let it slide this time. But never again. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his side, Leo maintained his polite facade. Sorry to interrupt, everyone. Happy birthday again. You guys carry on. Isabella had actually just come back to grab her purse. She was ready to leave. She kept tugging on Leo's shirt, signaling for them to go. Leo, of course, followed her lead. His only question was why Isabella had become so withdrawn. Just as they were getting up to go, Anna, the birthday girl, spoke up. You wish me a happy birthday, but you're not going to toast your big sister? She then added, Isabella used to keep you locked away at home like some kind of treasure. We never even got a chance to talk to you. The information in that sentence was a dead memory to Leo. If you've forgotten it, it's dead, right? He didn't know what she was talking about. But he did know he didn't want to drink that toast. I'm not much of a drinker. You all have fun. How can a boy toy not know how to drink? Anna sneered. Or do you only drink if you get paid? How about big sister pays you? Anna wasn't really targeting Leo. Her anger was aimed at Isabella. It was her birthday party, and Isabella was just walking out. Anna was pissed. Still, her words were way out of line. But Leo didn't get angry, because, in a way, she was right. So he planned to just ignore her and walk away. Someone else, however, had an objection. Isabella spun around, planting her hands on the table. Who are you calling a boy toy? Oh, did someone fall in love? The boy toy must have some skills, Anna said, tilting her head and looking Leo up and down with blatant disrespect. Things like boy toys are just for fun, you know? They're not for falling in love with. You didn't want me to come because you were worried they'd call me a boy toy? Leo playfully tapped the Funko Pop of Baby Yoda on the car's dashboard. It was a bobblehead, and with a flick, Grogan nodded at him with a goofy smile. The decoration was definitely his style. Isabella was back to her usual channel surfing conversation style, never directly responding to what he said, as if her radio dial was constantly slipping. She was mad that he'd dragged her away. Otherwise, she might have shoved a wine glass in Anna's mouth. What's there to be angry about? By the way, did we meet when I was working as a boy toy? Leo's part-time job could, in the strictest sense, be called modeling. Given his family's precarious financial situation, he had to find ways to make money. He'd done everything from being a land center attendant to a food delivery driver. But for quick cash that fit a school schedule, modeling was the most efficient gig. His family had never had savings. His mom's job as a supermarket cashier only brought in about $3,500 a month, barely enough to cover her chronic medical expenses. So Leo wasn't ashamed of it. He hadn't broken any laws or hurt anyone, and he'd earned money to support his family. He was actually grateful for the job. Getting insulted was part of the territory. People looked down on that kind of work, but you learned to live with it. As long as he was okay with it himself, that's all that mattered. Isabella didn't answer, instead taking out her phone and making 2 calls. One was for work. The other one was too. Her job was demanding. The afterglow was just one small piece of her empire. She talked business right in front of him, holding nothing back. It didn't sound particularly glamorous. Business, most of the time, wasn't as high-flying as people imagined. Leo didn't try to avoid listening. He just buckled his seatbelt and tuned in. Her last call was about scheduling the next fire inspection for Anna's beauty salon. Leo's heart tightened. This woman definitely held a grudge. "Are you free to talk about us now?" Leo asked, having waited patiently for her to finish. "I still have something to do." "Wait a minute. You're stalling. You're avoiding it, right?" Leo leaned in close, blinking as he studied her expression. Isabella was actually quite interesting. Leo was even starting to figure out her speech patterns. She usually only talked on her own frequency. The only time she'd sync up and actually answer your questions was when she was flustered or feeling guilty. It was a bit like Sundra, but different. If you called her out on being flustered, she would tell you the truth. The absolute, unvarnished truth. Like back at the bar, when she said, "It hurts me to see someone else touch you." Or right now, "Are you breaking up with me?" She thought he was here to break up with her. Leo couldn't help but smile. With most people, the deeper you dig, the darker it gets. But Isabella, she was kind of cute. "So, tell me a little bit about our past relationship." Leo thought it was an easy question. Skyler's answer would have been campus couple, which would imply 2 students connected by youthful affection. But Isabella, faced with this question, instinctively tried to change the subject. "Do you remember where the house is?" "Drive home." "You're avoiding the question again." "It was a relationship where I paid you to keep me company. Just say I was your sugar baby." Leo burst out laughing. This woman was like a toy. If you didn't push the right button, she just ran on her pre-programmed track. Guilty was the command. His impression of her was changing. Who could resist a mixed-race ice queen who responded to voice commands? This was the term Leo had been waiting for. It meant their relationship was simple. A relationship tied by feelings was a tangled mess of threads. Fragile but dense, impossible to unravel without finding the starting point. A relationship tied by money was a thick rope knot, stable and strong. But if either party wanted to end it, all it took was one clean cut. "Even though I've forgotten what happened, I'm grateful you helped me with my financial problems. Here's your car back, and I don't need the phone anymore. We can still be good friends." Leo had no reason not to be grateful to Isabella, and no right to be impatient with her. But it was better for everyone to be clear. Leo himself had no plans to be in a relationship, and he said it with a certain roguish detachment. The way Isabella had acted in the hospital room, her almost tyrannical possessiveness, had left a deep impression. It had a "till death do us part because divorce is not an option" kind of vibe. But after spending time with her today, he realized she wasn't as domineering as he'd thought. There was a soft, almost cute stubbornness to her. He grinned, waiting for her reply. But what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. Isabella didn't change the subject, didn't look sad, didn't yell. She didn't even have an expression. She just looked at him calmly. "What? You hit it and quit it? What kind of talk is that? What are you saying? This car has a dash cam, you know? I haven't laid a finger on you since I got in. Don't make me sue you for slander." Leo yelped, jumping up like a startled quail and hugging himself defensively. After a few seconds of stunned silence, his head swiveled like a mechanical doll's, as if a horrifying thought had just occurred to him. He pointed a shaky finger at his own face. "Are you saying a guy who's half a player is harder to deal with than a guy who's half an idiot?" Leo, reflecting over the past 15 minutes. Leo had just gotten the full story of their relationship from Isabella. Apparently, on a dark and stormy night, a very drunk Isabella had been picked up by Leo. In Leo's mind, getting picked up usually happened when someone drank too much at a bar. But according to Isabella, she had walked into the bar where Leo worked and chosen him on sight. Leo argued that wasn't getting picked up, that was paying for a service. Isabella insisted she'd never hired a male escort before, that Leo had taken advantage of her. Leo just scoffed, telling her she was a terrible actress. The matter was impossible to verify, but since Isabella immediately changed the subject when he pressed her, he knew she was lying. After that, it was the usual routine. Leo used his slick talk to get her to buy drinks. At the time, Isabella was under immense pressure, stressing for days over a financing deal. So she asked Leo, "Are you happy doing this job?" Leo said, As long as it keeps my mom from worrying about losing her $200 perfect attendance bonus for taking a sick day, I'm happy. She asked, what do college guys like most? Leo said, college girls, their friends' older sisters, their friends' younger sisters, and wooden sticks that look like swords. She asked, so what kind of woman do you like? Leo said, women like you. She said, do you say that to all your clients? Leo said of course he did. Otherwise, what kind of sucker would buy his drinks? She then asked why he kept staring at her chest. Leo said, I get motion sickness from 3D, so I was just checking to see if I get motion sickness from 36D. Was Isabella looking for love? Of course not. She was paying for some entertainment, and someone had appeared at just the right time to make her happy. So that night, Isabella spent $10,000 on Leo. If their transaction had been online, Isabella would have been his top donor. And just like that, the rising star of the escort world, the man destined to be the king of gigolos, who had only been in the business for 2 months, was officially kept. The scope of the arrangement grew, and so did Isabella's possessiveness. She even demanded that Leo live at her house. She would be at the office all night, but Leo had to remain within range of her home security cameras. Leo complained to his boss about it. The boss flew into a rage, condemning such behavior as an outrage against God and man. Then Isabella put another $30,000 on her account at the agency. The boss's rage miraculously vanished. The trivial details of what happened in between were skipped over, but Isabella focused on the night before the car accident. The night they slept together. That day, Leo had come home late, reeking of alcohol. Isabella was furious, demanding to know who he'd been drinking with. And then Isabella said, her voice flat, you burst into tears, told me you would never leave me, that you wanted to be with me forever. And then we went to bed and slept together. That was her exact story. Leo listened, a cold smile spreading across his face as he stared at her. You didn't need a PhD to know she was lying. She definitely skipped a huge chunk of the story, didn't she? Burst into tears? The logic didn't even track. But no matter how much he questioned her, Isabella would just change the subject, refusing to elaborate. Honestly, besides the last part, Leo believed most of it. But that last sentence? Not a chance. Leo told her to show him proof, or he wouldn't accept it. It was a scummy move, he knew. How could there be proof of something like that? But what choice did he have? He'd lost his memory. He couldn't just take someone's word for everything. He needed to have some leverage. To his absolute astonishment, Isabella actually produced evidence. It was a video about a minute long. After triple-checking it, he had to admit, it looked real. To break the awkward silence, he forced himself to say, why is the video only a minute long? Isabella looked at him with a deadpan expression, tinged with a hint of scorn. Leo got it, and so they lapsed into a strange, wordless atmosphere. Leo's entire plan was in shambles. He needed to think. His brain was a complete mess. First, he had professed his love to someone the day before the accident. Second, logically, you only confess to one person. Third, on the same day, he confessed to Skyler. He had apparently slept with Isabella and also ended up on a bed with Dr. Shaw. Oh no, the player was him. This even brought up a philosophical question. What exactly constitutes a confession? If a verbal confession or a deliberate proposal is the baseline, does sleeping with someone count? As anyone who's ever had memory loss knows, when you start spiraling down a rabbit hole of thought, your nerves scream in physical pain. Leo felt like a fisherman, casting his net into the sea of his mind again and again. Who cared about being a player or being in love? Desperately wanted to be a whole person again. What he'd lost was too precious. Leo clutched his head, slumping in his seat, trying to dig through the existing clues in his memory, searching for any small detail. For instance, the day before the accident. He remembered leaving home, as usual. His mom was off that day and had made steam buns, shrimp filling. And then, who was he going to see that day? Was he walking on campus? He thought a car might have cut him off. Whose parents were they? A flood of fragmented landscapes and snippets of conversation exploded in his mind like fireworks, shattering into nothing. All that remained were sensations. The delicious taste of the shrimp buns, the scent of pansies in the wind, an old man yelling at a bus driver he couldn't catch, the feeling of wet, muddy earth under his rain-soaked sneakers. And then, he thought he remembered walking into a huge house, reeking of alcohol. A house so big he couldn't find the words to describe it. Calling it a mansion felt like an insult to the house. Why would someone be unhappy living in a house that big? Because people were fighting. And then came the pain. A huge, overwhelming pain. That day was painful, at least in his perception of it. The veins in Leo's neck bulged. Isabella saw this, and, without panicking, quickly reached out to stroke his head and dial 911. But a hand shot out and stopped her. "Are you trying to trap me with this?" he hissed. "It was my first time." The familiar change of subject, but this time, it was an indirect answer. "It was my first time, too." "So who started it?" "I did," Isabella said without flinching. She was smart. She knew you could hide things, but you couldn't lie about them. "In your house, and you initiated it? You should be glad I'm not holding you responsible." With that, Leo got out of the car. What century was this? Who still used this kind of thing to pressure someone? He'd stick by what he'd done, he decided. But he wasn't going to accept it blindly. She was clearly hiding something. Before he left, he didn't forget to toss her things back on the seat. Isabella didn't say a word to stop him. She was a very proud person. Her stubbornness was just a side effect of that pride. She had already humbled herself more for Leo than for anyone else. Asking her to speak softly or beg him to stay would be like asking her to die. But people like Isabella don't concede defeat easily. Maturity had taught her one thing. She knew what she wanted, and she knew how to get it. She didn't even watch Leo walk away. Instead, she quietly took out her phone. Leo was ready to go home and sleep. He felt he'd made some progress today. He would clear out the wolves in this game of Mafia, then go home and check in with a seer to sort out the truth. The lingering historical problem of his player past could finally be put to rest. With that thought, he pushed open the door to his apartment. Normally, his mom would be asleep by now, but the living room light was on. Diane Miller was sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, talking to someone on the phone. When she saw Leo come in, she quickly wrapped up the call. "Oh, Leo's home. I'm going to go make him a late-night snack." "Thank you so much, Ms. Vance. It's so nice of you to call and check in so late. You haven't eaten either? Why don't you come over? I can whip something up for you." No trouble at all. Young people are so busy these days, they never eat on time. You're welcome to come over for a meal anytime." Leo waited quietly for his mom to hang up. He leaned against the sofa, looking at her suspiciously. "Mom, are you dating someone?" "What nonsense is that? It was your boss, calling to check on how you're recovering." My boss is a guy." The voice on the phone, though muffled, was definitely a woman's. A young woman named Vance. The one who brought fruit over the other day. She said you couldn't get your employee wellness package because you were in the hospital, so she delivered it herself. She's been here before? Blue eyes, really tall. You should never say goodbye, because you're bound to see them again. Leo sat dumbly at the dining table, sipping porridge, watching the woman he'd parted ways with just 30 minutes ago sit across from him. Isabella walked into his home, changed into a pair of his slippers, and grabbed the bowl with a familiarity that was jarring, accidentally shattering one in the process. "I see you like the pickled radishes. Take this jar with you. It's good to have when you're too busy to cook." "Thank you, Diane," Isabella said. As usual, she was a woman of few words, her tone cool. But her actions spoke volumes. In just half an hour, she had removed her makeup, changed out of her alcohol-scented clothes, and was now wearing a simple gray sweatsuit that gave her a much softer, more domestic look. She looked like any other overworked young professional, ground down by the 9 to 5 grind. Diane Miller looked at her with a pang of sympathy. Who didn't love a pretty girl? Leo, sitting opposite them, could barely contain his urge to expose this woman's true face. "Don't fall for it, Mom. She's the evil capitalist." "How do you two know each other?" Leo looked up, his gaze shifting suspiciously between his mother and his ex-boss. It was hard not to suspect this was a malicious attempt to get close. "We got in touch after you were hospitalized," his mom explained. "Your boss has the kindest heart. She called right away to ask about our financial situation and even helped pull some strings to find a good doctor." "Thank you," Leo said, the words tasting like ash. He could easily imagine it. After his accident, his mom would have been in a panic. When Isabella called, posing as his boss and offering to help with doctors, of course his mom would have accepted. Isabella didn't respond to Leo. She just sat there, quietly finished her porridge, and wiped her mouth. Then, out of nowhere, she said, "Diane, I asked a friend about your chronic illness insurance. It should be processed within a week, and you can get those gallbladder polyps removed. I helped you make an appointment with a specialist." "Oh, Isabella, you really don't have to go to all that trouble. Diane, I'm going to come for dinner every day from now on. You can consider this my payment for the meals." "A late-night snack isn't worth that much," Diane said, waving her hands in refusal. This was too big a favor. She could never repay it. She was clear-headed enough to know that while it was normal for a boss to help out when an employee had an accident, this was going too far. She firmly refused Isabella's offer. Leo didn't say anything. He'd deal with his mom's issues later. First, he had to deal with this woman. With that thought, he patiently waited for Isabella to finish. Just as he was about to launch his counterattack, Isabella cut him off. The woman didn't even seem to need to breathe. Her expression was placid as she glanced at Leo's about to open mouth, swiftly seizing the upper hand. Diane, I won't be coming over for dinner anymore. Diane was confused. Why not? Don't you like my cooking? Of course I love your cooking. But your son doesn't want me here. What? Leo, who had been idly tapping his chopsticks together, suddenly felt a wave of pressure descend upon him. Oh no, this woman is about to destroy our peaceful mother-son relationship. Diane, at her age, could easily read between the lines of Isabella's passive-aggressive comment. It was just the usual drama of young people. On the surface, a mother had to scold her son a little, but in reality, she couldn't care less about their squabbles. If Isabella came, she'd have a meal. If not, that was fine too. He doesn't get to make the rules in this house. You listen to me. Whenever you're busy with work, you come here for a late-night snack. Thank you, Diane. This was why Isabella was a successful businesswoman. She might be quiet and stubborn, but her ability to act was unparalleled. Her hands were far more eloquent than her mouth. Hearing Diane's words, she didn't show much joy, but she immediately ladled herself another bowl of porridge and began to eat with gusto. Then, this woman, who had probably never washed a dish in her life, picked up her bowl and walked into the kitchen. Of course, Diane wouldn't let her wash dishes, practically pushing her out of the kitchen. There was a natural politeness, a barrier, between people who didn't know each other well. If it had been Leo, he wouldn't have escaped dish duty. But Isabella didn't argue. Instead, she turned and said, Diane, I'd love to have porridge again tomorrow. And just like that, she melted away the polite barrier. She hadn't praised Diane's cooking once, but Diane was beaming. Isabella had shown with her actions that she loved the porridge, that she wanted to be part of this family, and that she wanted to come back. Okay, then you can come over with Leo after you two get off work tomorrow. Diane didn't know what kind of part-time job her son had, only that it was related to a place like a bar. Trusting her son, she never pried into his private life. As if waiting for those exact words, Isabella continued her high-intensity assault. Diane, Leo doesn't want to work for me anymore. Leo's internal alarm bells went off. Wait, why are we suddenly talking about work? You snake, Isabella, this was your ambush. On this issue, Diane was noncommittal. She knew who her real son was. If he didn't want to do the job, he had his reasons. He's probably just tired after being sick and wants to rest. Don't mind him. If you want to eat, you just come by yourself. Okay, Diane. Isabella showed no sign of disappointment, as if this was the expected outcome. She sat obediently, her hands folded in her lap. She didn't look at Leo, and there was no hint of scheming in her words. But Leo could not look at her. He wanted to scream at his mom. Mother, we cannot keep this woman. Do you think she's just after a late-night snack? She wants to eat here for the rest of her life. Desperate, Leo yelled to his mom, who was washing dishes. Mom, my boss, and I have some work stuff to talk about. Then he grabbed Isabella and hurriedly dragged her into his small room. Leo knew that Isabella had definitely helped out a lot while he was in the hospital. Diane would have been worried sick, and when her son's boss offered to pull strings, she would have gratefully accepted. So, a simple request like coming for a snack was something Diane would never refuse. All right, what do you want? Leo asked, not mentioning money. He knew she wouldn't take it. What do you mean, what do I want? This is between me and your mom. Isabella was a master at playing dumb. I've already said, this is about my relationship with Diane. It has nothing to do with anything else. She was very serious, her pale blue eyes scanning his small room. Her gaze fell on a poster on his bookshelf. It was from a foreign lingerie magazine, the kind you might find in Maxim. Leo considered himself a gentleman. He only used it as a bookmark. It had no other purpose. It was just to keep him alert. I was wondering why you wouldn't let me take my clothes off that night. Turns out you like them on. What are you talking about? Leo snatched the poster away. Seriously, what do you want? I don't want anything. I told you, I'm just helping Diane. Maybe we could become best friends who can talk about anything. Isabella sat down lightly on his bed. The cuff of her trousers rode up, revealing a smooth ankle. She spoke about her plan with the seriousness of a business proposal. I can become best friends with your mom. Maybe someday you'll have to call me Auntie Izzy. I don't have many friends anyway. I can come over for snacks, and we can have heart-to-hearts. For example, we could talk about my dear nephew and his auntie's past. This was getting more and more ridiculous. Leo clapped a hand over her mouth, signaling for her to stop talking nonsense. But Isabella was determined to speak. Anyway, we have no relationship anymore. You can just think of me as your mom's friend. Hiss. Why does your expression change when you hear that word? Isabella's eyes sparkled, as if she could see right through him. I'll only come over for snacks. You can go run around and do whatever you want outside. I'll eat my snacks, and have my heart-to-hearts. We can stay out of each other's way. You have to call me when you come over for snacks. Leo was in an incredibly passive position. He couldn't allow this to happen. If these two were home alone, who knew what Isabella would say? This woman was a master manipulator. I can't do that. We have no relationship. You think a big boss's schedule can be shared so casually? Then what do you want? Sign a contract. The long, winding map had finally revealed its dagger. You want to have snacks with my mom? You want to make sure I don't spill the beans? Simple. Stay with me. Thank you, Leo said, grabbing a piece of scrap paper. A contract like this had no legal standing, anyway. Even though her motives weren't pure, she had paid real money. Even if Leo hadn't agreed, she had never once mentioned him repaying the favor. Isabella's expression softened, a rare moment of depth. She ignored Leo, bent down, and lay on his bed, pulling the comforter into her arms. She buried her face in it, greedily inhaling the scent of sunshine. In the hidden sanctuary of the blanket, she mumbled to herself, "You don't have to thank me. I'm the one who owes you." Their contract was not legally binding, but Isabella's company had lawyers. It wouldn't be hard to reframe it as a service agreement or a debt repayment. If one of them broke the terms, they'd just have to pay a penalty. But their relationship was clearly not that simple. Contractual dating, or contractual partnership, was a more fitting description. It all started because an extremely insecure Isabella wanted some form of guarantee. Leo joked that they might as well just get a marriage license. Isabella took him seriously and showed up with her birth certificate. Leo had to patiently explain that marriage was designed to protect property, not feelings. After a Herculean effort, the idea was finally scrapped, mainly because Leo wasn't even of legal age to marry. The contract they ended up with was laughably simple. It was a piece of scratch paper with a dollar amount written on it, with Party A and Party B designated. Party A was, of course, Isabella. Her obligations were simple: provide the money. Party B was Leo. His obligations were listed as nanny, driver, Amazon returns guy, personal shopper. Leo couldn't help but imagine if they ever went on a trip together. If someone asked who he was, he'd have to say, "I'm the nanny, the driver, the Amazon returns guy, and the personal shopper." And the person would reply, "I'm sorry, we don't have room for that many people." The contract was the kind that wouldn't stop a scoundrel, but was unnecessary for a gentleman. But the moment Leo signed it, he could feel the tension leave Isabella's body. The flimsy piece of paper seemed to have become her emotional anchor. "I suggest you have your company's legal team draft something official," he said. "Otherwise, there's no penalty if I break this." "You won't." Isabella seemed certain of it. Or rather, she knew he wouldn't, which was why she'd done it this way. All in all, Leo was very satisfied with how things had turned out. People with amnesia hate being lied to more than anything. Lying to an amnesiac is like playing "You Are My Sunshine" in an orphanage, or telling a blind person a gun is a hairdryer. It's just bullying the disabled. He would maintain a friendship with Skyler and a working relationship with Isabella. As for confessing to someone and having a girlfriend, after some thought, Leo still had no clue. A confession is about revealing your feelings. So which confession counted? He decided not to dwell on it. You can't rush these things. The only thing that bothered him was, why were both of them so insistent that they were his girlfriend? It felt like their relationship with him fell short of that title. Why the rush to define it? Being his girlfriend or not didn't really change how he interacted with them, did it? A wave of frustration washed over Leo. Why was everyone else's love life a dramatic high school rom-com, while his was a damn psychological thriller? What was the real reason? The king of the sea has come ashore, and now all the little fish think it's their last chance to strike. Dr. Evelyn Shaw sat in her study, wearing a floral print nightgown. On her desk was a copy of Guns, Germs, and Steel. It was a great book for cracking walnuts, and people who use their brains a lot needed to replenish them. As the only person who knew the vast majority of Leo's story, Evelyn's desk was covered in files, handwritten notes from their sessions. Leo came to her office about once a week, so their conversations covered a span of time, not just single days. But the files contained more than just transcripts. Evelyn had also compiled a detailed timeline of Leo's life based on their talks, accurate down to the day. If Leo knew this trove of information existed, he would have paid any price for it. To an amnesiac, it was priceless. Unfortunately for him, the renowned psychologist wasn't selling. And why not? Because this game of mafia wasn't over yet. In her diagnostic files, Evelyn rarely used fixed labels for people. Psychology was complex and profound. Many things were not clearly defined. She seldom used terms like avoidant attachment or anxious attachment. Instead, She used a set of criteria. Does the individual's behavior significantly deviate from their cultural norms? Does it cause significant distress or impairment to the individual? Can be traced back to childhood or adolescence? Has it persisted for a considerable time? Can it be attributed to other mental, substance-related, or medical conditions? By these standards, Leo was difficult to classify. His family of origin was clearly dysfunctional, but his mother had given him a great deal of love to the point of indulgence. This meant he wasn't overly insecure or timid. In fact, he was quite bold in his romantic relationships. But his father's irresponsibility had subconsciously instilled in him a lack of commitment to his partners. In summary, a natural-born player, the kind of guy destined to be torn apart by a scorned woman someday. But a person's life isn't just shaped by their parents. The main reason Leo hadn't become a complete monster was a completely failed first love. The immense impact of that relationship had left him with a pessimistic view of romance. So despite his good looks, charm, and skill with women, he kept love at arm's length. But he was undeniably attractive. Even just living his normal life, he drew people in, and now that he had lost the memory of his past romantic traumas, the little fish were clearly going into a frenzy. Evelyn leaned back in her chair and closed the book. She glanced at the time, then at her phone. It should be about now. Why hadn't he called yet? In Evelyn's plan, when Leo interacted with those two women, he was bound to discover something that would shatter their relationships. After all, the news of his amnesia hadn't been leaked. She had been the one to tell them. That's why they had both shown up at the hospital. If Leo hadn't lost his memory, they wouldn't have dared to come near him, because they were hiding things. And why did she do it? To cure him, of course. Amnesia caused by immense pain could only be cured by an equal dose of pain. And what was more painful than discovering your girlfriends had been hiding things and lying to you? Leo, pain is the main theme of this world. You should understand. Only we're the same kind of people. Evelyn propped her bare feet up on her desk, closed her eyes, and inhaled the scent of sandalwood in the air. A morbid expression flickered across her face. She was waiting for Leo to call and tell her about his pain. They were both patients. Only the transmission of pain could make her feel that she wasn't the only broken one. Only she and Leo were comrades. They were a modern-day Mr. and Mrs. Smith, partners in crime, hijacking every river of sorrow they encountered, robbing every passing tragedy. Perfect and perfectly ruined. Just as she'd written on the flyleaf of her book, a bridge of glass, a bird of cards, arrogant or small, great or a fraud. If Leo had seen this, he would have called her crazy. But he didn't see it, because he was asleep. Today had made him feel like life was worth living again. Why? He had a beautiful friend on campus and a high-paying job. If that wasn't winning at life, what was? Let the haters hate. Only the buzzing of his phone pulled him from his slumber. Who is it? Who's calling this late? Leo. You were asleep? What do you think? This better be important, or I'm posting your number on the Northwood Confessions page and reporting you for harassment. It's Evelyn Shaw. You had an appointment to talk with me tonight, remember? Leo was suddenly wide awake. Right? He had an appointment with his therapist. Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I forgot. But I don't really have anything to talk about. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line, followed by a heavy sigh. Leo, are you sure you have nothing to say? Your girlfriend. Actually, I do have something. Go on, I'm listening. A pathological flush appeared on Evelyn's face. Her hand moved downwards under the desk. I mean, just charge me the normal cancellation fee. I know therapists work by appointment, and I wasted your time. So, just bill me as usual. Evelyn's hand froze, then pulled back. Your girlfriend? She didn't say anything to you? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. She did. Actually, I should probably talk to you about that. Evelyn's face flushed again. Her hand went back down. We're good. We talked everything out. We know where we stand now. Evelyn's hand pulled back again. You made up? They didn't lie to you? Or, you're right. Maybe I should get your opinion on something. The flush returned to Evelyn's face, deeper this time. Her hand descended once more. The excitement in her eyes was palpable. Tell me. I'm listening. It's just, they've given my life a new sense of purpose. I think it'll be nice to explore things slowly. It's not messing with my life at all. And more purpose? Evelyn snatched her hand back. She felt like Leo was messing with her. Anger flooded her brain, and she blurted out, Leo, but it's true. I've got a pretty girl to hang out with at school, and a job that pays well. What other amnesiac has it this good? Leo thought Dr. Shaw was being a little weird, but he supposed her anger was justified. He had, after all, completely forgotten about her. Dr. Shaw, don't be angry. I actually have some good news for you. It had better be. I don't think I need to see you anymore. This life is actually pretty great. You have to learn to be content, you know? Leo thought it was genuinely good news. What doctor doesn't like it when their patient gets better? Dr. Shaw should be happy for him. Hey, why did Dr. Shaw hang up? Evelyn Shaw into the call. She felt a knot tighten in her stomach. Even for a psychologist, it was hard to process the complex storm of emotions. He got over it. His life has purpose now. He's sleeping soundly. What about me? Evelyn's mind drifted back to the past. They had met online. The psychology platform she used offered a free 5-minute consultation. Leo had used 7 different accounts to ask her a series of roundabout questions, milking 35 minutes of free advice out of her. Students without spending power weren't her target demographic. She initially assumed Leo's questions were typical teenage angst. But his questions were different. He'd asked her, "Doctor, what do I do if I can't sleep?" "You should see a doctor about that," she had replied, responsibly. "Doctor, what does it mean if I sometimes want to go lie down behind the playground and not get up? If you have a pleasant memory associated with that playground, it might mean your recent life has been too stressful." "Doctor, I sometimes have a strange urge to drink the water from the fish tank. I recommend seeing a doctor for that. If they rule out pica, a psychiatrist might be the next step." On the surface, these questions weren't unusual for a therapy session. The common image of mental illness often included strange thoughts. But to a psychologist, it was very strange. Patients rarely managed to be so objective in their descriptions. Most conversations followed a template like, "I've been so sad lately. Do you have any idea how sad I am? It's just an incredible sadness." Patients would rush to transfer their emotions to the doctor, desperate for someone to understand. Leo's emotionless approach was exceptionally rare. It was like he was saying, "I have a cold and a runny nose. Don't worry about why I got a cold or how miserable I feel. Just tell me what medicine to take for the runny nose." It was surprisingly direct, and in the dead of that night, Evelyn had become curious about Leo. A woman's curiosity about a man is a dangerous thing. Evelyn knew this better than anyone, but she didn't try to stop herself. She also knew that a little mystery makes life interesting. Otherwise, what was the point? So they talked and talked. Leo maintained his perfectly objective tone, describing his work, his life, his voice so upbeat he didn't sound like a patient at all, except for the occasional bizarre thought that slipped out. Evelyn just listened, offering a few gentle suggestions. He hadn't paid her yet, after all. When she finally saw the payment notification come through, she felt a long-forgotten sense of accomplishment. She thought she had won him over with her compassion. Then she said, "Let's add each other on WhatsApp." "The consultation app charges a fee." Leo replied, "No thanks." Evelyn was then introduced to Leo's push-and-pull tactics. It was a player's fundamental skill. At the time, she thought, if this kid is good-looking, he probably has what it takes to be a male model. He deserved to earn his money that way. She still added him via private message, even though she knew he was playing games with her. She was just curious, and she could sense the pain hidden beneath his words. She wanted to understand his pain. As for his little games, child's play. Would she fall for them? What a joke. Did Amnesia really turn a player into a good guy? What about his pain? Evelyn snapped out of her memories, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her skin. Something she held in her hand had just escaped. A morbid flush spread across her pretty face. "Leo, you don't really think you only have 2 messy relationships, do you?" The sun hung high in the sky, and a breeze swirled through the trees. From a distance, they looked like a young couple. Up close, they still look like a young couple. "Don't hold my hand. We're just friends." "Leo, you never used to be like this." Skyler Reed pouted, giving him a sidelong glance. "You used to just grab my hand when we were walking and say it was to keep us from getting lost. The campus paths are this wide. Where are we going to get lost?" Leo said, his face a mask of cluelessness, clearly indicating he thought she was lying. But in his heart, he already believed her. That sounded exactly like something his past self would say. "You philandering piece of trash, you deserve to have amnesia. I don't have time to hang out today. What's up? I wanted to tell you. I might not be able to see you for a little while." Oh, you big idiot. You're not even going to ask why." No one asked why, and Leo didn't think he should. If she had something going on, she had something going on. In their partners in crime type of relationship, if it were good news, she'd be shouting it from the rooftops. The fact that she wasn't meant it probably wasn't good news. It's like if your buddy gets a date with his dream girl, he's going to find a way to brag about it. But if he's secretly simping over her and buying her gifts, he's probably not going to say a word. Even friends needed boundaries. He felt relaxed when he was with Skyler. How to describe the feeling? "Leo, you got any weird, gory videos for me to watch? Do I owe you something?" "Okay, maybe a little too relaxed." Lying on the grass, a question popped into Leo's head. Skyler, why are you so insistent that you're my girlfriend? Isn't being friends good enough? But I am your girlfriend. Fine. Then tell me everything that happened on the day I supposedly confessed to you, from beginning to end. And while you're at it, call your mom and ask her what she thinks of me. Skyler went silent. Right now, Leo saw Skyler as a good friend. As a good friend, some things didn't matter. But in a romantic relationship, some things couldn't be ignored. It's okay, he said softly. You can tell me whenever you're ready. Leo, have you moved out yet? Not interested in buying a house. Thank you. It's your dad. Hilarious. I don't have a dad. Leo stood in front of a food stall on the edge of campus, watching the traffic go by, hissing as a hot takoyaki ball burned his mouth. On the other end of the line, his deadbeat dad, Rick Miller, was practically screaming. Son, you have to believe me this once. At least go stay in a hotel for a few days. Fine. You pay. I'll wire you the money. What? Leo's expression changed instantly. Rick Miller was offering money. Old man, are you trying to scare me? What's going on? Tell me now. Your car accident wasn't an accident. It has something to do with your grandfather's side of the family. My grandfather ran me over? So there isn't a single good person in the Miller family, is there? Leo was completely floored. A grandpa who commits vehicular assault, a gambling addict dad, and a player's son. The Millers really were a house of villains. Your grandpa is hooked up to an oxygen tank. He can't drive. It's related to his side of the family, his relatives. Just move out quickly. Rick Miller hung up abruptly, leaving Leo staring at his phone in bewilderment. Grandpa? The word was completely foreign to him. When he was little, he'd asked his dad why he didn't have a grandpa. His dad had patted his head without a trace of sadness and said, Your grandpa's dead. As for his grandfather's relatives, uncles, great-uncles, and the like, Leo had no memory of them at all. Not because of the amnesia. He just had no recollection of ever meeting them. Leo's face turned grim. His eyes scanned the street and landed on a familiar silver Ferrari. Didn't I tell you guys to get a different car? Leo slid into the passenger seat with practiced ease. After the call from his dad, some of the puzzle pieces were starting to click into place, like the true identities of the two goons in the silver Ferrari. Adopting an attitude of complete control, Leo settled into the seat. He had initially wondered why the surveillance team had automatically left a spot for him, but when he looked up, he saw a strange woman in the driver's seat. Leo, it's been a while. Oh, let me guess. You're my girlfriend too, right? Leo was past the point of being surprised. I'm your cousin's fiancé. What? Leo's eyes widened. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, damn, Leo, you'd even go there? Sorry, but I don't have any family besides my mother and my grandparents on her side. Leo shrugged, casually erasing the disrespectful thought from his mind. Hilarious. I might have complicated relationships with girls, but I don't break laws, I don't violate public decency, and I don't mess with other people's relationships. Absolutely not. Stop trying to trick me. I'm just here to tell you to move out. Your cousin is coming to repossess your house. On what grounds can he take my house? When it came to serious matters, Leo's face became a stoic mask. The house is property purchased through a family trust. The family has the right to dispose of it. Huh. So the one thing Rick Miller ever left me wasn't even his to begin with. Leo said it lightly, but his mind was already conjuring up a grand, dramatic family power struggle. A family trust? That wasn't something ordinary people dealt with. It seemed the old man came from a prominent family. But that was the old man, not him. So Leo had no desire to ask any more questions. He knew that if there had been any benefits to be had, he would have had them by now. I'm not moving. Is there anything else? I know you won't move. That's why I'm here. Spit it out. I have to get to work. Only then did Leo take a moment to really look at this so-called cousin's fiancée. Her hair was pulled up in an elegant twist, held by a wooden pin. Her narrow, almond-shaped eyes set in a pale, fox-like face gave her a soft, feminine beauty. Compared to Skyler, she exuded a mature, womanly charm. She handed him a manila envelope. Leo, I know what you're like. You're just being stubborn and pushing me away right now. But this is our best chance to get rid of your cousin for good. Get your hand off me. Leo slapped her hand away. The more she talked, the more ridiculous she sounded, and the angrier he got. What do you mean, me and you? Who the hell are you? Stop wasting my time. Leo, you know me, Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. I don't know you. The atmosphere in the car turned thick and strange. All Leo could think was, I'm not moving. You might as well just kick me out. He started to get out of the car. But to his surprise, the woman grabbed his arm. Leo, I won't cling to you. Just do what you promised me. And this file is yours. What's in the file? The truth about your car accident. The whole truth. Leo's head was still turned towards the window, but his mind was racing. He was already piecing together the likely story. He probably did have some history with her, but he would die before he admitted it. What does the old Leo have to do with me? I'm a model citizen now. One girl at school, one for work. A bloodbath was probably just around the corner. It was best to let this woman with a family live her life in peace. But as long as he didn't acknowledge their past relationship, a simple trade for the truth about the accident seemed worth it. If the crash wasn't an accident, it was attempted murder. That was a huge deal. Don't talk about the past. Just state your terms. I need to have a baby. You need a little brother to tell you how to have a baby? Wait a minute. Leo turned his head, a dawning realization on his face as his mind cycled through every trashy drama plotline imaginable. But he shook his head. That couldn't be right. IVF technology was pretty advanced these days, wasn't it? Having a baby wasn't that hard. Let me just confirm, he said slowly. And maybe I just have a dirty mind, but you want me to recommend a good fertility clinic, right? The woman stared at him intently, a simple necklace resting against her collarbone. I mean exactly what you think I mean. Your cousin. You're kidding, right? The Miller family genes don't have that kind of problem, do they? It was acquired. That has nothing to do with me. Leo, you seem a little different since the accident. A strange light suddenly gleamed in her eyes. Nothing's different. I'm leaving. Bye. Leo hurriedly opened the door and got out. She didn't stop him, but her eyes followed his retreating back. After a long moment, she lowered her head. Connor got back in the car. Peyton, he said, why not just marry Leo? Then you'd have the name, the child, the money, everything. What makes you think I haven't considered that? Peyton's narrow eyes flashed with a complex light. She wasn't really talking to anyone, more to herself. He's pretending not to know me today because he knows that getting close to me is trouble. She sighed. Such a heartless man. Just as she finished speaking, the silver Ferrari jolted violently. Peyton's chest slammed against the steering wheel. The car had been hit. It took her a moment to recover. She looked up and out the window. She saw a face with mixed race features and piercing blue eyes. She rolled down her window, her face composing itself into a mask of dignified composure, ready to negotiate. But all she got was a verbal assault. If you want a baby, find a man and marry him, Isabella said, her face impassive, her delivery relentless. Next time I see you, it'll be more than a fender bender. Peyton, of course, wouldn't stoop to arguing with her. Her expression remained calm as she looked past Isabella to the approaching Leo. She knew Leo hated complicated women. The slightest hint of trouble, and he'd run. He was a classic chauvinistic player. He would definitely step in and mediate. But to her surprise, Leo walked right up to Isabella and started fussing over her. Then he turned and echoed her threat. You were my boss. Don't bring this up again, or next time she really will run you off the road. Leo hadn't meant to tattle. It was just that the situation was so insane, it would have been explosive in any historical era. He'd just been telling Isabella the story as a piece of juicy gossip to lighten the mood. He hadn't expected her to be so intense, to literally floor it and ram the other car. Right now, Leo had only one thought. Being a kept man is awesome. No wonder his past self signed that contract. You don't know how good it is until you've tried it. In that moment, Peyton looked at a Leo who was completely different from the one in her memory, and her heart broke a little. This wasn't how Leo was supposed to be. Don't worry, you've never done anything to break up someone's relationship. Reading Dr. Shaw's reply, Leo put down his phone and let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. See, I'm not that kind of monster. Leo, thanks, Dr. Shaw. Dr. Shaw, you're welcome. That'll be $50. Leo put his phone away and looked over at Isabella, who was driving. At the same moment, she was looking at him. Their eyes met in the small space. Awkward. Who were you texting? She asked. My therapist. Haven't I told you about her before? Is it a man or a woman? A woman, of course. You've never mentioned another woman in front of me. Besides your mother. Guess I used to be a very private person. No, Isabella corrected. You were very good at managing your privacy. You knew I might check your phone, so you delete all your conversations with other women beforehand. To avoid making it look too obvious, you deliberately leave one or two, and then manually delete the sensitive messages to give me the impression that you were being honest. Isabella said it all so casually. Leo was so ashamed he wanted to hide his face in the corner. I was probably just trying to make you happy. I'm sure I didn't want to be such a player. Isabella didn't reply. Instead, she pulled the car up to a villa and habitually handed her purse to him. After a few seconds, she realized no one had taken it. She turned her head and saw that Leo had already run out to play with the Doberman in the yard. The reddish-brown dog seemed to know him well, jumping excitedly against its leash. What's this dog's name? Take my bag. You can get it yourself. Isabella's brow furrowed. her displeasure evident on her face. She ignored the man and dog wrestling in the yard and strode toward the house. "Hey, what's the dog's name?" Leo yelled after her, covered in slobber. There was no answer, only the heavy slam of the front door echoing in the yard. After roughhousing with the dog for a while, Leo finally opened the door and went inside. The moment he stepped in, he gasped. "Is your house a garbage dump?" Garbage dump was a bit of an exaggeration. The enormous house didn't have the usual signs of life, like takeout containers or dirty dishes. There were no bad smells, but the huge living room was strewn with discarded clothes, shattered vases, dried-up flowers, and a filthy fish tank. Even the overhead light flickered and then went out. A home was supposed to have traces of life, but this place looked like the dog had been let loose inside for a rampage. Isabella had gone straight to her laptop when she got home, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around her. But Leo couldn't ignore it. He felt like sleeping in such a messy place would shorten his lifespan. You'd think a villa this big would come with a housekeeper or a butler. Leo shook his head and went to the bathroom to look for a broom and mop. He couldn't find anything. Glancing at the busy Isabella, he decided not to disturb her. Instead, he turned and walked out of the villa. The main living room light was broken, but a wall sconce in the side hall still worked. Isabella sat under the broken light, not moving from her spot, taking calls and working on her laptop. She worked for a full hour before she finally finished. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around her legs, which were propped up on the chair. Her tall frame was curled up on the cold wooden seat. Perhaps because the door hadn't been closed properly, a draft whistled through the dilapidated house. When you're exhausted, you don't want to do anything. It's a common state of being in a fast-paced city. You can always do it later when you're rested. But Isabella hadn't had a good rest in a very long time. Financing, marketing, these keywords were enough to make her instantly irritable. She remembered something interesting Leo had once said. He said you couldn't judge a person's life by their social media photos, their perfect makeup, their sculpted bodies, or the watches on their wrists. You had to smell them. So what do I smell like right now? Decay? Isabella had forgotten the specific criteria. She only remembered teasing him about it. So this is the great player's guide to identifying women by scent? Leo had said no, because it was the same for everyone. He said a person's scent came from all aspects of their life. The crowded subways, the insufficiently dried bed sheets, the cheap particle board wardrobe, the greasy street food stalls, the sweat from constant exertion, the unwashed clothes. All of it combined to create a person's unique smell. She couldn't remember the rest. Not only had she forgotten, but she suspected Leo had forgotten too. He'd forgotten more than just his theory of scent. He'd forgotten many of their long-standing habits. Like grabbing her bag for her without being asked. "You're not him anymore." Isabella rubbed her bloodshot eyes, staring in the direction Leo had left, as if accepting his departure. She heard a loud thump, thump, thump. It sounded like the very structure of the villa was being hit. He probably wasn't coming back. "Isabella, what are you doing? Open the door." Isabella snapped back to reality. She thought she'd heard Leo's voice. So that was the thumping sound. It was someone knocking. She ran to open the door and saw a sweaty Leo. He immediately started yelling at her. "I've been knocking for minutes. You've got the security guard waiting." He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and ran towards the villa's main gate. Isabella followed his gaze and saw a security guard in a red golf cart. The cart's bed was piled high with a dazzling array of tools: brooms, mops, boxes of rags, oven cleaner, window spray, a stepladder, and even a large light bulb. Walter, the security guard, was hesitating at the gate, afraid to come in. The villa complex had property managers, but the owner of this house didn't like people coming over. She didn't even hire a maid. So even though he wanted to help, he didn't dare enter the yard. "Walter, just drive the golf cart right into the yard," Leo called out. "Maybe we should ask." "Ask the owner's permission," the guard stammered. "I am the owner." "Come on in," Leo declared. Walter swallowed hard and didn't move. He looked towards Isabella, the actual owner of the villa. He'd rarely been to this property. Everyone on the security team said the woman who lived here had a bad temper. It was best to avoid trouble. Walter was a short man. He had to look up at Isabella. "Listen to him," Isabella said, frowning. "Oh, okay." Walter backed the golf cart into the yard, wondering if he should help unload. But should he take the stuff inside? Better not. He'd just leave it here. It was important to have boundaries. "Hey, buddy, I'll unload it all for you. You can take it inside," Walter offered. "Thanks, Walter, I appreciate it." Leo carried a large box inside, then came out to lean against the golf cart and catch his breath. His eyes scanned the yard, as if looking for anything else that was out of place. His gaze landed on Isabella. "Go get the man a glass of water." "Me?" Isabella's expression was one of rare confusion. Who else? He's helping you out. The least you can do is offer him a drink. Leo's tone was matter-of-fact as he leaned against the cart. Walter quickly waved his hands, saying it wasn't necessary. But Isabella had already turned and gone back inside. The man's not thirsty. Don't go making her mad, Walter cautioned. You can't spoil women, Leo said, seizing the opportunity to posture. The more you spoil them, the worse they get. He'd been playing the part of the kept man ever since his amnesia. It felt good to act tough for a change. Hearing this, Walter whispered back. Everyone says the owner of Villa 13 has a bad temper, but you seem like a down-to-earth kid. Don't take this the wrong way, but you should be careful how you talk to her. Rich people can be unpredictable. She wouldn't dare. She doesn't even breathe loud when I'm talking. Kid, don't say that. What's there to be afraid of? She only acts tough outside. At home, if I tell her to go east, she doesn't dare go west. Kid. Walter's expression was pained. He unilaterally ended the conversation and accepted a disposable cup of water. Thanks. You're welcome. Isabella rarely smiled, but right now, a faint smile was playing on her lips. As everyone knows, a smile doesn't just disappear. It simply moves from one person's face to another. The smile on her face had clearly been stolen from Leo. Leo's face was a mask of agony. The soft flesh of his side was being twisted with great force. I was just chatting with Walter. I want to listen too. We're done talking? Ha ha. Oh no, don't stop. If I interrupt your chat out here, you'll just yell at me when we get home, won't you? Isabella said, her voice dripping with sarcasm as her fingers dug deeper into his side. So, should I be going east or west? When it came to chores, every home had two kinds of people, the ones who could relax and the ones who couldn't. The relaxed ones enjoyed life. The restless ones never shut up. Isabella, I swear, I'm in awe of you, Leo said, his voice echoing through the spacious condo. He was in full-on cleaning mode, a one-man whirlwind of tidiness. These broken vase fragments have been here so long, they're collecting dust. Do you just not see them? He swept them up, then pointed at a dead plant in the corner. And you, of all the lazy people in the world, just had to get a plant. Who kills a snake plant? It's basically plastic. He snatched a silk pajama top off a chair. And these things are everywhere. Leo Miller kept up his running commentary as he expertly blitzed the apartment. The ornate chandelier that once dominated the living room had been replaced with a simple, energy-efficient LED bulb of his choosing. The relaxed one, Isabella Vance, said nothing. She just followed him from room to room. Not that she had a choice. Leo was afraid his griping would go unheard, so he made a point of circling back to deliver his critiques directly into her ear. She never talked back, no matter how much he nitpicked. After a solid hour of work, Leo flopped onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. Cleaning the floor-to-ceiling windows had been brutal. He wanted to just hire a cleaning service, but Isabella was adamant. No strangers in her home. Do you know how to cook? He asked, panting. No. Then what did you eat before? When you were here, I ate what you made. When you weren't, I ate out. Leo's eye twitched. He walked into the kitchen. No wonder it was spotless, aside from a layer of dust. It was never used, so I used to do this all the time. Clean the apartment, do your laundry, cook for you. Isabella shook her head. Not just that. You also used to do everything you could to make me happy. And you never criticized me. Oh, really? So you're unhappy that I'm calling you out a little? No, she said coolly. I'm just tuning you out. Tuning me out. Fine. From now on, I'm coming by every 3 days for an inspection. If it's a mess like this again, you're getting a spanking. He was just blowing off steam. He couldn't handle this much work every time he came over. He wasn't a masochist. But to his shock, Isabella simply turned around, presenting her backside to him. Go ahead. You can start with last month's. Who are you trying to seduce? It's not like you haven't done it before, she said, her voice laced with a familiar, cutting mockery. That look of pure contempt. During that 1-minute drill of yours. Stop, Leo said, holding up a hand. Boundaries. He was finding that, sometimes, he was utterly powerless against her. Dinner is your problem. I'm going home to shower and change. You can shower here. You have clothes here. What kind of thing is that to say? My mom taught me that a good boy has to protect himself. No sleeping over at a stranger's house. A stranger's house? Isabella's face went cold. The only sound in the living room was the draft whistling through the open windows and the sound of their 2 breaths. Leo didn't answer. Some conflicts couldn't be sidestepped. What Isabella Vance wanted was the Leo from before the amnesia, the one who had signed a contract to be her kept man. That Leo's job was to make her happy. He came when she called, left when she dismissed him. If she said east, he couldn't go west. But that Leo was gone. Isabella strode to the coffee table, pulled the simple, one-page contract from her designer handbag, and slapped it down in front of him. We have a contract. I pay you, you provide a service. If you breach it, then I'm in breach, Leo said, shrugging. Sue me. You. He leaned forward, picked up the paper, and casually tucked it back in her hand. I was never going to ask you for money anyway. I was just paying back a favor. Isabella snatched the contract back. If you can't handle the emotional side of this, then we won't have one. You can exist purely as my cleaner, my driver, and my chef. We don't even have to see each other. You can come and do your work when I'm not home. She tore the contract into tiny pieces, letting them flutter to the floor. Her voice was ice. Get out. The vast apartment was empty again, leaving Isabella alone with the silence. This was normally the time she checked her stock portfolio. Usually, seeing the market bleeding red, a sea of devastation for amateur investors, would bring a smug, silent laugh to her lips. Another flock of sheep led to the slaughter. But today, she couldn't focus on the numbers. It was like a wall had sprung up between her eyes and the screen. She reached out and peeled the protective film off her laptop's display. Still blurry. Oh, the wall was in her eyes. They were wet. Sometimes, a person cries without realizing it, their mind wandering even as tears fall. In school, that was the mark of a top-tier delinquent. Not only daydreaming in class, but daydreaming while crying. But Isabella rarely saw herself as sentimental. The old Leo had been, sometimes. He once told her he thought he might have some psychological issues. At the time, she'd scoffed. Can sentimentality solve problems? She'd asked him. Of course, he hadn't argued back. The old Leo was unbelievably obedient. Nothing like the Leo of today. Why was she thinking of him again? She didn't know. She closed her laptop, walked upstairs, and grabbed a small bottle of pills from her nightstand. Prescription sleeping pills. Melatonin had stopped working for her long ago. She stepped in the master bathroom shower, letting the cold water cascade over her long, slender body. It was a routine. She toweled off, applied body lotion, blew her hair dry, and got into bed. Lying there, she closed her eyes and ran through the day's events, checking for any missed tasks. Once she confirmed everything was done, she suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten. According to her ironclad schedule, she should have gone to the Spicy Spoon, a little Thai place downstairs from her office run by a husband and wife team. She paid them double their menu prices for her regular meals, with the sole condition that they keep it extra clean. She knew absolute cleanliness was an illusion, and by that same logic, so was absolute rationality. Without warning, Isabella curled up under the covers and began to sob. Modern life made people fragile. A typical office worker dreams of clocking out at 5, getting home by 6, eating by 6:30, and jumping online with friends by 7. But then the boss keeps you for a few extra minutes. You miss your train by seconds. You get home, exhausted, only to find last night's dirty dishes still in the sink. Any one of those things could shatter a day's worth of anticipation. At least, that's what Isabella told herself. It was definitely because she hadn't eaten at the Spicy Spoon. That's why she was hungry and upset. I shouldn't be crying. I shouldn't be crying. What she needed was the Leo who revolved around her, not a Leo who made her unhappy. It was a simple transaction. She paid, he provided a service. If he didn't want to do it anymore, he could leave. Be rational. Transactions can't be mixed with personal feelings. But he could do it. Why had he stopped? It had nothing to do with the amnesia. He had walked out on her just like this on the day of the accident. He was just a damn torturous thing, right? Isabella stopped thinking. She was going to eat. They'd agreed, no emotions involved, and his mother had invited her over for a meal. She'd been starving for an hour, but hadn't moved. The thought of crashing their family dinner, however, sent a jolt through her. She shot out of bed, threw on some clothes, grabbed her car keys, and flew down the stairs. She even rehearsed her lines in her head. Leo would be so shocked to see her. She'd be perfectly calm. The contract is canceled. I'm not satisfied with the current Leo. We're done. Or maybe, don't bother begging. It's useless. When I make a decision, I stick to it. Who would beg you? What are you doing here? Leo stood in her foyer, scratching his head and holding a plastic bag of takeout containers. He'd just come from the kitchen with 2 sets of chopsticks. My mom told me to invite you over for a late dinner. I told her you wouldn't come, but she made me bring it over anyway. You've delivered it. You can go now. Go where? Some of this is for me. You think I'm going to bust my ass cleaning all day and not even get fed? What are you, some kind of evil slave driver? Isabella stood frozen on the spiral staircase, clutching her jacket. After a long moment, she mustered the courage to speak. Fine. You can leave after you eat. Do you want me to leave? he asked. That was a declarative statement. It means, eat your food and get out. Oh, but mine was a question. Leo stood by the dining table, a porcelain bowl in his hand. His tall frame was silhouetted against the light. His hair, which he'd styled that morning, was now clean and fell naturally. He tossed his jacket on the sofa. Before Isabella could answer, he answered for her. Okay then, I'll go. If you want to stay, then stay, she blurted out. There's a room for you anyway. Then you can't say I don't feed you or give you a place to sleep. Then you'd have to beg me. Of course, there'd be no begging. The living room was filled with nothing but the sound of them slurping their soup and the whistling of the wind. Isabella kept feeling a draft. It was almost October, and the evening breeze was getting chilly, especially in a house this big and empty. Go close the window, she said instinctively. I left it open on purpose, to air the place out after I cleaned. What smell? The office stink. It's too strong in here. But I only work from home occasionally. You need to get online more. The office stink is the smell of soul slowly rotting. To most people, a corporate job looks respectable, but it takes you further and further away from the person you're meant to be. Isabella didn't get it. A successful person couldn't comprehend that kind of logic. All she heard was soul slowly rotting. Maybe she was thinking of how the room looked before he cleaned it, because she lowered her head. Your nose is as sharp as ever. Damn right. I don't know if I ever told you, but I developed my own special technique. Call it scent of a woman, Leo Miller style. So after airing it out, what should the room smell like? Like a fresh start. Isabella suddenly looked up. She had clearly misunderstood the draft as something else, her thoughts jumping tracks as they often did. Leo, about that day. It was my fault. I'm not angry with you. Leo had no idea what she was talking about. He finished his food, washed the bowls, and put on his jacket to leave. I'm heading out. I won't be coming every day. Just call me if you need cleaning or something. My place is a mess every day. If you want me to come every day, just say so. I do. Isabella Vance was not one to mince words. Once she untangled the chaos in her mind, she knew exactly what she wanted and had no problem saying it. She felt like Leo was right. You were an accidental draft, yet you alone stirred up a hurricane. She was finally tearing down her fantasies and facing reality. Leo could leave at any moment. She had to change if she wanted him to stay. The simple, direct I do stunned Leo. Something felt very wrong. Was she possessed? Okay, he said slowly. Then I'll come every day. Leo, that night, I was the one who forced you. I don't blame you. Jesus, can you give me a warning before you jump topics like that? Who can keep up with your train of thought? But his interest was piqued. Tell me everything. In detail. It was like a switch had been flipped. Isabella's words started pouring out. She told him how, on that night, the old Leo had confessed he wanted to leave. They had argued for a long time, but he was insistent. She was convinced he'd found someone else, which is how she knew about a certain Skyler Reed. She had investigated him. She told him she had even said the words, I'm begging you. At this, Leo scoffed. No way. The words, I'm begging you, would never come out of your mouth. Say it again right now. I dare you. Isabella actually said it, though the words came out strained and difficult. The story continued. After begging him, she had dragged him back to the bedroom to look at the contract, then tore it to shreds. And then, she had been the one to initiate things, wrapping her arms around him. A reversal of roles. Here, Leo interrupted again. That's bullshit. A healthy guy like me? If I wanted to resist, you couldn't have forced me if you tried. Isabella said she'd been wearing black stockings and a lace nightgown. Oh, Leo said with a nod. Well, why didn't you lead with that? Pretty sure I didn't want to resist. He asked about the next day, the day of the accident. Why had he been leaving her place that morning? Isabella explained that he had refused to come back, so she posted a photo to her Instagram story, visible only to him. A minute later, he'd sent a 2-word DM, deleted. Then he had rushed over. Leo was skeptical again. What kind of picture would make me run all the way back? Am I that pathetic? Isabella took out her phone and showed him. Leo's eyes quickly scanned the image. The curve of a waist, the bend of a leg, a collarbone, a white strap. He nodded, saying nothing. In his mind, he forgave his past self. It was normal to be pathetic sometimes. But the Leo who had rushed back that day wasn't some drooling beast. He seemed to have found a message on the way. He was looking for a flash drive he'd left at her place the day before. He found it, ignored her completely, and bolted out the door. And then came the crash. Isabella recounted the events without a hint of shame. All she needed was a moment to sort through her thoughts, and she could be brutally honest. Now you know everything, she said. There's nothing I'm hiding from you. Can we sign a new contract? Leo smiled. We'll talk about it later. I'll be back anyway. But the contract was important to her. She pressed him, asking if he was the one who didn't want to sign. That's when Leo posed a question of his own. You're still hiding something from me. Why did you only come to see me on the day I was discharged from the hospital? Because I was sulking, she admitted, until your psychologist messaged me and told me you had amnesia. The room was empty again. Isabella knew she couldn't stop him from leaving, so she didn't try. If they were going to find a new way of coexisting, they would need to adapt. She had never lacked patience for things she deemed important. It just meant giving Leo a bit more respect. She would meddle less. When he was cleaning, she would listen to his complaints. More important than Leo's attitude was her own ability to come to terms with this. As long as she had her mind set, Leo was destined to be hers. What he thought didn't matter. Isabella stood up, her ridiculously long legs taut and slender. She admired herself in the full-length mirror. She was a little annoyed that Leo hadn't stayed the night. Once you open the door to desire, you developed a taste for it. It was only human. She wondered if she'd given in too easily, leaving him with no sense of accomplishment. But men and women alike deceive themselves at certain moments. Once that thought takes root, you're in trouble. You're screwed. You've fallen in love. He's probably just worried I didn't enjoy it, she murmured to herself, pulling up the video she'd taken. It was edited, a 40-minute clip condensed into 1 minute. After the amnesia, his mouth got tougher, but his heart is still soft. But what if I kind of liked it? Forgetting she had work the next day, Isabella opened her closet and started searching for an outfit. Time to post another story, visible only to Leo. The old methods always worked. The draft blew through the room again. This time, Isabella didn't feel cold at all. Leaving the window open really does make things smell fresher. That woman is going to latch onto me for dear life. Leo zipped along on a shared e-scooter, a helmet snug on his head. He had seen the change in Isabella, but he would have preferred she didn't change. Change wasn't a good thing, because the foundation of their relationship was wrong from the start. People play many roles. When Leo was playing the role of the boy toy, he was inherently in a position of low status in their romantic dynamic. He was making money, after all. It was like being a streamer. You had to smile and thank the person dropping the cash. He was a service provider. But Isabella had fallen for the role he was playing. Even if she wanted to change now, all it meant was granting Leo a slightly higher status. He could guess what she was thinking with his eyes closed. Let him have his space. Let him complain when he cleans. Maybe she even fantasized about being the breadwinner while he became a house husband. But she couldn't grasp what Leo, as a boyfriend, would actually need. If they had met under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be cleaning her apartment every day, playing the part of both father and mother. He certainly wouldn't be a house husband. Did she really think he wanted to be a kept man? And here was the greater contradiction. If she did find a guy who genuinely wanted to be kept, who revolved around her every whim, would she even like him? The fact that she'd rather throw herself at Leo for free than find someone new said it all. So this whole thing was a tangled, spiraling knot. In Leo's mind, their relationship was fundamentally flawed. You can't build real feelings on a transaction. It's your own damn fault for lusting after her body, he muttered, punching himself lightly on the arm. But then he thought of Isabella offering herself to him. Okay, fine. It's not your fault. I'll just have to find a way to make up for it later. The Cypress Lounge. Red lanterns hung high, illuminating a wooden door that blended new Chinese and Japanese aesthetics. Through the crack in the door, you could see a wall covered in a massive ukiyo-e print, and, in a corner, a pachinko machine, its steel balls clinking and clattering. This izakaya, hidden away in a narrow alley off P Street, had been open for 10 years. Rumor had it the owner was once a high-end male escort in Japan. He'd returned to the States and opened this place, a unique kind of cultural import, you might say. For most, it was just a juicy piece of gossip, like hearing your neighbor used to be a gigolo in Paris. Seeing it in person gave it a certain legendary feel. But for Leo, it wasn't a rumor. The Cypress Lounge was his place of work. The place that was supposed to give him a 401k and health insurance after graduation. The name, the Cypress Lounge, didn't quite fit the izakaya vibe, because it wasn't just an izakaya. The owner had also spent time in Taiwan, and Muza, the lounge's original name in his head, was a place he'd lived. So he just mashed everything together into a beautiful, stylish chimera. Leo was here to get some answers. For him, two things were critically important right now. First, exactly how many other girlfriends did he have? The two who had already popped up could be explained away as him just being popular with women. But his cousin's fiancée showing up today, that was something Leo couldn't accept. The first two were messy, but they were still within the realm of normal relationship drama, the kind of breakups and makeups young people go through. But his cousin's fiancée? This wasn't about love. This was dangerous. He could get into real trouble. Second, what was the deal with his so-called family? The whole thing was starting to sound like he was some secret trust fund baby, poised to inherit a billion-dollar empire and countless mansions. And yet, his mom still had to Venmo him $20 when she needed him to run out and buy soy sauce. Him, a trust fund baby? Was that even possible? To get to the bottom of it, Leo had also arranged to meet his father here tonight. But he wasn't putting all his hopes on Rick Miller. The old gambling addict was unreliable. His real hope lay with the Cypress Lounge, or rather its owner. The Cypress Lounge might have been a mishmash of cultures, but the owner, thankfully, had good taste. Nothing felt forced or tacky. The lounge was divided into two sections. The outer area housed the pachinko and retro arcade machines, where a young woman at the front desk was engrossed in a reality show. Heading further in, you entered a small courtyard. A cobblestone path led deeper, past a series of small, private booths. But the cobblestone path was just for show. If necessary, you could be escorted from the front door to your private room through a series of shielded corridors. Maximum privacy. Inside this Serenity room, a disheveled man sat on a tatami mat across from a poised, elegant woman. "Uncle Rick," the woman said, "why isn't Ethan's cousin here yet?" "Why don't you ask him?" Rick Miller replied. "It's better if you ask. If I ask, he might ignore me. At least you have a way to ask him." The little brat blocked both of my numbers. Rick had no concept of keeping family drama private. He loudly aired his grievances to his nephew's fiancée. After a moment, he added, "If you're in a hurry, you can go. I'll have the little punk call you later." Peyton just smiled, making no move to leave. She could tell Rick was trying to get rid of her. This was, after all, a chance encounter. Or maybe not. She had been staking out this place for 2 days, waiting for Leo. "It's not easy for me to get out, Uncle Rick. I'd rather wait." "Well, let me give you a heads up. If Leo gets impatient when he sees you, don't take it to heart." "Don't worry," Peyton said, her lips curving into a knowing smile. "He'll want to see me." She took a delicate sip of her sake. Her hair was piled high, accentuating the sharp, fox-like line of her jaw. Beside her stockinged feet rested a manila folder. On the second floor of the lounge, deep in a private wing. "Is it really that hard to pull my old client records?" "It's not hard, but you have to promise me you'll come back to work." "I promise. Now, can you please let go of my leg?" In the deepest recess of the second-floor hallway, a handsome, bearded older man was clinging to a younger man's thigh. The older man, perhaps deciding the pose lacked dignity, released his grip, straightened his clothes, and sat down on a small stool. The scent of sandalwood from a nearby burner swirled around him. "Leo, talent's like you're a rare breed. I can't bear to see it go to waste. When Isabella Vance poached me, you didn't seem to mind seeing my talent go to waste." "She paid too much," the older man said without a shred of shame. He wore his graying hair in a small, neat braid and had the scholarly air of a literature professor. "Leo, aren't you supposed to have amnesia? How do you remember all this old stuff?" "Cut the crap, Silas. Just pull the files for me. It's Uncle Silas to you. I've spoiled you rotten. Are you going to get them or not?" Don't go. Why do you even need the records? Your Uncle Silas is a walking archive. Just tell me who you want to know about." "My cousin's fiancée." "Name. How the hell should I know who your cousin's fiancée is?" "The future daughter-in-law of the Miller family. A rich family, anyway." "Duh. The broke ones don't come here. But I think I remember. Her last name is Peyton, right?" Leo's heart skipped a beat. "She's a real client. My cousin's a bona fide cuckold." But then came a question. Peyton shouldn't have been his client. The Cypress Lounge didn't discriminate, but Leo wasn't assigned to her demographic. The lounge was an exclusive, invitation-only club. You were either invited by the house or referred by a member, creating a private, high-barrier social circle, like a country club or an old-fashioned tea house. But there was no shady business here. Every client had a dedicated host, someone like Leo. You came, you had a drink, and the lounge put on regular performances. On a macro level, it was a networking platform. On a micro level, it was just a clean, quiet place to relax and socialize. The privacy was impeccable, the atmosphere was top-notch, and the networking opportunities were real. This was the real business of the top-tier Japanese hosts. The dirty stuff didn't make nearly as much money. Silas, a man who loved money, had structured things to maximize spending. Different hosts were assigned to different demographics. Leo's specialty was unmarried young women because they were prime for competitive spending. It was a business model. A group of young, wealthy women would form a circle around Leo. With similar backgrounds, they would naturally start competing with their wallets. Think of the top female fans lavishing gifts on a handsome streamer. It was all for that little hit of emotional validation. It sounded simple, but it was incredibly effective at separating fools from their money. Isabella Vance was one of those top fans. If there had been no competition, she would have been content ordering a few drinks a day. Why else would she have dropped 10 grand in one night? So Leo's job was less host and more social catnip. Silas, ever the wise sage, scoffed at Leo's question and flipped him the bird. The old man spent his days surfing the web, claiming he was studying the rhetoric of new-era streamers and had even proposed a theory of lifelong learning for hosts. In reality, the old creep spent all day watching e-girls dance. If you caught him, he'd quickly switch tabs to a history documentary. If you pressed him, he'd just own it. I spent my youth making other people happy. Can an old man enjoy himself a little now? But now Silas sat up straight, his tone serious. Peyton is indeed your cousin's fiancée, and she very much wants to become your official cousin-in-law. Hold on. If she wants to be my cousin-in-law, she should be chasing my cousin. What's it got to do with me? Because without you, she can't be your cousin-in-law. Just listen to yourself. Does that sound like something a normal person would say? No, it doesn't. But you've been at the lounge long enough. Have you ever heard anything here that didn't screw with your worldview? Silas took a sip of tea, his sharp eyebrows arching. He sighed. Logically, as your boss, I should have visited you in the hospital. It's not too late. Just Venmo me, you little money grubber. Let me finish. Silas shot him a look and continued. Working as a host here is fast money, but the price is that it messes with your head. After a while, you hear the most messed up things, and they just roll off your back. That's why I'm not going to do it anymore, Leo answered honestly. As your uncle, I support you. I understand. You've made the right choice. But as your boss, your sudden departure doesn't just mean losing a star host. It means losing the client base you were responsible for. You have to understand my side, too. The lounge wasn't built by just finding a courtyard and buying some booze. I poured my heart and soul into this. For once, Leo didn't argue. It was classic boss-to-employee guilt tripping, but it mattered who the boss was. Silas had been good to him. Their casual rapport was proof of that. You couldn't just get a job at the lounge for being handsome. The work might sound demeaning, but the barrier to entry, and the pay, was high. Leo's life wasn't perfect now, but without Silas, it would have been much worse. Reframe it. A young man from a family with a monthly income of a few $1,000s, a mother with a chronic illness, no savings, and still needing to pay for college. An establishment takes him in, helps him save for tuition, and pays for his mother's hospital bills. Isn't that an inspiring story? So yes, Leo was grateful to the lounge. He understood where Silas was coming from. Uncle Silas, I'm definitely leaving, but I can stay for a while and do my best to make up for it. Consider it paying you back. Paying me back is too strong a word. I paid, you worked. Simple as that. Silas looked down, speaking slowly. A lot of your old clients have large prepaid balances. If you leave, we'll inevitably have to process refunds. So, do your best to get them to come in and spend that money. He looked up. Your cousin's fiancée downstairs is one of our biggest clients. So do your best to keep her satisfied. And what does she want? That's part of your service. Not my department. But the most important thing for the lounge is its reputation. In a high-end business, reputation is more important than money. So find a way to make her happy. Leo fell silent, mulling over how to deal with Peyton. Silas cleared his throat. Don't worry too much about your cousin's side of the family. Whether as your uncle or your boss, I'll keep you safe. You just figure out how far you're willing to go. Yeah, right? If you're so good at protecting me, how'd I end up in the hospital? Leo muttered. The old host was full of it. But Silas stood up from his stool and walked to the window, fiddling with a hyacinth he'd been growing for years. His cloudy eyes held a sharp glint. The calligraphy scroll above his head read, "The wilderness has its own guiding light." You think that car crash only resulted in a minor concussion with no other major injuries by accident? He asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. You think that crash was just to give you a little vacation in the hospital? He didn't elaborate, just gestured for Leo to head downstairs. He needed a rest. But Leo had already seen the dancing girls on his phone screen. Go handle Peyton tonight. Come back later for the other client files. Uncle Silas, I want to formally ask you to be my godfather. Get out. Silas laughed, turning back to his tatama mat. He murmured to himself. The lounge wasn't built by just finding a courtyard and buying some booze. Making a baby was out of the question. It was a matter of principle. The Cypress Lounge had 4 cardinal rules. Do not engage in sordid transactional relationships in your capacity as a host. Do not develop romantic feelings for clients. Do not willfully destroy another person's family. Do not eat garlic during work hours. Were these rules in place because the lounge was a bastion of morality? No, they were the product of a long line of painful lessons. The host-client relationship already teetered on the edge of ambiguity. crossing the line could have immeasurable consequences. A sexual encounter might be consensual, but what if she turned around and reported you for prostitution? What if feelings developed, love turned to hate, and she showed up making a scene, and the fallout from destroying a family was self-evident? The situation with Isabella was, in essence, her paying a handsome sum for the boss to grant Leo a paid leave of absence. It happened outside the lounge. If anything went wrong, Silas wouldn't get involved, and he certainly wouldn't take the fall. Leo shook his head as he walked downstairs. He could live with the terms. Just work for a little while longer, no new clients. As for his cousin's fiancée, he had a plan for that too. If she really pushed him, he'd just yell, "You want a baby? Let's see some commitment first. Spend all the money on your client card." What? You actually spent it? Sorry, I'm basically retired. Our service relationship is over. Let's go our separate ways. And if you touch me, I'm filing a police report for sexual assault against a male college student. She wasn't playing fair, so why should he? He was tempted to call his psychologist, Dr. Shaw. She must have known something about his cousin's fiancée. But what Isabella had told him, that it was Dr. Shaw who had first mentioned his amnesia to her, had shaken his trust. How did she even get Isabella's contact information? And why tell her that? Leo pushed aside his questions about Dr. Shaw for now and dialed his dad. "Hey, which room?" "Leo, I'm talking with a friend." "Your friend?" "My cousin's fiancée, right?" "Perfect, I need to see her." "Oh, you two know each other." "We're in the Serenity room." "Got it." Leo hung up. He stopped by the Central Courier bar first, ordering a teppanyaki octopus and having the bartender whip up a whiskey sour. It was a tradition at the lounge. For a client you hadn't seen in a while, the host would buy them a drink and the house fruit platter out of his own pocket. Usually just frozen bayberries and watermelon. As long as he was here, he had to follow the rules. "Well, look who's back," the bartender said. "Little Leo." "Hey, anything exciting happened while I was gone?" Same old, same old. A few of your clients came looking for you, though, ranting about fraud and wanting to cash out their cards." "Yeah, the boss told me about it." He had 2 phones, one for work. He hadn't logged into his work social media since the hospital. It was probably a wasteland of angry messages by now. By all rights, he should log in, explain himself, beg for forgiveness, and coax them into coming back to spend money. That was the host's guide to self-cultivation. But post-amnesia Leo had little interest in doing that. The memory loss was having a subtle, creeping effect on him, one he could hardly perceive himself. In his own eyes, he was still him. His actions were his own. What was the difference? But hearing about his past, especially from Isabella, made him vaguely aware of the changes. Having lost most of his memories of interacting with women, he didn't seem to be acting much like a scumbag anymore. If Dr. Shaw were here, she would have explained it perfectly. Players aren't born, they're made. It's all tied to your developmental experiences, especially with women. She might even have told him, it's not just your mindset that's changed, but your behavior. You've forgotten many of the little tricks you used to use with girls. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had so much trouble with Isabella. You would have hit her with the classic player opening moves. A career-focused woman like that is child's play for a bad boy. Leo himself couldn't have articulated this. He only sensed a change and a growing desire to leave the lounge for good. He'd save up a decent amount, enough for tuition and family expenses. It was time to focus on school and a real career. Shaking the thoughts from his head, Leo picked up the tray and headed for the Serenity room. "How do you and Leo know each other?" Rick Miller's face had darkened considerably. He never imagined someone from the main family branch had made contact with Leo. Knowing he existed was one thing. Contacting him was another. Just moments ago, he had been carefully telling his nephew's fiancée how Leo might get annoyed if he sprung her family connection on him. "I happened to run into him when I was here one day. I only found out later he was my fiancée's cousin." "It wasn't the old man who sent you." "Uncle Rick, I haven't married into the Miller family yet." The double meaning was clear. Her being here had nothing to do with the Millers. And by the same token, he had no right to question her about it. The perpetually slouching rogue lost his smile and fell silent. Just then, Leo pushed the door open. He placed the tray on the table. "Long time no see, Ms. Peyton. A little something from the lounge. Didn't we just see each other this afternoon?" "This afternoon, I met my cousin's fiancée. Right now, I'm meeting Ms. Peyton." "All right, Leo, you handsome devil." They both tacitly shed the awkward family labels. This was the professionalism Silas had spoken of, the mark of a future star host. The moment Leo stepped through that door, he was a lounge host. There were no strange family ties. Otherwise, how could Peyton relax? She was the customer. "Sorry, the car crash messed with my head. Your name is Peyton, you said?" "Peyton Aniston." As he asked, Leo sat down on his father's side of the table and slid the octopus dish in front of him, giving him a look that said, just shut up and eat. He then turned to Peyton. Lots of delivery guys and office workers have to bring their kids to work these days. I'm just bringing my dad. The octopus is on me. It's fine. I should be treating Uncle Rick to a meal. Ms. Peyton, in here there's only a respected client, a humble host, and the host's disabled father. There's no Uncle Rick. Leo couldn't just blurt out his pre-planned line about spend your money before you talk about babies. That would be treating her like an idiot. His message was singular. In this room, they were client and host. Leave the dynastic drama at the door. And why not ask his dad to leave? Surely Peyton wouldn't be so brazen as to talk about making a baby in front of an elder. Leo's plan was sound, but reality was often far more absurd. After a brief moment of surprise, Peyton quickly recovered, stretching languidly. If there's no Uncle Rick, then I suppose it's only right that I treat my father-in-law to a meal. Ahem. Cough. A tentacle was still hanging from Rick's mouth. He choked, his face turning beet red. He stared at his son in astonishment, his eyes practically sparkling. My boy works fast. He knew bits and pieces about his son's life, but the lounge's privacy was ironclad, so he had no idea who the clients were. He was about to yell, "Good job, son. Avenger, old man," when Leo stuffed a napkin in his mouth. On my father's behalf, I'm honored. Unfortunately, we're dirt poor and my dad has asthma. Look how he's coughing. This kind of banter was perfectly normal at the lounge. In this ambiguous atmosphere, you had to roll with it, even if the jokes got dirty. When women went wild, men were left in the dust. So Leo just used a joke to deflect and quickly change the subject. Peyton didn't press the issue, taking a sip of her sake. Is the whiskey sour okay? I used to have all my clients' preferences saved in my phone, but bad brain, broken phone. It's fine, but you have to drink with me. Sure. How many more? Of course. Leo beamed. Finally, she's spending money. A whiskey sour here was $70 a pop. One step closer to freedom. One moment. I'll go order them from the bar. Extra ice. Leo grabbed Rick's empty plate and dashed to the bar, ordering 10 drinks. He knew Peyton wasn't here for the alcohol. 10 was overkill. But who cared? He'd drink them all himself if he had to. With the room fee and a tip for the bartender, he could easily get $2,000 out of her tonight. While the drinks were being made, Leo ran to the front desk, hopping around the courtyard like an excited rabbit. Jenny, can you check for me? How much does Peyton Aniston have left on her card? 1 second, Leo. The day's receptionist, Jenny, jumped, startled out of her reality show haze, and quickly typed at her terminal. Peyton Aniston, last 4 digits, 4,546? Probably. There aren't any others with that name, right? Just this one. The balance is 74,500. How much? Are you sure you're not misreading the decimal point? Nope. She's a silver card member, so she gets a 20% discount on services. Leo didn't care about the discount. That was just a gimmick. In a place that jacked up prices this high, a drink could cost hundreds. The client was just paying for the status of being a silver member. What really floored Leo was the $70,000 balance. His client base was mostly unmarried women, party girl college students, and rich heiresses. But objectively, their spending power was nothing compared to wealthy married women. A few thousand, maybe 20 or 30 grand on a card was considered good. A place like this was naturally more appealing to the sugar mommy demographic. Isabella's spending had shocked Silas. But Peyton was on another level entirely. You're so desperate to get married. Why are you dropping all this money here? Cousin, you better check your own bank account. This fiancé of yours is bad news. Back in the room, only Peyton and Rick remained, sitting opposite each other. Rick's expression was grim. Since you're dead set on marrying Ethan, why are you still bothering Leo? Uncle Rick, I just want to marry into the Miller family. Ethan or Leo, it makes no difference to me. How can you say they're the same? You want to marry Leo and eat dirt? Isn't your entire struggle for all these years just to get Leo back into the Miller family? You've got that wrong. It's what I want, not what Leo wants. My wish is to fight my way back in, take the money, and give it to my wife and kids so Leo can be a carefree rich kid. I won't force my wishes on him. To put it simply, I, his father, am responsible for going back to the dog kennel to fight for scraps. He just needs to take the money I give him and enjoy life. He doesn't need to step into the kennel himself. But Uncle Rick, you can't stop it. When Leo sees this file, he'll know everything about your family's drama and everything that's happened to him. Do you think he won't seek out Ethan himself? You're right, Rick said, but I can stop you. He still had that rogue-like posture, constantly scratching his unshaven chin. His nicotine craving was clearly kicking in. He kept reaching for a cigarette, but stopped himself. He had no idea if he could smoke in here. He didn't care for himself, but he didn't want his son to get chewed out by his boss. Peyton just laughed at his threat and repeated her earlier line. Uncle Rick, I haven't married into the Miller family yet. It's a bit early for you to be disciplining a Miller daughter-in-law. Same meaning. I'm not married in. You have no authority over me. Rick didn't get angry. Perhaps the craving was too much. He stood up and walked out, that same roguish smile on his face. I don't see myself as your uncle. If the old man didn't have a fortune to divide up, I would have changed my last name years ago. He stepped off the tatami mat into his flip-flops, scratched an oil-stained spot on his jeans, and threw a cheesy line over his shoulder. Don't try to provoke a father. Rick Miller's departure caused no ripples in the Serenity Room. When Leo returned with the drinks, he didn't even ask where his father had gone. In this room, the client was God. With Rick gone, it was time for the conversation he and Peyton couldn't avoid. Should I call a few people in for some drinking games? Leo offered. No need. Let's just talk. Peyton's long, narrow eyes were full of amusement. She watched as Leo served her, pouring her drinks. Paying money for a pleasant experience. This was the life she had always pursued. What do you think makes me different from the other girls you know? She asked. You're comfortable. Leo was direct, his gaze sweeping over her body. She was wearing black short shorts, but had a Burberry shawl draped over her shoulders. 2 seasons in one outfit. He couldn't tell if she was hot or cold. His gaze was frank, because he knew it was the answer she wanted to hear. Peyton's smile bloomed. Who asked about my body? I was asking about my personality. That's what I'm talking about. Your personality. It puts people at ease instinctively. Leo, I'm a paying customer, you know. I want to hear the truth. I'm telling you the truth. Then why don't you like me? Because your personality is built on restraint. And that restraint is a tool for getting what you want. Leo looked down, dropping ice cubes into her glass, then looked up with a perfect 8-toothed smile. You should know I have this little skill. A nose for a woman's secrets. If your next question is why I say your comfort is just restraint, I can answer that for you now. I'm all ears. You're wearing Armani C. It's a relatively common fragrance. Most people who are into perfume prefer something more niche, so it's not a top choice for showcasing taste. It almost completely masks another scent on you, but sorry, my nose is a gift. It's Parfait de Marly. Before you came here, you used a popular, mainstream perfume to cover up a more exclusive one. It's probably a habit for you now, presenting a more acceptable scent to people. Your shawl has that specific smell of a new boutique item, mixed with the smell of a kitchen exhaust fan. Did you have onions for dinner? But you were coming here tonight, so you shouldn't have eaten. Was it a dinner you couldn't get out of? A family dinner, perhaps? One where you even had to cook yourself. He paused. Was the shawl a gift from someone at that dinner? You wore it to please an elder, finished the meal, and then rushed here to see me. Throughout his monologue, Leo watched Peyton's face, a minor psychological trick. Observe the facial muscles to gauge if his guesses were correct, then adjust the next line of speculation. It was part of his training at the lounge. Peyton was silent for a long time after he finished. She took a large gulp of her whiskey sour. Leo, you always know how to get right to the heart of things. It means you have something on your mind, but I'm being myself. I'm very happy. Happy people don't need to come here. Leo didn't press further. He knew she was close to spilling everything. Peyton downed 2 more large gulps of her drink. As she coughed, a napkin appeared in front of her at the perfect moment. She suddenly laughed. Leo, can I tell you some things you don't want to hear? During service hours, there's nothing I don't want to hear. Just this once. I won't bother you again after this. The cinnamon is fine, but that was a bit crude. Leo poured her another drink. Why does it have to be me? Because I want to marry into the Miller family. And so, Leo, from the perspective of a spectator at a drama, listened to a story of dynastic intrigue. To be honest, given his detached attitude, his expectations were already low, but he never imagined the story would be this explosive. The gist was this. Leo's grandfather was on his deathbed, which meant the family fortune was up for grabs. Normally, it would go to the second son, his second uncle, Ethan's father. But the grandfather knew his grandson, Ethan, couldn't produce an heir, so he was entertaining the idea of letting the rebellious third son, Rick, back into the fold. Hearing this, Leo felt a surge of anger. Why isn't Rick crawling back and begging for forgiveness? The man is in his 40s and still playing the rebel. Even if you have no feelings for the family, just take the money and run. But Peyton explained that it wasn't that simple. His second uncle was a capable and ruthless man. Leo figured as much. The rich were all cunning as hell. Better for Rick to be a degenerate gambler. At least he was healthy and could bounce back after his son kicked him. At this point, Leo had a question. If second uncle's first attempt at an heir was a bust, couldn't he just have another kid? Peyton said he tried. Years of debauchery had taken their toll. He was too old and couldn't have more children. So second uncle's only hope was for his son Ethan to somehow produce an heir. then everything would be fine. This is where Peyton came in. She approached second uncle and proposed a solution, and convinced him it would work. Thus, she and Ethan, after a single blind date, were engaged. Second uncle, being a sly old fox, told him to get pregnant first, then get married. That way he'd have something concrete to show the old man. So what was your solution? Leo asked. If you don't have one, aren't you just deceiving an old man who desperately wants a great-grandchild? That's immoral. Peyton smiled faintly. You are my solution. The old man knew his grandson Ethan was infertile, so to prevent any deception, a paternity test was a certainty. But if Ethan couldn't have a child, and the test revealed the baby belonged to a stranger, the furious patriarch would probably have Peyton's ashes scattered to the winds. But what if the baby belonged to Leo? It was still Miller blood. The baby would still call the old man great-grandpa. What difference would it make to him? The old man had one foot in the grave. He wouldn't care about the details, as long as the family line continued. At that point, second uncle would have to grit his teeth and accept it. In fact, to save face, he'd have to embrace it. If he didn't, the old rogue Rick would seize the opportunity and demand half the inheritance. Better to just accept the situation gracefully. At the end of the day, all these people, with all their schemes, were just fighting over money. After hearing it all, Leo even replayed the logic in his head. He wanted to applaud. What kind of twisted genius came up with this plan? It was top tier. But Leo also found a loophole. Why don't you just marry the cousin in the story? You'd still marry into the family, and you wouldn't have to carry this terrible reputation. At this, Peyton, drunk and flushed, a foxy smile playing on her lips, leaned in. Would you marry me? Of course not. This has nothing to do with, oh. It was only then that Leo stepped out of his spectator role and belatedly realized, right, I'm a main character in this mess. But Peyton was already leaning across the table, her face close to his. Leo, if you marry me, you won't have to do a thing. I'll be your asset, helping your father get back his share of the inheritance. All we need is a marriage certificate. She was sure Leo wouldn't refuse. All he had to do was lie back and receive a beautiful wife and a ton of money. He just had to find time for a wedding and a wedding night, and the rest would fall into his lap. Why would he say no? Leo gently adjusted the shawl on her shoulder and said with a smile, Peyton, let's assume everything you said is true. Why would I have to marry you? Do you have me confused with my cousin? He tilted his head, feigning innocence, a harmless smile on his face. I know this is all very complicated, and I'm sure you'd be a huge help. But give me a reason, just one, to wade into that swamp. He stretched. You're not really trying to fool me like I'm a 3-year-old, are you? Marry a pretty girl, have a kid, and inherit millions? I wouldn't even watch that as a TikTok drama. He poured her another drink. He had no interest in fighting over an inheritance or getting entangled with a family of strangers. He thought his life was perfectly fine as it was. So, in the spirit of providing excellent customer service, Leo offered her some advice. You know why the Cypress Lounge has lasted so long and makes so much money? Tell me. Because there are too many unhappy people in the world. The loveless chase love, the loved crave freedom. The broke scheme for wealth, the rich want even more. Everyone is greedier than the next. You and I are the same. Peyton didn't seem the least bit offended by Leo's words. She knew this was how it would be. Perhaps it was the alcohol, because her poised demeanor was gone. She propped her chin on her hand, her elbow on the table. Leo, no matter what, this offer stands. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's impossible. Leo irritably popped a frozen bayberry into her mouth. They'll just come every day. I can afford it. You'd better not be spending my cousin's money. It'll be a mess if he finds out and comes here to cause a scene. I'm spending your cousin's money. This way, he gets to feel like he's part of it, too. Shut up. You're such a natural-born villainess. Leo couldn't be bothered with this. He was just a host. She could spend whoever's money she wanted. If the sky fell, Silas would be there to hold it up. Alcohol is an accelerant for the dormant parts of one's personality. Sober, Peyton was the picture of a perfect, well-bred lady, the type every mother-in-law dreams of. But a few drinks in, she began to shed her disguise in front of Leo. Her face was flushed. I pay my money today. If you won't agree to that, you have to agree to something else, right? Let's hear it first. Let me be someone other than myself, just for once. The you that's trying so hard to marry into a rich family. That's already not yourself. Peyton stared at him blankly for a moment. Then her eyes crinkled into a smile as she leaned forward. Then how do I be myself, teacher? Stop restraining yourself just to please others. I don't understand, teacher. Please explain more. The adoring, starstruck look in her eyes was incredibly flattering. Leo glanced at her. See? Whatever I say, you put on this look of admiration. That's a huge plus in a man's eyes. But you don't actually admire me that much. It's become a habit for you, one you can't break overnight. We're the same, you and I, teacher. Don't try to cozy up to me. If you want to be yourself, just let loose and indulge once in a while. Then you can at least drive me home. You won't do this, you won't do that. Careful, or I'll file a complaint. Let's go. Stop nagging. It was a dark and stormy night, perfect for a murder. Leo looked at the upscale apartment complex in front of him and felt a sudden wave of emotion. This was Peyton's home. As a woman who perfectly fit the well-bred lady template, she would of course live at home before marriage. Right now, they were both in the back seat of her car, waiting for the designated driver to pull into a spot by the curb. They had both been drinking. Why not go into the underground garage? Because someone is waiting for me at the entrance. Your family? Good. I'll hand you off to them and my shift will be over. Can you hold my hand and walk me over? I swear to God. Which one is your family member? Leo looked impatiently out the window, rolling it down to call the person over. This woman turned into a different person when she drank. Are you sure you want to call him over? Just a friendly reminder. He's your cousin. Your cousin isn't my cousin. Wait, whose cousin are you talking about? The window slowly rolled back up. Leo felt an unexpected jolt of panic. It was a strange kind of thrill, making the hair on his arms stand up. Ethan, of course. Your second uncle's family isn't strict with their son, but they're very strict with their future daughter-in-law. Ethan called me 3 times tonight, and I didn't pick up, so he came straight here to wait. So what do we do now? Hearing the nervousness in Leo's voice, Peyton's brow smoothed. She rested her head on his shoulder. Are you scared of your cousin? What do you think? I'm not scared. What are you scared of? There wasn't a trace of fear on her face. She patted his cheek. You were right. A little indulgence really does feel good. Now kiss me. Don't push it. Kiss me, and I'll give you a gift. Something about your little girlfriend, Skyler Reed. Are you ever going to quit? Fine. Let's go kiss in front of him right now. Let's go. Leo knew he couldn't give her an inch. This woman was too manipulative. Give her a crack, and she'd drive a wedge through it. A kiss? Fine. Let's make it a public performance. As expected, Peyton fell silent. She didn't dare burn that bridge completely, but it seemed she never intended to actually kiss him. She simply pulled an envelope out of her bag. She dangled it in front of his face, then tucked it down the collar of his shirt. Come and get it yourself. I will. Leo reached in and yanked it out without a moment's hesitation. Any delay would have been an insult to his character. Did she really think he was some kind of saint? I thought you were going to show me that file. Your dad won't let me. To avoid getting bitten by that old rogue, I'll let you see this instead. Leo tore open the envelope. Inside was an invitation card. In this digital age, physical invitations were rare. But Leo's eyes immediately caught the key information. Skyler Reed's birthday gala. That's right, your little girlfriend. This invitation was sent to me 5 days ago. The party is in 2 days. Peyton was a master of words. Her language was purely objective, but the way she framed it guided his thoughts. This was planned at least 5 days ago. And you, the boyfriend, didn't know? She didn't interrupt his train of thought, instead straightening her clothes and urging him out of the car. Then, she walked towards the underground parking garage. She never planned on meeting Ethan at the main gate. Drunk and disheveled, it would shatter her well-bred lady persona. If you want to marry into a rich family, you have to be disciplined. Self-restraint is the first step. As for Ethan, she trusted that the moment he saw his cousin, he would forget everything else. And why would Leo go see Ethan? Because, under Peyton's guidance, Leo was already subconsciously thinking of his cousin as the prime suspect behind his car crash. How could he not be curious? With such a perfect opportunity, even if he didn't introduce himself, he'd at least sneak a look from a distance. Peyton knew Ethan. That man was already psychologically twisted. He'd act like a rabid dog the moment he saw his cousin. A fight would be for the best. Leo was great in every way, except he was too easily satisfied with his current happiness. If anything threatened that happiness, he would retaliate with full force. As long as the animosity was out in the open, Leo would be dragged into the swamp whether he wanted to be or not. Riding the elevator up to her apartment, Peyton was already picturing the scene. A smile spread across her foxy face. Uncle Rick, you can't blame me for this. Leo really did want to see Ethan. How to describe the feeling? Although he'd never met his cousin, the guy's name popped up constantly. It was like seeing other creators on TikTok always mentioning a certain influencer. Even if you don't know them, you hear their name enough that you eventually click on their profile out of curiosity. That's how Leo felt now. He wanted to know who this legendary cousin really was. Though he'd had a few drinks, Leo was still clear-headed. He didn't know for sure who was behind the car crash. If it really was Ethan, then he must be familiar with what Leo looked like. How could he approach him? Leo pulled out his phone, annoyed, just as a message from Skyler popped up. Skyler, calling Leo Miller. How come I forward you all those funny videos, and you don't reply to a single one? Leo, I need a plan. My friend has a beef with his cousin, and he's also had a run-in with his cousin's fiancée. How should my friend approach the cousin to talk? Skyler, does your friend have a death wish? Leo, I need a plan urgently. My friend is pacing next to me, totally freaking out. Skyler, no plan. He's screwed. Tell him to prepare for death. Leo rolled his eyes and decided not to reply. Useless in a crisis. But Skyler began spamming him with messages. Skyler, wait, you don't actually have a friend like that, do you? Leo, how could you not invite me to watch something this fun? Skyler, hurry. Send me your location. Leo thought about it. Having her here might actually work. After he talked to his cousin, he'd have a perfect excuse for being there. What a coincidence to see you here. You're waiting for your fiancée? Well, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. He sent her his location. As Leo was squatting on the curb, fiddling with his phone and trying to figure out his next move, a voice suddenly cut through the night. Is that you, cousin? Yeah. No. Am I? Leo didn't even have time to process it before a man in his 20s with gold-rimmed glasses was standing in front of him, holding out a friendly hand. Cousin, it's been a long time. We've met when you were born. I snuck into the hospital with Grandpa to see you. You were all wrinkly back then. Yeah, that was a while ago. Leo had heard, long time no see many times, but this was the first time someone had stretched it back to his birth. Wrinkly. Of course he was wrinkly. Leo was a loss for words. This cousin seemed surprisingly friendly, refined, slender, tall. But just seeing his face dredged up all the rumors, and a sense of unease washed over him. Some people never appear in your world, but their stories circulate through it anyway. Cousin, this is probably the first time you're hearing about me. I imagine Uncle Rick doesn't talk much about the family, but the last generation's problems are theirs. We should be friendly. The guy was laying it on thick, his posture open and welcoming. Leo couldn't keep up the act. Cousin, I've heard about you too. I didn't expect to run into you here. Oh, from Uncle Rick? What kind of person am I in his stories? Ethan asked. He had a scholarly air that made it hard to dislike him, a world away from the image Leo had built in his head. Honestly, Leo just wanted to tell the truth. He had no desire to get dragged into the family inheritance drama. He could just tell his cousin straight up, I don't want your family's money. You don't mess with me. We'll pretend we don't know each other and go our separate ways. Leo had never spent a single day living with that side of the family. He felt no sense of belonging, no unbreakable bond. From his perspective, their fortune was their business. Why would he want to fight them for it? He'd seen what a life spent chasing that cake looked like for Peyton. Money was great, but the price was too high. This was a good chance to get Peyton off his back, too. Leo cleared his throat, ready to lay his cards on the table. Best case, it would prevent a huge misunderstanding. Worst case, if his very existence was a threat to someone's interests, if he wasn't even allowed to be, then this was a perfect opportunity to beat the crap out of the guy. Getting arrested wasn't the goal. Making a scene was. He'd go to the police station and start yelling that his cousin had hired someone to kill him, that his car crash was attempted murder. Who cares if he had proof? Get the guy detained and investigated. You mess with me, I mess with you. If you want to play dirty, we'll play dirty. Just as Leo was organizing his thoughts, ready to make his move, his cousin spoke first. Cousin, thank you. You're welcome. Wait, what? You brought Peyton back, didn't you? It must be hard for you, doing that kind of work. Whoa, hold on. I'm not that kind of person. Leo shot to his feet. What does his cousin mean by that? Don't you work at the Cypress Lounge? I know it's a clean place. That's not what I meant. The cousin seemed to realize Leo had misunderstood and explained with a wry smile, it was actually my father's idea for Peyton to get close to you. You should know why. Cousin, who told you that? Peyton, of course. My father would never tell me something like that. A bold theory instantly formed in Leo's mind. Peyton, you brilliant manipulator. She presents herself as the perfect, well-bred lady. Good reputation, beautiful, great personality, a virgin, the ideal candidate for a wealthy family. Then she agrees to do this sordid business. The women with better qualifications wouldn't stoop to this. The ones who would stoop to this didn't have her qualifications. So second uncle had to pinch his nose and accept her. And as for the poor sap Ethan, Peyton had just spun him a story and thrown the blame squarely onto his father. Leo didn't know what to say. He met Ethan's earnest gaze from behind the gold-rimmed glasses and suddenly felt like some kind of savior to the Miller family. He could only pat his shoulder helplessly. This is a matter of principle. I won't do it. You should go home and talk some sense into them. Leo didn't specify who to talk to. Let him figure it out. I know you won't do it. That's why I came to thank you. It's a professional relationship. Don't get the wrong idea. Leo found it hard to comment on someone else's family drama, and quickly changed the subject. Cousin, you heard about my car crash, right? Yes. The family was looking into it to help, but unfortunately, it turned out to be just an accident. Did anyone from the family come to the hospital to see me? I wanted to, but I was worried you wouldn't want to see anyone from the family. I didn't want to affect your recovery. Oh, right. Leo immediately shut up. He turned away, pretending to take a call. Ethan gave a gracious be my guest gesture. The call was to Dr. Morris. Leo had secretly snapped a photo of Ethan and sent it to him. He remembered Dr. Morris saying that in the 10 days he was hospitalized, only his mother and one other man had visited. Leo himself didn't remember the man, having been unconscious for a while and then groggy for days. But he'd never forgotten what the doctor said. Dr. Morris, he whispered into the phone. Was this the man who came to visit me? The gold-rimmed glasses look familiar, but this picture is too blurry. The man who visited you took me aside to discuss your condition. I think the cigarettes he offered me were Marlboros. Leo hung up, his face calm. He muttered a few curses under his breath, patting his pockets irritably. This job sucks. The damn boss is making me work overtime. Work is like that. If you have any financial problems in the future, just let me know. We're family. You're a good guy, cousin. You got a cigarette on you? I could use one. You smoke? It's not a good habit to pick up in college. No, just when I'm stressed. Ethan looked at him like a mischievous younger brother and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. Marlboro Black Menthol. What's wrong? Don't like this brand? I don't smoke much. Haven't seen these before. I've got more in my car. I can get you a few packs. No thanks. Leo genuinely didn't have the habit. He knew how, but he only ever accepted a cigarette when a client offered, and it would be rude to refuse. In his mind, Ethan's guilt was all but confirmed, and that made things serious. This was the kind of thing that could get a person locked up for a long, long time. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but he shook them away. He had to trust that the authorities had done their jobs. The evidence at the scene must have pointed to an accident. There was no way for Leo to take Ethan down with this alone. Initially, he had wanted to mess with him, maybe get him hauled into a police station for questioning. But he vaguely remembered what Silas had said. The subtext was clear. Without his help, Leo wouldn't have gotten off with just 10 days in the hospital. The big guy was watching his back. He didn't need a rush. But that didn't mean Leo couldn't do anything. Let this son of a bitch stand here and play innocent, looking all prim and proper. I'll let you have your little act. With that, Leo sent a text to Skyler. From her bedroom window, Peyton watched everything unfold at the complex gate. She twisted the corner of the yellow curtain into a little bow in her hand. Her fine eyebrows were knitted together. How are they chatting? She had even considered the possibility that they wouldn't meet at all. She never imagined they could be having a friendly conversation. The effects of the alcohol had mostly worn off. It would have been most beneficial for her if they had immediately clashed. Because despite everything, Peyton still held out hope of marrying Leo fair and square. With her help, the old rogue Rick had a high chance of clawing his way back into the Miller family. Then, she would get her money and a husband she actually found attractive. It was true what they said. A man like Leo, with his looks and personality, was highly desirable. If you could, why wouldn't you choose someone handsome who could make you happy? The logic applied to both men and women. As she was thinking, she saw a pink e-scooter zip into view. It was too far to see who it was, but she saw the girl get off the scooter, point a finger at Leo's nose, and yell, "Where did you hide the woman?" "I didn't. Don't lie to me. I already went to your workplace and asked around. She's a married woman, isn't she?" Skyler Reed had her sleeves rolled up, her little face puffed out with rage. She grabbed Leo by the collar, looking like she was about to attempt a shoulder throw. But her small frame was no match for him. He didn't budge. Faced with the sudden interrogation, Leo instinctively glanced at Ethan, silently begging him to help explain. Ethan sighed, assessed the situation, and said with extreme helplessness, "Ma'am, there's no other woman. That was my fiancée. You've misunderstood. Lies. Keep lying. What man would let his fiancée go out drinking with someone else?" Skyler ruthlessly dismantled his lie, planting her small hands on her hips. Her cheeks were puffed out like a furious hamster. Hearing this, Ethan's refined face twitched. "Ma'am, it really is my fiancée. They just have a professional relationship." "Professional relationship? Tell me what kind of work you were discussing. I'd love to hear. My cousin's work is confidential. He can't just go around talking about it." Ethan's face was growing darker by the second. There was no way to explain this. An argument is all about momentum. If you come out swinging, you only get stronger. The more Ethan hemmed and hawed, the weaker his position became, leaving him to passively absorb Skyler's onslaught. More like it's something you can't let people hear, right? "Where's your fiancée? Tell her to get her ass out here." Though his face was grim, Ethan had found a new strategy: to stay silent and endure it. She couldn't stand here and yell at him all night, right? But no one was going to let him play the turtle. At the perfect moment, Leo chimed in. Maybe you should have her come down. Otherwise, I'll have to tell the truth. Leo put on a pitiful, wronged expression, shooting a sideways glance at the furious Skyler. Skyler, in turn, spun around and punched him lightly in the chest. Men should be quiet when women are talking. Okay, the whipped husband vibe was strong. Ethan was already dialing Peyton's number. He couldn't handle the truth coming out. If that story got around, he'd never be able to show his face in public again. But before the call could connect, Peyton, wearing pajamas and a coat, walked out of the main gate. She tried to get them all into the car to talk, but Skyler was adamant. What's there that can't be heard in public? You weren't ashamed when you were doing it, but now you're scared to talk about it. Skyler truly was one of a kind. Most girls her age were shy, but not her. She was a master of immersive acting. Her eyes were red, and she'd kicked off one of her fluffy slippers. She had the air of a housewife who had just discovered her husband's affair and was ready to burn everything to the ground. Never mind Ethan and Peyton. Even Leo was a little scared. He tapped her on the small of her back, signaling her to tone down the scorned woman act a bit. Skyler whirled on him, her little face fierce. What are you poking me for? Is she prettier than me? Tell me. In that instant, Leo knew he was doomed. This line wasn't in the script. This woman was either improvising or speaking her genuine thoughts. Leo scratched his head and decided to stay out of it. The other side sent Peyton forward to negotiate. Little sister, it's not the kind of relationship you think it is. You two know what you are. I've already checked the security footage from the lounge. You two were. Skyler trailed off, looking around as if she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She bit her lip. You had the nerve to do it, but I'm too embarrassed to even say it. Stay away from my boyfriend from now on, or I'll set up a loudspeaker in your neighborhood and broadcast it on a loop. Peyton was stunned. First of all, the lounge didn't have cameras in the private rooms. And second, she and Leo hadn't done anything there. She actually wanted Skyler to finish her sentence. But Skyler had already turned her fire on Ethan. And you can't even control your own fiancé, and you have the nerve to come out here and explain? I despise men with no balls. Ethan's face turned green. Greener than green. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is a razor blade. He really was a man with no balls. A man who was physically unable to father a child. Skyler's previous statements had already made him look bad. This last one was a fatal blow. He turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. He wanted to say something like, "Cousin, you should control your girlfriend," but then he looked at Peyton, then at Leo. He didn't have the face to say it. He choked on his words, turned his back, and left with a single command. "Peyton, come with me." The confrontation ended in disarray. Peyton, clutching her coat, faced off with Ethan in the small grove of trees by the gate. "Peyton, didn't you say getting close to Leo was just because of my father's pressure? We didn't do anything, so that little girl was lying. Believe what you want. I'm going up to bed." Peyton turned and walked away. There was no point in explaining anything to the enraged Ethan. Besides, why should she? She wanted to marry into the Miller family, not marry him. He wasn't the one in charge. Ethan gritted his teeth, watching her retreating back, speechless. A dark glint shone in his gloomy eyes. In the distance, Skyler also turned to leave, the hood of her Mickey Mouse sweatshirt bouncing. She yelled one last threat over her shoulder. "Get home now. You're in for it when you get back." Leo found her ferocious act kind of adorable. "Fine, you can have your moment." He meekly followed her and got on the back of her little e-scooter. When they were out of sight, he finally said, "Great performance today. What do you want as a reward?" "Leo, explain me why they called you cousin." "That friend of yours. It's you, isn't it?" Leo's mind was already miles away. He and Skyler had just been acting out a script. Although the lead actress's passion for performance had led to some improvised lines, the general idea was the same. Leo truly didn't believe his cousin could accept the situation. What man could? In all her conversations with Leo, Peyton had deliberately avoided this point of conflict. Leo could believe that his second uncle, a man he'd never met, might be able to be completely rational about it. Big-time businessmen had to be ruthless. What's a nominal daughter-in-law? But Ethan could never accept it. It was like those online saints who say, a woman cheating is just a mistake any woman could make. When it's someone else's wife, they radiate a halo of moral superiority, trying to heal the world with love and peace. But if it were their own wife, they'd be grabbing a kitchen knife. Leo's little stunt was a test, and it yielded some useful results. Ethan was definitely holding a grudge about this, brewing some kind of nasty plan behind the scenes. The relationship between Ethan and Peyton was no better than that of strangers. At the very least, there there was no real communication between them. Peyton's so-called insemination plan was 100 times harder to pull off than it sounded. It was practically impossible. So what was Ethan really hiding? What evil was he plotting? Maybe he could use their dysfunctional relationship later. The easiest way to defeat an enemy is to destroy their objective. Peyton's goal, to marry Leo or use him as a stud, was already ruined. Ethan's goal, Leo couldn't quite figure that one out yet. He didn't have a quiet environment to think. Leo, are you even listening to me? What are you thinking about? Oh, I know. You're thinking about your future cousin-in-law, aren't you? It's just like that old saying, the best things in life are. Don't be ridiculous. It's nothing like that. Leo quickly cut off Skyler's crude words, closing his eyes and letting the cool breeze clear the last of the alcohol from his head. Skyler, let's drop it. You kept one thing from me. I'll keep one thing from you. We're even. Screech. The e-scooter came to a sharp halt, followed by a whimper from Skyler. The pink-helmeted warrior scrambled off the scooter, but with Leo still on the back, she could only half-crawl off the seat in a very awkward position. Leo, we talked about this. No secrets in a relationship. Then why did you keep a secret from me? I didn't mean to. It's just that day when you confessed. Skyler trailed off, seemingly trying to organize her thoughts. A lock of her platinum blonde hair was caught in the visor of her helmet. She didn't notice the look on Leo's face. It was a look of pure shock, because he was talking about the birthday invitation, the one he got from his cousin's fiancée, the one currently folded up in his jacket pocket. He wasn't the type to find out he wasn't invited and then pretend he didn't know, standing outside the party venue with a sad BGM playing in his head while he wished her a happy birthday. If you have something to say, just say it. Why torture yourself? Just tell me why I wasn't invited. If you have a reasonable explanation, I'll understand and still wish you a happy birthday. If not, we're done. There was nothing wrong with being direct. In fact, Leo felt he was being the considerate one. What if her parents were throwing a networking event for business partners? It might have nothing to do with an actual birthday celebration. Most things in life are complicated. Being direct was the most honest way. You want to suffer in silence? Don't be surprised when your buddy Leo laughs at you. But right now, Leo couldn't correct her, because this little pink-helmeted girl had a secret of her own. You have 3 seconds to tell me the truth. I might consider forgiving you. Honestly, with a personality like Skyler's, Leo couldn't imagine what kind of secret she could possibly be hiding. Did you steal one of my chicken nuggets? Did you steal my jungle creep when we were gaming? If I tell you, you can't leave, and you can't say you'll never talk to me again. Oh, it's that serious? Well, in that case, I can't make any promises. Wah, I'll never do it again. Leo's casual remark was enough to make the little pink helmet burst into tears. She squatted by the side of the road in her Mickey Mouse sweatshirt, looking like a lost child. What are you crying for? I didn't even say anything. I'll never reject you again, Leo. Please confess to me again. Leo's head was full of question marks. She rejected me? You gotta be kidding. You basically hang off me every time you see me, and you had the heart to reject me? Stop making stuff up. Tell me the truth. I'm telling the truth. Do you remember that text conversation? That was after I rejected you. You told me to come downstairs and give your stuff back, but I was too scared to. If I gave it back, you'd never see me again. Wah. Leo's expression changed instantly. He did remember that conversation. So she was playing games with him after rejecting him? You rejected me, and you still came to the hospital to see me? But I regretted it. I didn't want to reject you. Just listen to me. You already rejected me. What's there to listen to? Please, just listen. Not listening, la 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 la. Leo grinned, covering his ears and shaking his head under the streetlight, just to annoy her. He was doing it on purpose. When the little pink helmet got flustered, she was like a little porcelain doll. Her cheeks puffed out as she tried to pull his hands away. The cuter she got, the more he wanted to tease her. So the little devil learned how to lie, did she? Leo wasn't actually that angry. He'd forgotten whatever emotions he'd felt at the time. But in his mind, rejection was something to be handled rationally. If it had been Isabella or Peyton, and Leo found out he'd been rejected, he would have scoffed, put on a cold front, and then turned around to enact some sort of petty revenge. Who do you think you are, rejecting my advances? I'll make you regret it. But with Skyler, he had the patience to tease this little fool. A person can't be rational all the time. There had to be room for a little emotion. As he was thinking this, he didn't even notice the wet lipstick mark appear on his cheek. By the time he realized what had happened, all he saw was a tear-stained face leaning in, planting a light peck on his skin. Her moist lips touched his cheek and then quickly pulled away, the red transferring from her lips to his face. Now can you listen to me, you big jerk? Go ahead, but it has nothing to do with the kiss. If you don't believe me, try again. Leo's eyes widened as he leaned in close to the blushing, teary-faced girl. Wah, Leo, Cough, cough. It was all my mom's fault, that evil woman. Cough, Skyler said, wiping her tears and coughing at the same time. The funny thing was, the sobbing made it hard for her to speak properly. She started waving her hands around in frustration, which only made her more frustrated and made her cry harder, which made her sob more, which made her wave her hands around even more. Leo just watched with a goofy grin, curiously poking her cheek. Take it easy. Let me guess. Your mom didn't approve, so she told you to say no to me? No, that's not it. That evil woman, my mom, she went to the school to find you. She's so awful. She went behind my back. I was so embarrassed. Wah. What was so embarrassing? She wore all this jewelry and drove her fancy car to see you. You would have known right away that I wasn't from a poor family. Get to the point. I already figured your family had money. But I lied to you. I told you I was poor, that my parents didn't care about me, that I had no allowance, that I couldn't afford to go home for the holidays, so you had to hang out with me. It was all a lie. What does you lying have to do with your mom? Why are you blaming her for everything? She's a bad woman who doesn't care about her daughter's feelings. That's why her daughter is a liar. When a girl cries, logic goes out the window. She just says whatever comes to mind. Leo almost wanted to cover her mouth. Then she added, Fine, I can't blame her. I'm the liar. Leo watched this silly display and almost cracked a doting smile. Who could understand this feeling? He just spent the evening dealing with a difficult client, drinking too much for the sake of a deal, navigating a web of deceit. Then he had to face his cousin, who was possibly the real person who tried to kill him, which required another round of mental gymnastics. He was completely exhausted. But then he turns around and sees a little fool on an e-scooter waiting to take him home, crying about being a liar. It was like being teleported from a battlefield to a kindergarten. His soul felt purified. If it were any other woman crying on the street, Leo's mouth would be a weapon, unleashing a torrent of ruthless commentary. But how could you be mean to a crying, pink-haired anime character? He couldn't bring himself to do it. So, the two of them sat on the curb and talked about what really happened on confession day. The story had two parts. Part 1. Skyler's mom did not like Leo. After multiple failed attempts to persuade her daughter, she went to the university to find him. She knew about his line of work, but she didn't insult him. Instead, she tried to define the relationship. She had said, Ma'am, I truly don't look down on you, but Skyler enjoys spending time with you, and, as her mother, I'm not completely against it. So I can pay you a salary. We could just say I'm hiring you. It's your job, I understand. You make money. She is fun. It's a win-win. The Leo of the past had refused, saying, I don't hang out with her for money. I'm not some cheap gigolo you can just buy. This, it turned out, was the source of the rumors at school. The word gigolo had come from his own mouth. Skyler's mom had then said, I apologize, ma'am. I misjudged you. But in that case, I must talk to you about why you two are not suitable for each other. Skyler didn't know the details of that conversation, and Leo had forgotten. But afterward, Leo had gone to her and said, Your mother says we're not right for each other. What do you think? Skyler had replied, My mother can't control me. Part 2. Why did Skyler reject Leo? It had nothing to do with her mother's disapproval. It was because she felt like a liar and couldn't face him. What she had actually said was, Leo, I'm not the person you think I am. Then she ran away. Who wouldn't take that as a rejection? Then Leo had called her, told her to bring his stuff down, and that they shouldn't contact each other again. That led to the text conversation. Skyler had replied, Leo, I don't want to. Can you just go home and cool down for a bit? After hearing the whole story, Leo felt surprisingly calm. The first question that popped into his head was, what was I trying to get back from you? He didn't think he was the type to ask for gifts back. It must have been something important. A flash drive. When did I give you that flash drive? About a month ago, I think. And you've had it this whole time? I even bought a little lockbox to keep it safe. Skyler fell silent, sitting on the curb with the corners of her mouth turned down. But her raised eyebrows betrayed her. She was secretly watching Leo's expression. If you want to look, just look. What are you sneaking peeks for? You haven't said you forgive me yet. I was never mad at you in the first place. Skyler's little drama was like child's play compared to people trying to run you over with a car or trick you into being a surrogate father. There was nothing to be mad about. Leo was thinking about something else. He had become much more suspicious after his amnesia. Maybe it was a typical side effect. Because he couldn't remember, he was afraid people were lying to him. Normally, he could ignore it, as it didn't really affect his daily life. But when it came to his feelings for Skyler, he couldn't brush it aside. He knew his pre-amnesia self definitely had feelings for this girl. Why else would he have gotten involved with her? He had a whole stable of women at the lounge waiting to be served. He didn't need the hassle. The women at the lounge were waiting for Leo to bestow emotional value upon them. Skyler was the one giving him emotional value. They were different, at least in Leo's heart. So now Leo was being cautious. The more you care, the more careful you become. His mouth, usually as sharp as a controlled weapon, had gone soft. Skyler, let's just be good friends for now. I want to figure out this whole amnesia thing first. Okay. Leo had expected her to pout and for tears to start streaming down her face. He didn't expect her to sound so happy. She even excitedly scooted closer. Leo, we're still best friends who hang out together. What are you so excited about? Leo sensed something was off about this woman. Because I respect your decision. I've seen with my own two eyes how much trouble the amnesia has been causing you. The two of them had been sitting side by side on the curb. Skyler stood up, dusted off her jeans, and moved behind Leo, gently massaging his temples with her small hands. But you have to promise me one thing. You can't agree to be with anyone else until you get your memory back. What anyone else is there? Oh, you underestimate yourself. Dr. Shaw told me a lot of things. I'm going to win this competition, fair and square. Dr. Shaw contacted you, too? She's the one who told you about the amnesia, right? Dr. Shaw is so nice. Stay away from her. Leo had to take Dr. Shaw seriously now. What was that strange woman up to? Was she trying to steal his girl? And she was making connections with all of them? He'd have to find time to deal with her. Leaking client information was a serious offense. The scenery in Riverbend was actually quite nice. It was a city with a bit of nightlife. Even close to midnight, there were still plenty of girls in short skirts walking down the street. Leo's gaze inevitably drifted. Skyler saw him looking but didn't say anything. Instead, she started looking with him, analyzing the women's legs. She said that legs weren't necessarily better the thinner they were. It was a shame her own legs, while long, were a bit too thin. Leo could only pat her on the helmet and tell her to watch the road. The two figures, one large and one small, sat on the pink e-scooter, chattering away. If a miniature Godzilla suddenly emerged from a sewer and got run over by the little pink scooter, would she be considered a hero who saved the city? Would she be revered by the masses? Leo said she shouldn't expect any reverence. Godzilla feeds on nuclear radiation. If a Godzilla could survive in a Riverbend sewer, she probably wouldn't live much longer either. Skyler just giggled and said if they weren't going to live long anyway, she'd just spend her days calling Leo in front of her mom, cooing "I miss you" baby into the phone, just to drive the evil woman mad until she begged for mercy. Please, my dear daughter, stop this madness. Their conversation was one that no outsider could ever join because this was their unique way of being together. If one of them had been a different gender, they would have been the most perfect platonic soulmates. But every ride has to end. The e-scooter stopped in front of Skyler's house. Leo wasn't really going to let a girl take him all the way home. I'll just grab a ride share from here. You could just take my little pink scooter. Ride it to school tomorrow. All right, that works. Leo waved to Skyler and turned the scooter around to leave, but she suddenly came running back and grabbed his arm. Leo was confused. What, you want a goodbye kiss? We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. We can't kiss. Then why did you kiss me earlier? It's just a matter of time. Skyler very seriously explained her theory of relational behavior. Normal friends do what normal friends do. Hang out, eat together. A couple does what a couple does. Kiss, hug. A married couple does what a married couple does, like have babies. Leo was, at his core, a relatively open-minded person, but he respected her theory. There aren't many girls like you left. It's not what you think. I just think it gives a sense of accomplishment and ceremony. Unlocking a new level of a relationship means you get to do new things together. That's what gives you motivation. I get it, Leo said. So why are you still holding on to me? At this, Skyler's expression became extremely serious. I haven't done the real reason I came to find you tonight. What's that? I'm inviting you to my birthday party. It's right here, in this big yard behind me. I am personally inviting you. Skyler explained that she had snuck out late at night. Her parents had no idea. I just wanted to ride my scooter and personally bring you here to get familiar with the location. See? How much ceremony is in that? Don't be moved, little buddy. You're my best friend. You're worth me climbing a wall to personally invite. Leo, acting as if he was hearing this for the first time, gave her a very cooperative thumbs up. Then he watched as Skyler scaled the large iron gate of her family's yard. In the process, her cotton slipper accidentally bumped the gate. And under the force of the push, the gate swung gracefully open. Leo pointed at the open gate, signaling that Skyler might have a few screws loose. But Skyler's face tightened. She knew she had climbed the wall when she left. The gate should have been locked. Who had left it open for her? Oh no. Her mom had caught her sneaking out. Leo stood there for a long time. To be honest, the whole time he'd been suspicious, wondering if Skyler had seen the invitation in his pocket and was just making up this whole story, even fabricating the part about sneaking out. Until he saw her, struggling to climb the wall, a smudge of dirt on her little nose. She really had snuck out. Leo's mood suddenly shifted. How to describe this feeling? He remembered watching a TV program as a kid, a show about a type of traditional theater from northeast China. In this art form, born from the mountains and rivers, there were many scenes or motifs involving climbing over walls. It was usually about young lovers in feudal times, pursuing a forbidden love, who could only find a moment of stolen warmth by scaling a wall. As a child, Leo never understood why people had to climb walls. Wasn't it just cheating? As he got older, he noticed the same theme in many folk songs and stories. We agreed to meet at midnight tonight. It always seemed to be about climbing a wall. The culture created by working people was usually meant to praise something, but what was so praiseworthy about climbing a wall? It was only at this moment that Leo finally understood. The praise wasn't for the person climbing the wall. In fact, from a certain perspective, in those old plays and songs, it was never a person climbing the wall. It was love climbing a wall in the dead of night.